test. Yeah, he's a leader, a mentor, guiding light, teaching young men how to win every fight. With confidence and strength, he's got it all. The embodiment of dominance, standing tall. Rise up, embrace the power within. Be like Glenn Lawrence, strong, you're the kingpin. Don't let obstacles define your faith. Stand up, be bold, dominate, and never hesitate.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? How you living? You know, what happened to men with integrity and honor? Really, what happened? You know, we traded calluses and solid work for likes and filters and fake virtue. Too many peacock preachers. You know what I'm saying? Loud feathers, but they have hollow bones. Judging everyone else while dodging their own mirror. You know, honor is simple. Say it, do it. Integrity, well, that is just the private you matches the public you. And accountability is simple. It's just, oh, that's on me, followed by actions, not a PR tour. We replace righteousness with performance and discipline with dopamine. It's easier to post a quote about integrity than it is to keep your promises when nobody's watching. You know, fix it. Brick by brick. The truth, we'll just tell it, especially when it costs you. Boundaries. Stand for something. Guard your time and your tongue. Work. Produce more than you consume. Loyalty. Keep your word, even when it's inconvenient. Repentance. Confess, correct, be consistent. Presence. Steady eye, steady hands. Presence over performance. You know, here's a quick checklist. You owe someone something, deliver it. Deliver it when you can. You messed up, call, own it. No excuses. This gossiping, gentlemen, it needs to stop. Make it right. Preaching online, well, then you better be living it offline. Want respect? Then earn it. Then protect it with consistency. Enough theater. How about you guys take off the masks and pick up the mantle? Be the man people could count on, not the man they count around. You know, presence over performance is something that, you know, myself and my mentor, RP Thor, would, you know, say a lot. And the reason is because standards are over excuses, duty over the drama, and truth. Well, truth is always over the optics. You know, fix your side of the street before you try to go help your brother with his. But we have too many people today claiming to be brothers, claiming to be, you know, on the same team, but doing the most damage. Who needs enemies when you got allies that will harm you more than your enemies ever could? We don't have real men today. We have a bunch of virtue signaling, holier than thou boys masquerading as men. They want to preach, they want to teach, but they only do it online because in person, well, you've never seen them and you haven't met them. And they want to keep it that way. Because if you saw what the man is behind the mask, you would be ashamed. That's today's monologue, you guys. And, you know, before I bring up my guests, because I got some cool people here today, I want to say that, like, you know, I have seen this trend going around. And this trend is like, you know, try to find dirt on anybody. If somebody's sins come out or somebody's past is exposed, for some reason, we want to judge them for their past mistakes as if they are currently living that life. If something is done years ago and they no longer are walking that way, why bring it up? Understand that they have moved forward and moved beyond that. So I have come to the conclusion that it's actually not, people don't bring it up to actually help an individual. They don't bring it up to benefit the person that they are talking about. Actually, they're doing it entirely for one reason. They're doing it so that they could actually appear to be better than you because you're a threat to them. It's sad. Really, it is. Instead of bringing up a person and showing them, hey, this is where you're wrong, and let me help you and help you reach the standard. No, they will tear you down and then leave you like that. And the reason is they just want to be able to point at someone and be like, see, I'm better than them. That's pathetic. You know, we look at society and we want to blame feminism. We want to blame the woke. But gentlemen, if we want to correct any of this, we first got to build each other up, hold each other accountable, and help each other rise to the occasion and meet the standard. But as long as we are trying to one-up each other, then we're never really going to actually get to the point to where we could be a cohesive unit to actually make any change. And honestly, I hear a lot of guys sounding like, you know, they're so virtuous, but we all know that's not true. We all know that every single one of us falls short. We all know that we have our own skeletons and our own sins that we have to deal with. But it's so much fun to point at somebody else's sins when it's public. So that way we don't have to ever address ours. That's not masculinity. That's theater. And I would know because, well, I'm an actor. I know what theater looks like. And I know what it's not. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up my first guest. And I'm waiting for the lovely Gia McCool to hop on as well. And we're going to be talking about something that a lot of people misunderstand. And there are a lot of people likes to throw shade at individuals that happen to be in the entertainment industry to some extent and assume that, well, they just assume the worst. So let me bring up Marte. What up, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? How's it going?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So let's just, we're not going to even beat around the bush here. You obviously have been thrown into some controversy recently. It's been made known that you've, you know, at one point in your life, you were on adult sites or like OnlyFans or something like that. And just like anybody else, you were hustling, trying to use what you got working with you to profit off of. You know, people use their bodies to profit off of all the time. Athletes do it. Join the NBA, right? They get into the NFL. They use their body to profit off of. You did the same thing, you know, and probably what people consider more degenerate way, but you still did the same thing in principle. And you changed your ways from that. You're no longer doing that. You haven't done that for quite some time. But it seems like people are trying to bring your past and crucify you for sins that you haven't committed in any recent time, that you've repented from. Do you want to talk about that a little bit? And how is this? What is the truth in all this? Like, let's cut through the bullshit.
Yeah, I'm all about cutting through the bullshit and just being honest and consistent. The problem with this is so this all started, nobody ever seems to talk about how this started. Even one of the other guys, I'm not going to mention their names, but the guy with the small hat started spouting off with this debate that we had with Andrew and glossed over this whole part. This all started because Sarah, the Raging Tomato, we all know who she is. She's a moderator. We've all been on her panels, and I've done debates, one-on-one debates and 2v2 debates. I'm an up-and-coming debater. I don't know if anybody knows who I am, maybe as a pro athlete or whatever. But what happened is I saw an exchange online, and people were talking. This person was talking to Sarah, calling her an unbiased or a biased see you next Tuesday, a cunt. So, me hearing this, I'm invested in this, right? My investment is a person that goes on this supposedly neutral channel. I'm not saying that she is or not or whatever, but I'm just saying, according to them, unneutral, a biased channel doing debates. I don't want to show up on debates where they're rigged in my favor, because if I'm winning debates and she's biased, that's my investment. Why would I show up? So I question this. I questioned one of the guys. I said, well, why are you calling her a biased cunt? To me, that's a solid question. I would ask this. That was my only investment in this whole argument. And when he pushed back, he said, well, why are you white knighting for this woman? No, it's not about white knighting. If Glenn Lawrence or anybody else, Andrew Wilson, anybody else wanted to have a debate, and I'm hearing that they're biased, to me, that's very concerning. I don't want to be on your channel if it's rigged. That's literally what that means. So he got upset when I said, I'm not white knighting. Do you have any evidence? Can you back this claim at all? Then this exchange happened, and apparently people are sending them photos from the past. And do you understand that the attacks against me were not even equal to any pushback I ever gave them? This is the claim that was levied against me, that I was doing gay porn. And that's the accusation. Just to summarize everything, that's how this whole thing started and popped off.
So, and Gia's going to come up and talk about this. What a lot of people don't realize is that anytime you do like a professional photo shoot or like a music video or a movie, you sign away a release of liability of your image, of your person, right? Because they're taking photography of you, or you're going to be in a movie, or they're taking your image, and you're giving them the rights to use your image. Now, depending on whether or not the contract is, in your favor or ironclad, it's the photographer or whoever has that image or footage, they could utilize that image for whatever they want. They could sell it to whatever they want to. And a lot of young or unaware athletes, or even models or actors, they're not aware of this until it's too late. You could do a photo shoot with somebody and you're thinking you're getting some good headshots, and it might come out great, but you might find yourself on some dating app or some adult site advertising, their program or whatever. And you have no say so whatsoever about that, because you don't own the image. And that's something that you had to deal with. That's exactly what we're talking about here.
Well, if we're going to be intellectually honest here, I'd like to clear things up. I was in the adult industry. Don't get me wrong. Although this is conjoined with the fitness industry, a lot of people don't know this, is that there is what they call gay for pay, right? This doesn't necessarily mean that you're gay, right? But this is very demonized. If you're hearing gay, there's two things that'll come up, right? We use this contextually in society. Well, three ways. One way is extinct. Whenever you're in a room and say, are you having a gay old time? That used to mean happy. Yeah. That no longer exists now. So the two forms of the GAY that are brought up is something to the degree of you're stupid, or you're an idiot. That's what they mean by that's gay. The other gay is like homosexual. That's what they mean. So there's two distinct forms of this. So I will come out and say what I did was gay, meaning it was stupid. If you did this, I'd say that's very gay, right? But I'm not meaning homosexual when I say this. Yeah. So we're kind of mincing words here, but I think these semantics are extremely important when we're talking about this. So whenever I was in the industry, it all started, and I'm just going to be real brief about this because I don't want to linger too much on this. I was in the industry and I was shooting for magazines, doing ads, doing everything else. Mind you, I wasn't getting paid a lot as a pro. I had a contract with MHP during the time, signed that. Actually, it was a pretty decent contract. I can't even lie. But I'm a pro athlete. I should be making more than this. So I started doing fitness photo shoots. That paid me a little bit. And whenever you do these shoots, you're signing over your rights in everything else. You don't care. I'm just getting money because I need to be able to eat. So there's a bunch of things about bodybuilding people don't know. Eating is extremely expensive. The drug part, if you're going to use drugs as a pro athlete, expensive. The lifestyle is expensive because you need to be able to maintain this. It's extremely expensive and costly. So when people are throwing money at me and I'm in these groups of photographers and they're like, let's shoot for next week, this and that. A lot of photographers are like, and here's the thing that they sneak in. I know you did this, but it's suggestive. We're going to do implied nudity.
Mhm.
You're not showing everything. It's only implied. And I was like, you know what? And how they got me was like, you're already halfway there on stage anyways. So I'm like, okay, I don't see the difference because they're really using logic against me. Well, I only wear like clothing that I could ball up in my hand this much in my hand. You're just wearing that much. That's it. And it's just implied. Okay, next week, you're just going to cover up your junk. And then the next week, you see how you do this, and they're just reducing it down to like, you did this, so why wouldn't you do this? And then if you refuse, hey, you need to be able to afford steak this week, or it's like to eat in your diet, very money.
And meal prep is not cheap. Like, I mean, luckily for me, I use Factor 75, which is a meal prep service now, and they do all my meals for me. But even that,
I see the plug. I see the plug. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to get the sponsorship. All right.
Yeah, I hear you.
But let me welcome Gia McCool to the stage. Because you know what, she's had a very similar story that she's actually had a battle for several years when it comes to this. Gia, are you with us?
Check the microphone.
Her mic is not muted. Gia, are you there? Maybe you haven't selected. You have to select the right mic. If you're on your phone or on whatever device, make sure you select the right mic. Once she gets on, I'll bring her back on.
Well, I was just gonna say what happened was I was out in Hawaii, and when I was doing a photo shoot that was implied nudity, Playgirl had hit me up. And at that time, I was already doing like full on like solo content and nude stuff or what. I was getting paid $1,500 flying to Miami and back, first class, everything paid for. And I'm like, damn, I could fly out 3 times and I get like 6,000. Like, and it's like, to me, that was like money because I grew up poor and broke and I turned pro, and the contracts they don't offer you aren't a lot of money. So that's the thing, though. People think that all pro athletes get a lot. No, it's not even true. So when I got this, the Playgirl had said, "Hey, you're gonna be in this magazine that a lot of celebrities have been in." I turned it down. You know why? Because it was $250, and it's like they're giving me this much when I'm getting paid $1,500 for just doing shoots sometimes. And a lot of this content, when I shot for a studio out there in Miami. You don't like that's the thing. They're not telling you your audience is gonna be mainly gay or this or whatever. They're just like, hey, if you shoot this, we're just gonna use your content. That's all they're telling you. We're gonna use your content, and then that's it. And I'm getting money, and I'm flying back. Nowhere am I seeing a guy touching a guy. Nowhere video, no sex is happening. I'm just doing solo stuff and flying back and getting paid. The accusations levied against me was you are gay. You're doing gay stuff. And I'm like, okay, where's the gay stuff? Where's my game?
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, cool. Okay.
So Gia, you have been dealing with this as well.
For like decades.
Yeah, you've had stuff leaked, and people have put your images on sites that you have no control over, and you have not authorized.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they have attacked you. Like everybody seems to just go off on you. Because
exactly. They haven't stopped. This is like 15 years ago this was done to me, and once it's on the internet, it's always on the internet. Like, it doesn't matter if you go to court, it doesn't matter if you fight it doesn't matter if you win. All they do is they just bring it back from the dark net. So they just keep popping it back up. So it's to the point where you just have to like, listen, this is it. It's happened. And I'm not going to explain myself to everybody. There's no need to. Like, the haters just want to find excuses. So it doesn't matter if you explain it once. If you explain it once, you'll be explaining it forever. But I think people with a brain can tell whether or not, like, they can see what you're doing. Like, if I really wanted to make money doing that, would I really be doing what I'm doing now? It just makes no sense.
Well, and here's the funny thing is, like, I could see, like, if there was old content out, right? But if there is no new content, like if the images look pixelated, if the video quality looks like it's like, you know,
No,
144,
yeah,
you know.
everybody knows, and that's why I said anybody with any type of like, with even any form of
If it ain't in
intelligence is gonna
4K
know.
today,
Yeah, I mean,
if the stuff is
people
not 4K,
know what's going on. It's just that they don't have anything else. So typical haters, when they don't have anything, they dig dirt up. That's what they do.
and so like I could see like, okay, it would be justifiable or reasonable to assume that the attacks would be, you know, warranted if there was content that was current. If you guys, if
Right.
both of you guys were engaging in this stuff today or within the
Right.
last month or so, right? But
Right.
because none of this stuff is true, and they're trying to really crucify you for one, Gia, your stuff was leaked out that was not even supposed to be public knowledge or anything. It was
Exactly.
that was something between you and your husband, right?
Exactly.
And
It
and
wasn't
that,
even published content. It was
yeah,
actually literally personal content stolen.
and Marte, your stuff was contracted out, but like you had no control where it was going, right? So it's like it wasn't even anything that you authorized to go to these places. And so for these people to assume that this stuff is means that you guys are bad and you guys are doing this currently, that is
Mhm.
retarded.
Well, and it's funny because let's just say, even if I did, let's just say all the rumors are true, it still doesn't go against the message that I'm putting out. It
That
just
is
makes
true.
the message more credible. So it's like, if you're going to argue with something, actually argue against the message. Don't go dig up dirt that has nothing to do with the message. It makes you look guilty. Makes the hater looks guilty.
Well,
And
that's the other thing that I'll touch on too is they're never going to attack the ideology in the concepts. They're going to attack the person because there's no other grounds to grab on. And then that's the
Exactly.
thing is what I'm referring to is because I'm choosing a Christian Orthodox stance, I'm an attack vector for those people around me. They're not attacking me. They're using this to attack bigger names that I'm associated with.
yeah,
So
he's like
Exactly.
he's a proxy, and
Listen,
it's
as long
unfortunate.
as I was willing to put out bikini content and sexy content, everybody was happy. It was the second that I started talking about my marriage, my husband, that's when the attacks came on. So what that tells you everything you need to know. It's that they don't like the people who have anything good. They want you to stay where they are. They're like crabs in a fucking bucket. That's what they are.
Well, see, because they don't like what you guys are actually doing. You're putting up a mirror for them that they have to look at. And as long as
Exactly.
if any way that they could do to avoid that mirror, to avoid their reflection of their own shortcomings, they're going to do that. Instead of addressing themselves and fixing themselves, they're going to attack you or highlight your sins so that they could tell everybody, look, I'm better than them because at least I never did this thing over here. Right. But
Well,
they
and
could
also
be,
like nobody really understands it unless they've been in the shoes, right? So until you have gone viral, until you have been in the industry, no one really gets it. So it's too dark for them. They don't like I told you, remember what I told you the other day? It's the girls that are actually doing this stuff that don't get hated on. They're the
yeah.
ones that's not having it's the ones that are not doing it are getting hated on. What are we doing? We're literally encouraging and rewarding bad behavior on social media.
well,
What we
Gia
do.
brings up a good point, and here's the point that I'm going to get at. If I had chosen to stay in the industry and go my normal route, I'd get no attacks at all. Matter of fact,
Exactly.
I have more on my side in Elysian, and I'd have more money. Bills would
10
be
times more money.
Way more
bills
money.
less stress, actually, believe it or not. But the thing is,
Exactly.
I'm choosing the more virtuous route, the hardest route. Why would
The
I
harder
lose my
route.
job, lose everything to just fight and lose everything in this world that's materialistic? That's the real gain, is gaining everything that's not materialistic, because we live in a very individualistic society. Everybody's about themselves, but because they can't profit off of you and they can't put hands on you or lay claim to anything that you do, and everything that you have goes against their selfish interests, then they want to fight you. Of course, that's why I'm in this fight to begin with. So
I
You
just
know,
said that to my husband. I said I could close down my Twitter account, go back to Instagram, just put bikini pictures up, and I would be killing it. Killing
golden.
yeah.
it. I'd be making 10 times more money. There's no money doing what I'm doing. Nothing.
Same.
Well,
Same.
that's the sad thing, right? It's funny because talking about what's right doesn't pay, but
Yeah.
doing what is bad or degenerate, right? It pays well,
But then
right?
we want to know where all the good guys went and all the good girls went.
Yeah.
Maybe we're encouraging and rewarding bad behavior.
And we do that even by platforming them on
Yeah.
the shows. Like, and I've said this many times, like, you know, I have no problem like with you know, Fresh and Fit or you know, Brian from whatever, doing what they're doing. I just wish that they would actually bring on contrasts of women. Like, you know, have like, okay, there's these women, and then there's these other women that have more marriageable qualities or more positive qualities, so that they don't get this false belief that all women are this bad. Because that's all we hear now is like all women are whores, all women are this, all women are that. You can't trust them. And it's just like, well, that's not true. It's not a real honest opinion or picture to paint.
Well, Glenn, this is the thing that I'll say, not to interrupt you, but this is the thing. I'm inspired by martyrs of the past, not influencers of the future. So when you talk about people being platformed, I ignore all that because it's the one person who's singular that's taking down these people. And let's say that you, me, and Gia are on this podcast and we're talking, we could say, well, even if we don't change each other's minds because we're in agreement, we're changing the thousands of minds and hearts at home. And that's the real true message. Even when I do public debates and I have, you know, my critics or my detractors like Destiny, whom I recently debated, I don't change his mind, but then somebody that's watching me, they change their minds at home. This is really what that's about. So I really don't care if Brian brings up anybody else. This is not a shot at him or Fresh and Fit or anybody else.
No, I don't.
I'll be the singular martyr here fighting. You know,
I just
even though
because what I have a problem with in this is it unfortunately I think by a byproduct of this is it encourages this endless cycle of this red pill rage, and then when men start viewing all women a certain way, soon as they see a woman, oh, she's a slut, she's a whore, she did this wrong. I mean, that's prejudging. We're prejudging somebody beforehand, even though that's not true. We don't know. Like for example, Gia can't do a photo shoot and you know, promote fitness, promote attractiveness. Like she's trying to push this what's your show? Was bringing sexy wives back, right?
Right. Sexy wife school.
Sexy wife school. She can't push that because the fact that she is attractive and she promotes.
You can't be a wife and wear a bikini online. That's contradictory to them.
Yeah, it's like you have to be in a burqa.
Well, this is the thing. You remember,
but even if you're in a burqa, they're going to find something else.
Well, Gia, remember the DARE program back in the day when we used to have ex-drug addicts come to our school and talk? So here's the problem, though. So let's say in this hypothetical, I'm a drug addict, so I'm at fault for smacking the syringe out of people's hands right now because something happened 10 years ago. How would that be wrong? You see where where it's not a contrarian position to hold. It really doesn't make any sense. So when you become part of the solution, they're then offended because you don't want to join the massive club. Right. You know, it doesn't make sense.
Well, that's exactly what a mutual friend of all of ours, Sterling Cooper, has been dealing with. You know, he left the adult film industry because he realized how bad it was and how negative his work has affected men. And he's been going around ever since then preaching against pornography and trying to get guys off of this stuff and encouraging them, you know. And I sat down with them about almost 2 years ago at Thor's house. Actually, you know the picture I sent you of Sterling and Thor? Yeah, so that day I sat down with him and we talked about this a little bit. And he said, like, you know, I've been on my road of repentance from this ever since I realized how bad it's had effect on people's lives and how I have caused, you know, detrimental harm to men by being in this industry. But people still see him just as this porn star. He's just this porn star guy. Like, no, he's much more than what he was and what he did as a profession. That's never what he is. You know,
the way I've always seen it is if you've walked through the fire and come out better, that actually makes you credible. Yeah. So all this, don't ever listen to a woman. Don't ever listen to a porn star. Don't ever listen to a single person. Why? Maybe they've walked through something that you haven't. I don't understand where all these dismissive perspectives, binary, you know, one-way thinking comes from.
Well, it makes you more
of a nuanced world
expert, believe it or not. That's really what it does. To Gia's point, it makes you more of a subject matter expert than they ever will be. And not to mention that when you say don't do this, I know from experience, would you rather learn from your mistakes or somebody else's?
Seriously, what do they say? They say a wise man learns from his mistakes, but or no, is it a wise man learns from others' mistakes?
There you go.
I think hold on. I think her camera dropped off, so there we go. There she is.
I'm here. Sorry.
So no, it's sad that you know, I tell people, like, from the mistakes that I've learned, that's what I've talked about. you know, like, hey, I've learned by not doing the right thing, by doing it the wrong way or the Glenn way. And I'm trying to warn you guys, don't do it this way. Don't make me your role model, because I'm not a role model. I'm far from it, you know, like, but hear me out, because I have done this stuff. I've been where you're at, and I made the wrong decisions, and I'm trying to help you avoid the pain and the trials and tribulations I had to endure because of those wrong decisions.
Well, it's
And
also just you sharing a different perspective or some experience that somebody else hasn't been through. And I say
yeah,
this all the time, you know, we don't need to be propping people up on pedestals. We need to be just learning from them and hearing a different side. Maybe it's hitting home, maybe it's something relatable. So,
and I don't, and this is what I see the biggest problem. And maybe Marta, you could actually tell me what you think about this. In this like man space or manosphere space, there's so much infighting with each other. Like when something like this comes out about you, everybody attacks you, right? They just, oh, he's uncredible, he's degenerate, he's this, he's that. And it's just like, instead of doing the due diligence and looking into it and be like, okay, let me get on this fact-finding mission. Because I'll tell you this, before, you know, I even, you know, talked to you today about it, I did do a fact-finding mission on this. I looked into the allegations, and I came up with the same conclusion that you guys did, that this is not credible. Like there's nothing here that support this idea that you did anything gay whatsoever at all. Like there's nothing out there that I could find that supported that. Now, you did what you did. That's your business, and you're not doing it anymore. So why would it, is it up to me or anybody else to bring it up if this is not who you are?
Yeah, well, the fallacious claim is that I'm gay. I did solo content. I didn't do anything with anybody else. So, I mean, here's the thing, though. People can call me a whore all they want to. Well, what's definitionally a whore? A person with a 0 body count that had no sex during a whole career? Like, to me, definitionally, all I am is a person that's like, you know, how the person posed for the Statue of David, like tantamount to just that. So it's like me posing on stage. It's like I just did it without the posing trunks for a few shoots. So, and if you're going to judge me for this, here's the problem with this. We can make this circular, and I could point the finger back at them and say, hold on, aren't you gay because you watch porn at home? Aren't you watching a nude guy on screen? How is that not gay because you're also watching a nude guy, you know,
you're watching somebody else's penis enter somebody else. Like that's pretty gay.
Yeah. How are you not a cuck, a cuck, by watching this on your couch? It's like you might as well be in the hotel room. So it's like I can then turn the finger at them, but it's like, here's the thing though. I don't even need to go this route with them. All I need to tell them is, what am I doing bad today? How's my message detracting from anything that ever I'm doing because of my actions today? I'm not doing anything evil. The problem is because you're holier than thou and you're chasing clout. That's the big thing. So to hit your point of why these men in this men's spaces are doing this and they're attacking women, it's because they need a pedestal to climb on and they need to put other people down and destroy them personally to do this.
It's weak behavior.
It's very feminine.
Yeah. True.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, because I look at, like, as a man, like Thor would always, when he would see my shortcomings, he would never publicize it. But he would always, you know, come to me personally and be like, hey, this is where you're falling. This is where you're fucking up. And he would challenge me to rise to the occasion. And I would scream and fit. I'll throw a fit. Like, I can't do it. You know, like, yes, you can. And this is how you do it. And then after he would break me down, because of our relationship, he would help build me back up. And that's what we don't see in this space.
Yeah.
We have this allegiance that we see that feminism is bad and the woke society and culture is bad. And that's something that a lot of these guys in the manosphere tend to bond over. We all in agreement over that. But we don't have the relationship to where we could actually build each other up. And what we see is anybody that's a threat, or we see anybody that's doing better than us or getting more acknowledgement or more notoriety or publicity, we tend to be jealous and want to attack them and try to find any reason to tear them down just so that we appear to be better than they are. And as if for some reason, how does that benefit the overall goal in the end, if it is to bring back traditional families, to bring back the nuclear family, to bring back, you know, fathers in the home? How is infighting with each other really beneficial overall? It's not.
Well, here's the thing. Gia, can I ask you a question? I'll ask you a very direct question right now. if you see a man and he's with a woman, and just use your mind as a wife, as a woman that's lived this experience, and a man comes up to a person in a relationship and he then says, this guy's such an asshole, I hate him, and just describes behavior he does, and just all his talk is around another guy. Wouldn't that take your attention off the man you're with and on another guy?
Actually, every single time I hear somebody putting down somebody, I want to follow whoever's being hated on more. Because what
Right.
that tells me is that they have something that is good, so good that the other person is intimidated by.
Right.
You know, I've said the
Right.
same thing. Like the best way to deal with your enemies is not acknowledge them.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I do believe that, you know, you do have the right to address the false allegations or the false claims made against you, provide the evidence to support the truth, right? And then just leave it alone. Don't talk
That's
about
it.
it.
Yeah.
Because giving them oxygen by speaking their name up, even like calling them out or even throwing any ad hom at
This
them,
is why
you are giving them
when
oxygen.
yeah, this is why I told you that I don't owe them an explanation. I
Yeah.
know who I am. I don't owe anybody. Like I'll tell my friends, anybody who has my cell phone, sure. But other than that, I don't owe them anything.
Yeah. And I wonder, like, how are we to really expect there to be any change if the group of people that are calling people to moral this moral uh to rise to a moral standard, if we can't even rise to the moral standard ourselves and we are just as bad with the infighting, why would anybody else want to meet us there or agree to change anything?
Well, this is the point, though, is remember what you said, holding somebody to a standard. When you point the standard back to themselves, it's like, yeah, you can accuse me of being gay, even though I've never done anything gay in my life. But here's the thing. Why do you have all these photos of gay people sifting through gay sites, looking at gay people and looking through all these dicks to find my photos? How gay is that? So it's like, that's
I
the
don't
problem.
like
in the
I don't
conundrum.
know I don't know your personal story, but I have my brother who's in the industry. And I also have very other people in the circle that I know close that are very attractive males, right? And they do
Yeah.
modeling and all their images without a doubt get stolen and used on gay sites.
Yes,
So
that's
people don't understand the industry. They don't
Yep.
understand what it's like. Anybody who's in it knows. If I was talking to Sterling right now, he would right away know what's going on. And that's why I said anybody who knows.
You know, it's funny because I was just talking to Sterling via text, and we set up. Yeah, I already told both of you guys we set up a meeting for a stream later on this month. But it's funny because like Marte knows your brother.
Yeah.
He's actually met him. I think he said at in Vegas, right?
yeah. I turned pro at Super League and we competed alongside each other. He's good
Cool.
people. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
And
cool.
you know, so it's like it's funny because I don't know about you guys, but some of the nicest, most humble people I've ever met is when I was competing behind the stage, like other competitors. You know, I forgot one of the guys' name is Michael something. He's up in Seattle. Really great. He was a pro, classic physique guy, and he saw that like when my first show, I didn't know anything about posing. I just kind of went in there on a whim and just bombed. Right, placed last.
It's good
He
to
pulled
bomb
me-
sometimes.
Oh yeah, he pulled me aside and he's like, "Yo, man, you know, I heard your story. You lost over 100 pounds to get on the stage, and like great story." He's like, "Let me help you out. I'm gonna help you with posing." And he plugged me in with a bunch of different people. I ended up getting plugged in with Tangi Johnson. You guys know who Tangi Johnson is?
She's a really small person, but a big ball of energy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was working with her. Then I got plugged in with First Form, the supplement company. Gia knows Andy as well.
Yeah.
And it was all because these other competitors, you know, helped me out. They weren't vain. They weren't judgmental. They weren't like, you know, treating me like I'm less than. No, they understood
It's
the struggle.
funny.
They understood. There was just a sense of
It's funny
community.
that you said that because now being able to walk like in the fitness industry, in the modeling, and I've done quite a bit of things. I can tell you without a doubt, the only sphere or circle that has ever been as volatile as I've seen is the relationship sphere. And I do not know what is wrong with everybody in this circle. They all
Yeah.
backbite each other. I've never seen this in any other industry.
Well, there's no discipline and no respect, to be honest with you. So if we conflate this with the fitness industry, it's like I wouldn't make fun of Glenn right here if we were backstage, because obviously I don't want to get defeated by this guy because he's challenging me directly. And then if you're talking about debates, I have a lot of respect for my peers in debates, because if they say anything, I can challenge their rhetoric. But the problem with the relationship sphere is it goes unchallenged. So we have standards where I could say that men's haven't maybe changed that much, while some women's have a lot, and that's to be debated upon. But it's like, you see how there's no standard. It changes from person to person. There's different spheres and it's fractioned off so much. There's different groups.
I'm looking at the Sadia thing that's going on right now,
Oh
right?
yeah, that's a
All
good
these
example.
people going crazy, but yet all the people making hit videos, are they psychologists? Are they, licensed in any, no, but yet they want to sit there and talk. It's just like everybody just backbiting each other. It's disgusting to me.
What's funny is a lot of people that are sending shots at her now were all people that were trying to get to work with her before.
It's not funny. They all were saying how good she was and they wanted her on her show, but now
Mhm.
she's, it's just like, really, people, like, I don't know that. Like, I can see through it. It's
and
gossip. It's slander.
and I don't know the entire story of Sadia. Like I heard that, and this is just rumors, because until I know the facts per se, I'm just gonna assume that the rumors. That's why I really haven't spoke on any of it. But allegedly she was, a side chick to someone else, and that was like the main contention
But it's not
issue.
even, it's not even about her. It's just about the way, look, I don't know her from Adam,
Yeah,
right? We don't know anything, but it just goes to show you, some people don't know me, some people don't know you. If
yeah,
you don't know that person and you haven't actually sat in front of them and asked them like the questions and I would never talk on somebody if they're not in front of me to have
yeah.
that, right? It's just not fair. It's not even right. And that's what
And
they're doing. They're talking about this woman and they don't even know what's the truth. It's all allegation.
It's crazy is that, like, in my first film that I had a lead role in, I had a sex scene in it, right? And I didn't know my character had that scene when I got casted for it. The script changed a couple times from the time that, getting casted till then. And so, now I'm doing this sex scene. Okay. And it was like a short 30-second scene in the movie. And it's like, oh, you're doing porn. No, that's not porn. It's a feature film. There's no sex going on. It's simulated. And it was a job. Okay.
Yeah, so much gets confused like this. So remember that photo? I don't know if you can post that photo or not, but I texted to you.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
a lot of these, Gia probably knows too. When you send your coach progress photos, this was when I was an amateur, even when I was a coach, a lot of these things get shared with a bunch of people, and then they end up places where you had no control. I mean, originally we have control, but it's like when you put it out there, you have no control once it's out there in the ethos, as far as like the net, everything else. It's like, and then it can be painted in various different images or different aspects. To me, that doesn't really make sense, but it's human nature. People are tearing things down that are against their very nature, meaning if you're going against their selfish interest, they're going to fight you. But if you go against their interest to go step outside of your marriage, do certain things, have orgies, and just cave into your own pleasures and desires and lack discipline, of course they'll support that all day because you're not fighting them.
I said this in the speech when I was out in Vegas, how in the beginning of the industry, one of the very first photographers that I shot with, he was a seasoned photographer. He was very well known in the industry. And I don't think that this gets talked about enough, but they go after naive competitors. They go after naive competitors and naive models, right? People who are just starting out, that don't have a manager, that don't have model releases. They purposely try to get as much as they can from the beginning from these people because they know they'll have rights to those images and they can do whatever they want with them. And that happened to me in my very first photo shoot. So from then on, I mean, I learned my lesson and I got model releases and I got management. But, people don't understand what happens. This industry preys on naivety. It tells you that liberation is freedom, and it's really it's exploitation, and it's not. It's ignorance. That's what it is.
So here's the image that you sent me, Marte, and this just looks like a progress photo, just like a progress photo.
But if you ask a regular average person, they'll say, "Well, I can see your ass," and I'm suffering in this photo. Like it's like,
you're on like ice chips and boiled chicken right now.
Not even ice chips. Like I'm just suffering. Like I could feel the bones in the bottom of my feet because all the fat's eaten away from that, and it's like I could feel there's no comfort between the floor and the bones of my feet. So when I talk about this thing, or show photos like this, somebody who doesn't know and they're ignorant about the industry could say, well, that's gay. You showed that to your coach. You're showing that much skin. Well, it's like, well, I have to get on stage looking like this. But do you understand the ignorance? And there's like this divide between knowledge of how the industry works, the perception of fitness, and how my body fat has to be extremely low and I'm suffering. And they don't see all this. All they see is a photo in gay. That's the problem. That's the problem.
That is the huge problem, because they don't understand the what really goes on in the industry or in the sport, and because they don't understand it, they're just going to assume it has to be bad. And to me, that actually speaks more about that individual than it does you, right? Like they are taking it this negative way. They're assuming that it's something bad without actually doing the due diligence to actually look into it before making a judgment call. And I think that's a big issue that we actually see in this sphere a lot, is a lot of people are so quick to judgment. They're so quick to want to be the first person to throw that stone and to separate themselves from, the other person, that they don't even take time to look into it. And the sad thing is, even when they come out that they're wrong, you never hear anybody make a retraction. When's the last time you heard somebody that was wrong about you or someone else come out and say, you know what, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. This was not right. I had misinformation or whatever. You don't hear that.
Wait, hold on. I know when, and Jill will agree with me, the month of February. That's when this happens.
February.
That's when they'll do it. That's it.
There's a saying that says any desire repressed will turn into judgment.
Yeah.
And I use it a lot because it's perfectly explains what's going on. If somebody envies your status, your likes, your notoriety, your look, it doesn't matter what it is. If they envy it and they can't get the same desirability, they'll just turn around and judge you.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Yeah.
It's sad that that it's like they judge what they don't understand. For one, we tend to pass a lot of judgment for things that we don't understand, and we also don't want to take the time to understand. And that's why, like, I'm not big in like the debate sphere as much as like you are, Marte, because I try to have more of these conversations, right? Because I before I make a judgment, I want to understand why these people think the way they do,
but that is a debate.
That worldview.
That is a debate, because if I'm asking you questions, like a cross-examining you, and I'm asking you a line of questions, I'm seeking to understand, right? Where we're going to meet in the middle and where the debate starts is why you don't agree with this and why I disagree with that. Really, debates are just conversations. The problem is where we see what you're talking about is when somebody can't control their emotions, they don't know where they're boxed in a corner at, and they can't logically justify their actions. Here's the thing, though. I can tell them, like Gia would understand this if I said this. There's a contradiction if I talk to a guy and said, well, hold on, you're complaining about hoes, but you're creating the problem by sleeping around because you need to sleep with this woman to know that you can be compatible with somebody, but then you're creating more hoes and complaining about the problem at the same time. Do you understand the contradiction that how very vampiric of you to do this? You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's like, you're like, you are the hoe maker. You're mad. You should be mad at yourself, if anything.
Right. But people, that's where the discipline comes in, and where people talk about dick discipline and all these other slang terms. It's like they're completely right about that. Is because just like bodybuilding, we determine what goes in our mouth, what we eat. You have a decision before you lay down with somebody. It's like you can't complain about hoes, but then run through. There's a guy in X, I'm not going to say his name. He's like, I slept with 2 virgins this week, and virgin Punani is trash. And I'm like, well, hold on. You're creating a really big problem, blackpilling more men. Like, don't you see the problem with this? And this is the manosphere talk. That's crazy.
But see, the biggest, the thing I have the worst, I have no patience for is this sense of victimhood. There's nothing that we could do to change anything, right? Like even the problem that we're talking about now, with the way that people are rushed to judgment and the way that they want to like just label things without doing their due diligence and looking into things. We could fix this. This is a problem that's fixable. I mean, it really is just an us thing. We got to look in the mirror and be like, okay, I need to be more accountable to what
But
I'm going to do.
Glenn, if they fixed it, then there wouldn't be any likes, there wouldn't be any followers, there wouldn't be agenda, there wouldn't be books to be sold. You got to understand that at this point, social media is
Yeah.
a parasocial interaction, meaning
Well, and
people
that's
are
my biggest
searching the
problem with the red
emotional
pill space.
connection, not the actual real connections. They don't care about real connections anymore. It's about feeding the emotion.
And
And see,
I've
that's my
complained about
biggest
this
problem with the
before.
red pill.
Well,
Because
that's
they
my
tell you
problem
what the problem
before. Is there's a woman out there, I'm not going to say her name, but she fights a lot of feminists. And here's the problem. She's got a boyfriend on X. Pretty much everybody probably knows what I'm talking about now. It's very black pilled because here's the problem though. You're protected in an ivory tower, condemning all these people, but you're not embracing anything traditional now while railing against everybody else at the same time and quick to judgment. And you don't have any solutions. This is really bad for society when you're telling people, oh, sleep around. There's nothing else that we can do. Meanwhile, guys like me are on the front lines fighting against this and saying, okay, logically, we could show that what you're doing is illogical in demonstrating this through debates. I implore anybody else to pick up a sword. And here's the thing I'll say to Gia and Glenn right now, to the audience. When I tell people why I do debates and then people in the audience criticize me, I'll pass them a sword and say, here, if I'm fighting wrong, you go do this. They run. They don't want to be in the arena fighting, combating this with posts, content that I produce that's anti-degenerate and anti-black pill and promoting the equality for both men and women in relationships. It's like they want to complain about the fighters, but don't want to fight in the arena themselves. This makes no sense. It's oxymoronic.
Well, it's like they want to be an armchair quarterback, like a Monday morning armchair quarterback. They want to just be able to like criticize what you're doing wrong. So, and I like this. Ghost asks, like, well, what's the solution? The solution starts with you. Hold yourself to the same standard that you're going to be judging everyone else by.
Correct.
You know,
It's just it's self accountability. That's why I don't like the word degenerate. I don't like all that because it's overused, it's meaningless. At the point you have to understand that everybody sins, everybody has sinned. You just have to consciously fight against evil. If you can consciously do that every single day and try to make good decisions, not just for yourself, but for the people around you and for others that are coming after you, that's what's important. It's a net positive.
And I know who you're talking about, Marte, because recently, like that was like the split that I had with them when the last time I was on the show was that like I'm saying like, you know, no, marriage is possible. People should be, you know, interested in and approach it, but maybe they have to approach it differently, right? And maybe that, and I broke it down like how guys can go into marriage and protect their assets if that's what they're really concerned about. If they're concerned about getting raked through the divorce court, you know, and all that stuff, well, there's ways that you could, before you even get married, secure your assets and stuff like that, and protect yourself that you're worried about losing. So you don't have to endure that type of you can mitigate the loss as best as you can, right?
I do want to clear something up though real quick with Gia. When I do say the word degenerate, I'm talking about the behavior, and I understand the conflation where people can talk about people and use this as a personal attacks. Well, all I'm doing is just saying thing bad, right? If it's current bad, right, I'm against it, right? But I'll never do personal attacks, and there'll be personal attacks against the person, but I'll say, hey, thing bad, that's it. Don't do it. You know, if they're currently doing it, I'll say, well, this is why it's bad or whatever. So really, I'm just making a distinction between the behavior and the person. But I get what you're saying, though. You know, we can't carry.
The reason why degenerate is so bad is because it's just
labels.
The degenerate label is not just like on all degeneracy. It's only reserved for anything that's considered sexually immoral. That's what they'll label degeneracy. But being obese is degenerate. It's becoming a meaningless word
is what Gia is talking about. Am I right? Because people are overusing everything.
Right.
That's why I say everybody's degenerate.
Overused. And I mean, like when we talk about solutions, right? Like I'm gonna look because we'll talk about fitness. You know, there used to be a time where, you know, our food quality was better, right? So it was, in my opinion, a little bit easier to navigate what you're supposed to eat. This has changed. So you have to do more now. You're going to have to now, instead of just going to the grocery store, you're going to have to go maybe to a farmer's market, or maybe you're a local farmer, right? You're going to have to probably grow some of your vegetables, right? So now we're having to do extra above the ordinary, you know, tasks just to have our better health and our physiques. The same thing goes in marriage. You can't just go out there and meet a girl anymore, okay? You can't just put a ring on any girl anymore. You're gonna have to do extra. And as Glenn mentioned, there's, set up a trust, make sure there's, people will talk about prenups, but I've seen many men actually get saved through prenups. So that's not true that it does not save people, because it has saved people. So you just have to take extra precautions. You can't do the easy route anymore. And I think what we're doing by saying there's no solution or just not to get married is as easy as saying, because the world's messed up and humans are messed up, don't have children. That's not a solution.
Well,
Yeah,
what's
it's the same
actually
thing
what they're
with
doing
being-
is actually they're
Yeah.
by saying that there's no solution, that prenups don't work and everything. They're actually staying on this whole romantic side of love, that marriage is only based on romanticism, and that's not what
So
people were
false.
getting married before. That's not
So
how it's like. It's still buying into that whole like false narrative of marriage. It has to be based on romance, and that's not at all how people were getting married years ago.
Yeah, that's a very conditional relationship, because I can love you on Monday and hate you on Tuesday. I'm like, well, how's your marriage going? Well, I base things off of duty and consistency. Like the quality is based on, what my role in this relationship is. That's tied to duty, purpose, and function. But people don't really tie this in. They base it on things that are conditional, like feelings and emotion. No, because here's the thing. You can have a marriage, and maybe Gia can sign off on this, and you can have 3 years of a horrible ass marriage and stick with it. You're going to have bad times in marriage. But here's the thing though, you don't give up on this, because you still have duties and things, and you can overcome this. But that's
Correct.
the thing, that people give up on the first sign of storm or
Correct.
anything else, and they purposely make a shipwreck because, I can jump on anything else, because the delusion of options that I have open of it, that's really a mirage, really, when we talk about this. So
Correct. Like you'll hear things like, well, if it's a good marriage, then it shouldn't be hard. But you're right and you're wrong. See, you're leaving out details. That's a short side comment.
Yeah.
Okay. The truth of the matter is, the first 10 years, you are in a state where you're still learning that person. You are still having, certain things that are differences. After that 10 years, and after you've made it through, there's a lot of things that don't bother you more and does get easier. But that's why I don't like, there's so many comments done on social media that are very like, they're done for tweets, right? 123 characters, but they don't really go into the little important
nuance.
details. Yeah. And marriage, for me, there were good years. There were like bad years, like even more than 1 or 2 years that were bad. I stuck in there. We stayed there, and it's great now, but don't think I'm not going to have another bad year coming. Like, we know that's just part of it. It's part of it. You stick in it. It's the long game.
It's crazy because
Yeah.
like my mentor Thor, he the last several years before he passed, the family went through a lot of trials and tribulations, especially with their marriage. His wife was his wife was involved in a horrible accident, and she was left a quadriplegic. And that means like intimacy, everything just ceased to exist. It was very difficult for them. And instead of just saying, "Oh, I didn't sign up for this," no, he doubled down. He made sure that he was able to raise funds for her, invested all of his savings into like Bitcoin, and watch that grow. And I remember this is kid you not, we're in the hospital the night before he had surgery for the removal of his brain tumor. He's like, "Glenn, take my phone. I can't see, but I need you to move $100,000 and some odd $1,000 from Bitcoin into this account so we could buy her the car that self-drives for her, because that's what she needs." Like that he could have jumped ship after her injury. He could say, "Hey, you're not meeting my needs now," but he didn't. And that level of integrity and duty, the sense of duty, we don't see that as much as we would like to today in the crop of men that we have. And it's really sad.
That's it, Glenn, we're missing integrity. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
I got a bunch of people in the chat wanting to talk, and you guys, I'm not opening the panel right now, because I do have specific guests on here, and I never told them that there was going to be an open panel and people were going to come up, and out of respect for them, I'm not going to just bring people up that would just start leveling questions or anything at them. that may end up derailing the conversation that we're trying to have altogether. Now,
I
there
mean,
may be a point at some point that I will drop the link.
yes.
But right now, with especially with Gia, I did not tell her that anybody else would be coming on the panel. So I'm not going to put her in that position like that to where not going to it's just not a good look.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes. But
Okay.
hey, Glenn, anytime I got detractors, I'm always ready to face it. This is what I do. So, but with Gia, I totally understand and I respect the space. Yeah, this is a good space to hold right now.
So this is what I think, because me and Gio, like you guys don't know, when me and Gio get on the phone, we will have conversations for hours. And I'm telling you guys, we could solve the world's problems. I think.
Yeah, me and Glenn can talk for hours. That's for real.
and we've been wanting to do this like whiteboard, breakdown of like the problems and the solutions. And really it's not a one side, problem. It's really a both side problem. The reason why we're at today is, well, because men, we have allowed things to get to where it is today. We co-signed this basically, and I'm saying men as in a collective. Generally, we have allowed this level of feminism, this level of wokeness to get to where it's at, and now we're mad about it. But the generations prior to us have also played a role in it. So we have to acknowledge that the women that we have today are ultimately the women that we created. And same thing goes in reverse. Ladies, the men that we have today are the men that you have championed and created. So we have to look at in the mirror and be like, okay, we are part of the problem. So how do we address ourselves to fix so that we're no longer the problem? And whether that is not engaging in, certain activities that we used to engage in, right? Maybe that's one part of the solution. Speaking out against that type of behavior is another part of the solution, but really it's the action that's going to speak louder than words. We could say whatever we want to say on here and try to finger wag and point out the flaws or the bad things people are doing, but if our own behavior does not match what we are trying to portray, then we are just a false and a bad image.
Correct.
You're right.
If we're pointing our fingers at people saying you're this, you're that, but then we're doing it also behind and offline, it's a hypocrite.
Well,
Yeah, that's the integrity part. And when we fail the integrity part, it's because we're not fair, firm, and consistent in a moral grounding, or even we can even take morals out of this, or a standard that we set for other people. It's like, well, you do this, but you tell people I can't. Rules for thee, but not for me. It really doesn't make any sense, and it's really reductive if you tell people, hey, I can eat all the cake I want to and get fit, but you can't do this. Meanwhile, I'm also being a fat ass too. It doesn't make any sense. It's like now all of a sudden we're devolving into a society of just selfishness behind closed doors and hiding it. So it's like I can call myself a 10 all day long, but it's like I'm not getting modeling contracts if I'm a regular guy and being told, like, it doesn't really make any sense because the fruits aren't being shown right now. And it's like for me to be a public speaker and to speak on behalf of men's issues, I can't then be a person that's running around and running through women and then say I hate all these hoes that just sleep around and I'm sleeping around. This makes no sense. I agree.
Yeah. Gia, I can't wait till our interview, our episode drops, that we just did, because
it was a good one.
It was a good one. And I think we covered a lot of exactly what we're talking about right now. And that we're seeing that, a lot of this stuff that we're dealing with, because we kind of highlight a lot of this as a solution.
Yeah, true. Admitted it too. Like, I get it. I understand why men like the hoes. I get it. They're fun,
Yeah.
But then you have to also understand that with that, you're enabling and encouraging it. So, regardless whether it's behind closed doors and it's not making you look bad, and then you go online and then act like, I'm going to shame hoes, so I can get the pats on the back. Like that's not cool. It's not cool.
And that's why I've never been the one like to come out like women that way, because I knew that I played a very vital role in the women around me being that way. I encouraged it when I was younger. I had no problem at the time capitalizing on female promiscuity. So I give an extensive grace because I look at it and I go, you know what? Women lied to women, right? And men lied to women. So women just been lied to this whole time about how they're supposed to be. I was going to bring up a little bit later, but you know, it's crazy because I was reading this morning. Miley Cyrus, out of all people, just recently came out being about being how mad she is at her mother for lying to her when she was younger. And like how like her mom would tell her you needed to be a certain way, that, you know, get with these guys. Like, for example, I'll pull it up now. And I find it interesting because this is exactly part of the problem that we need to address and we need to acknowledge is that it says Miley Cyrus says her mom encouraged her to stay with the wrong guys in the past because they were hot, right? And not really telling her, really helping her daughter find a man that's going to be a good relationship, that's going to have these qualities of a good, you know, husband. No, they were just very superficial, very surfacey. And that's part of the problem that we see that women are dealing with. They're not being taught, like it says in, you know, Titus 2, how older women are supposed to teach younger women, you know, to love their husbands and their children and how to behave. No, we're not getting that. We're getting older women telling younger women the wrong things. And
Yeah,
it's almost like
we have
we're being
older women teaching
sabotaged.
women to be prostitutes right now because they value money. So it all comes back to what you value, right? If a
Yeah.
man is going to value only beauty and that's his top priority, you know, he's probably going to have issues. If a woman only values money and that's what she prioritizes, she's going to end up with issues.
And we see these like I know a woman, very gorgeous woman. She's in her 50s. And I tell you, like she putting her next to any of 20-year-olds these days, she's a smoke show. She'll blow them out of the water. But the sad thing is that she has experienced such bad, you know, relationships, or she bought into this narrative that, you know, she ain't need no man, and you know, she's gotten with the wrong guys or whatever throughout time, that she has a very negative view of relationships and men in general. And so with the information that she tries to spit out there for the masses to consume is very anti-male, very anti-patriarchal, very anti what I believe in. And what's hard is that she does that because of the negative experiences that she's had, because nobody taught her how to do it the right way, what to look for in a guy correctly, you know, what should be valued and, you know, prioritized over other
I
things.
think it's even worse than that. You have to understand that when a woman is beautiful and she has a hard time staying with one man, she will end up getting told by other men, oh yeah, I can do this, I can do that, but they just want to use her. So in the end, you know, what ends
Yep.
up, this is what happened to me in the industry. Like I always wondered why I would meet all these models and they were so beautiful, but they just had like horrible attitudes. Like I was like, they're vile people. You know, I could never understand it for the longest because I just wasn't like that. I just didn't understand it. And then the more I got into the industry and the more people kept trying to use me and basically tell me things and then just it was all to use me. And you know, in the
Yeah.
end, I start understanding like you have to start becoming almost a bitch, you know, just to like not have people come at you. And it was eye-opening for me because I'm like, oh, now I get it. Because that's what these women, they're beautiful, they're older, and they just been used so much that they just get vile attitudes because they're afraid they're gonna get hurt again. So they put up barriers.
And see that, and this is where it goes back to self accountability, right? You know, if men didn't try to manipulate and, you know, take
Mhm.
advantage of women at that when they were younger and impressionable, you know, then maybe they wouldn't have that experience. But also maybe if fathers were there to protect those daughters, or you know, from
Well,
these guys.
they also value these girls value the wrong things. Like they chase the wrong things. So it's not just the guys, it's them too. It's what they're chasing, you know? Like I got married very young and I think the only thing that's differentiated me is because I've been with one guy my whole life and I haven't been tainted. My husband's protected me from a lot of
Yep.
things, you
And
know?
he could do it. He's a killer. Don't push him.
Good.
I'm telling you guys right now. don't
Hey, that's a good thing.
like
Well, the
here's
same
the
thing with
I
guys
want to
too.
highlight that again because it's so sad.
Yeah.
Like people see, you know, they'll see you in a picture, they'll see you in a video that you've done, and they'll just assume, oh,
that I did it, like, oh, you owe your husband an apology. Look what you did before. I start cracking up. I'm like, my husband was right there along. My husband was with me even before I had a digital footprint. He's been there from day one. He's been at every single one of my shoots.
yep.
Yeah, people are funny.
Every time I've met up with you, your husband has been there.
Yeah.
And I go hang out with him when you're doing interviews, and we have a great old time,
Yeah.
And like he's always there supporting you. He's always there right beside you. Like, this is not something like, you don't have this ridiculous body count that a lot of people assume that you do. And
Yeah.
every time you tell everybody, no, you've only been with your husband. You've only been nobody believes that.
I mean, literally, I didn't think that I was the only one that did that, but the more I'm talking, I'm like, okay, maybe I am just like kind of rare. But yeah, I've been with one other guy other than my husband. I guess that, to me, that's like, should be the way it should be. But everybody thinks that's so like not normal today. I don't know.
And as soon as you start preaching family values, they attack you.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's on the guy side too. We're promoted to expose, to give, or use this pause as well too. And photographers will do this sneaky thing too. I don't know if anybody else is going to work with you if you have this behavior, or if you say no and use the superpower and put your foot down and say no. It's like, well, I could tell such and such not to work with you if this happens. And it's like, guys don't get paid enough in the industry compared to women too. So there's an imbalance of pay gap. We're talking about modeling. So they'll use that against you because the pay for guys is exposure. And when they're telling you they're going to burn a bridge down and not expose you, like, to me, that's like a big thing. It's almost 10 amounts of blackmail. And also, here's the thing. The accusations levied against me, like I was saying, I didn't have sex on camera in the industry. None of this happened. So I didn't have a body count. I didn't lose my V card till I was like 25. So I don't have a high body count myself for being a guy. And we're being shamed for not having high body counts. We're called incels. So that's the thing though. It's like, you want to promote, guys from not sleeping.
You're damned if you're do, damned if you're down. Exactly.
Right. Mm-hmm. So this knife, they're using to cut both sides. So it's like, there's no way that you could choose. But here's the thing though. I'm going to be the person who's the antagonist and fight against the popular culture right now and actually try to preserve women's V card and try to tell guys to maintain some dick discipline. And then not to mention this, but you're actually jeopardizing yourself when you put sex and everything else before a relationship, because now you're clouded and your judgment's clouded. And then you're not going to really be making good decisions on the forefront of financial responsibility, of making prenups or anything else like this, because, the sex, to me, that doesn't make any sense. And we're being ran by a machine.
Now I know why they attack you, because all this stuff you're saying right now, it pisses them off, because you can't take back some of this stuff. It's not like girls can go back and take back all the guys they slept with. It's not like you can go back and get years of no. So it's like you're telling them things they can't change. So of course they're going to attack you.
Well, and see, the thing is, like, be honest with everybody that's watching. I have a bigger hoe pass than both of them combined. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Bragging. I'm not saying that bragging rights. I'm just saying that I've told you guys, like, I tell guys all the time, look, you need to value your dick in the sense of, like, not every woman is worth your seed. Not every woman is worth carrying your legacy. And that's what you're risking in doing that. And then once, I show everybody like this, the thing that I taught my youth group with this little paper heart. I'm not doing it today, guys. I'm not doing it again. Don't make me do it again. So I know you guys like to laugh at me. But I show them this example of a heart, and I tell them the story of what I told my youth group when I was a youth pastor, and symbolizing how, like, when you have sex and you're giving yourself away to people, you're giving a piece of you that you're never going to be able to get back. This essence of you're never going to get back. And so then when you finally find this person that you want to marry or whatever, you get in a relationship with, you're giving them this tainted heart that has been already damaged, bruised, has been through some horrible stuff and all this baggage. And then you're expecting them to give you this full heart that's not damaged. Where do you feel like the value exchanges? You're not. You're giving them something that's been destroyed and tainted, and you want something that's brand new. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The best way that you could do that is, instead of setting yourself up for failure in relationships, is preserving yourself. And I've said this before. Trust me, guys. There's nothing you learn by having sex with somebody that you can't learn by not having sex with them. I'm sorry. There's no information that you download when your penis inserts into the vagina. I've tried it. It doesn't work. I didn't learn anything new. So there's nothing there that you gain. it's for your ego, if anything. And
Yeah.
people don't realize that is that, you know, you could really ruin a relationship when you actually prioritize the sex first. You know, something could actually be there, but since you are over, you know, hyper focused on the sex and making sure that you get laid and that the sex is good, that you're not looking at other qualities that
But
would make the relationship good.
I honestly think though that if the guy really likes her, he's very, very attracted to her. I don't honestly believe that he's just gonna, just because she doesn't give him sex, he's just gonna like walk away. I know they
Yeah,
say that kind of stuff, but I think they say that to girls that are like, maybe they're like, yes, no, take it or leave it. But I think if you really, really like somebody, I don't think that just because she doesn't give you sex right away, they're gonna run. I don't,
I think really
That's
what it
most of
is more the
blackmail.
sexual desire. They have to have that. I think it's
yeah,
like that desire has to be there. Like she
right,
wants to do it, but she's not going to go. She's not going to cross the line, right?
right. Mhm.
He wants to, but he's not going to cross the line. I think that's necessary
And
in
I
order
don't
for
think they're
there
gonna
to
tell a
relationship to
girl
grow.
that now.
No,
Yeah,
of course not. Of
yeah.
course not.
Well, people
But
are
I
doing
think
this a
guys
lot.
should focus on that more than the actual act itself.
People like to hold people emotionally hostage all the time and use this as like a trading barter system. And really, you're degrading a relationship and dumbing it down to like, if you don't seal the deal now, it's never going to happen. Insert like red pill quote. That's the problem, though. Is like we have different versions of red pill. There was like this mass. I would call this a split. Of I would say red pill content creators, and it's like, well, what kind of you ever see that movie Civil War? It's like, what kind of
Mhm.
American are you? Well, what kind of red pill are you? Are you the person that's likes to sleep around and do this? Are you a person that just looks at facts over feelings? Like that's the problem here. Is like we don't really have a mainstay or a hub to look at. That's why I've chosen like Orthodox Christianity, because it's like at least fair and consistent, and we have a grounding. So it's like when you say red pill, nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. So as Gia was talking about the word degenerate, it's like red pill's the same thing because it's been used so many times because the
Yeah.
Matrix and everything. What red pill are you talking about? It can mean anything. It can mean I'm a hoe, a male hoe. It can just mean somebody that's wise to female decisions and behaviors and things like this. But it's like it's almost a meaningless word at this point, to be
Well,
honest.
I liken it to the Bible. Like everybody
Yeah.
can take a scripture and cherry pick what they want and then make that into a religion. But at the end of the day, there is a clear, there is very few people actually practicing all of it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and it's almost impossible. Nobody could live up to everything in the Bible. And our goal is to try to pursue that, to try to get there, you know, in
hmm
this journey. I think that is the real, you know, point of this. Jesus showed us by an example how to live this life, how to go through everything and not fall short, right? And that's what we try to aspire to. Now, will we ever get there by the end of our life? Probably not. But the whole goal is to get a lot closer than we are today. And you know, I think the biggest problem is that people don't want to really put in the work to make the change. We want to talk about the problem. And this is what the red pill is really good at. It's really good at highlighting the problems that men are facing, the problems that we are dealing with, right? But where we fall short is actually wanting to do the work to course correct. Like when I say that, when I hear people say like, well, feminism is the problem, um uh female promiscuity is the problem, and I'll say, okay, yes, I agree with you. But then when I see their solutions are ways to capitalize on feminism or to ways to capitalize on female promiscuity for personal gain, well, then you're not combating the problem. You're actually benefiting from the problem. So you really have no goal or no desire to eradicate the problem, right? And so that's where my biggest, you know, beef is when I hear a lot of the content creators in the space talking about it, is that they don't really provide a solution that actually addresses the main issue.
And
And
I used to do it too in the beginning. I would tend to blame feminism, but I start realizing that even if feminism didn't exist, there would be something else because it comes down to humans being self-sabotaging and being selfish, right? And like
yeah,
when you understand that anybody who seeks their own interest is going to toss out common sense.
Well, here's
Yeah.
the problem. Remember when I brought up the content creators that I talked about, the main one, and then there's a boyfriend and stuff. This is what I was going to get to, but I, for some reason, had a brain fart to get to it. Think about this. I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say you have a therapist that wanted a booming practice, and every patient that they had on their couch, they actually gave a solution to. Well, what business model are you creating when you're eliminating your customers? And the problem with this is that when we have these content creators that do go after feminism and destroy them, but yet the lifestyle you are living yourself is literally creating the product by blackpilling more men at the same time by your relationship, whatever it is. It's like, okay, why would you want to ruin your business model by actually providing solutions? So I get logically why they would never want to come up with solutions, but it's like, you see how this is circular and all you're doing is genius marketing by anybody's standard, but this is not a solution. All it is just marketing at its finest. That's it.
Well, really what you're doing is you're choosing to capitalize on the individual's pain for your own benefit and not really provide any help for them at this time. Like, and that to me is the biggest problem, because they appeal to them like, oh, I understand your pain. I understand your, I get what you're going through. But they people buy into
They
that. Like,
don't,
oh, they understand
but you
you.
have to also understand that they don't believe that there is a solution, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been said a million times, enjoy the decline.
And
They
see,
don't
that to me
believe
is
there's a solution.
Yeah, that's
that to me
crazy.
is not a masculine worldview. That's
Relationships make oil salesmen. That's really what this is.
Yeah.
Even if they do know or don't know, this is a problem, and that's why this needs to be addressed. I think we need to have more conversations. And actually, what I do as a debater is I expose a lot of logical fallacies, and if things don't make sense, I then talk about these issues, and it pisses people the fuck off, and rightfully so. I'm glad I can do this. I need thick skin to do this, and all I'm going to do is just harden my resolve as they fight me and hit me with swords all day long. It's like, yeah, you can defame me with my past that never happened. But here's the thing, though. I've seen Gia's post. I like her content. I like your content when you produce it. But it's like we all need to form a one accord and keep fighting this. And people don't understand this. They may hate us, but it's like we have a purpose and function and duty at the end of the day. And we see that whereas they don't.
Yeah, no, and I think people like don't realize like we need to be more solution based in the sense of what are the actionable solutions that we could take. Where's the actionable solutions? We could talk about the problems.
Well,
and we can
I think we can talk about what has worked for us, right? At the
Mhm.
end of the day, we can talk about experiences that have worked for us or for other people that we've actually witnessed. It doesn't mean that it's always going to work for everybody. And I think we have to there's discernment, right? I always say
Yeah.
discernment is so important because if you turn, a lot of content creators get into this habit of thinking they're going to change the world. Okay.
Mhm.
They come into the scene and they think, oh, I'm going to be the change. And they start virtue signaling everywhere. And then they start attacking people. And I'm better than you because I'm going to do this. This is where it gets dangerous, right?
Mhm.
Be humble, have discernment, understand you can share your perspective, you can share your experiences, but at the end of the day, this world is not going anywhere good, and we have to admit that.
That's a
And we
good
have
point
to
to
say,
bring up. It's a really
but we
good
have to
point.
say, like, what do we want to do about it though? At the end of the day, it's not going anywhere good.
You
But
can
what are
you
we
can
going to do
say
about it?
you can do the right thing yourself, right? Keep actively going against evil, right? Yourself, self accountability, but then take somebody along with you and then help them take somebody else along with you, right? So it's little communities, but ultimately we have to be willing to get in front of them and have real connections because there is no respect does not exist online, guys. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. I do, which is probably different from people on the panel, but I'm going to say this. I definitely go to war against these people. I'll go on panels, I'll do debates, and they'll say, well, this is why sleeping around is good. Great. I love to do a panel with this person to destroy their ideology. Let's say Gia and Glenn, I do not change their mind. Well, there's 10,000 people watching these debates. I can change the minds and hearts of these people at home. They can say, well, oh, Marte's convinced me of his point. This makes more sense. Yeah, they are producing problems and not solutions. So that's what I do. I pick up a sword and I fight in the arena. Everybody has their own way of doing this through posts, content that they produce. But I think that to complain and not do anything is almost like a sin of omission. If you see a child being touched and you do nothing, how are you not complicit? This is the same logic that people apply and then say, well, I'll throw this back at them and say, you're complaining, but you're not doing anything. How great.
Well, you're right. You're right.
A lot of
Pointing
people
fingers gets
have
nowhere.
a lot of people have made the red pill their destination instead of treating it like a gas station. instead of coming in here, getting the information and the tools that you need and going back on your journey, they have made it their home. And they actually have the sense of community in these echo chambers where they get to say, women ain't shit. What's the point? You know, there's no marriageable women that just enjoy the decline. And unfortunately, there's people capitalizing on that instead of saying, you know what? This is a problem. Let's do something about it. Now, instead, we may never in our lifetime actually see the fruits of our labor, but our children's children may benefit from it. And if you don't have that mindset, you know, and if you're not thinking about how it's going to affect the generations that you are leaving, you know, this earth with, then that's a problem.
But
And a
Glenn,
lot
let
of
me
people
ask
are like, well, I
you.
don't have kids. I'm not going to have kids. Well, you have nephews. You have other loved ones that, you know, are going to have kids. What about there?
But Glenn, let me ask you something. What would you do, okay, if they don't want to ever leave their house, they don't want to get out of isolation, okay? They don't want to start meeting up in person and making real life connections. How would you suggest somebody having or changing that? Because ultimately what's happening is that everybody's gravitating online and staying in that group because they don't want to get outside their bubble. They don't want to do anything other than what they're doing currently.
Yeah, and well, see, here's the thing. There's certain people that just want to stay where they're at and they want to bitch and complain about it because they enjoy being a victim. Being a victim is beneficial
It's
because
easy.
if it's always somebody else's fault, then you don't have to be accountable. You're not having to be accountable for where you're at because you don't have the power to do anything about it. So it's a lot easier for these guys to say, you know what, this is how it is. Enjoy the decline, because that means they don't have to put in the work to improve themselves or to change their own behavior to impact other people's behavior, right? And if they don't want to have to do that, then that's less work for them. They can just
And
point out
it's a mental illness
it
because
is.
remember what
It
I
is
told you
definitely a
when you
mental
feed
illness.
True.
emotionals, when you are going after emotional connection and not real in-person connections, it actually creates a mental illness over time.
Yeah, and it's what it is like it's a lot easier to not have to do any work,
Yeah.
you know, and they develop a mental illness. And the sad thing is there are creators that are capitalizing on this thing and encouraging people not to, you know, try to do better or try to, you know, put themselves in a better position, because what's the point? You know, you could do better all you want, but doesn't mean that these people are going to be better, you know, so screw it. Might as well just enjoy the decline, you know, just bang hoes and, you know, and
But
how does
but
that solve the problem?
unfortunately, there's going to be a larger crowd, right? They're going to have the majority than the ones who are actually going to do action. So if you're looking at it in terms of monetization, they will win because that is what social media has become.
Well, yeah, the
Yeah.
sad thing is the truth is not valuable in the sense that it used to be anymore. You know, I tell people, like, when I get mad, it's not get mad at somebody for, you know, what they're saying or if they're correcting me. I'm mad at the fact whether or not they're telling me the truth or not. You know, if Marte's like, Glenn, you're falling short here, and I'm like, no, I'm not. And he's just saying this because he's just trying to criticize me. I'm going to be more mad, not what he says, but the fact that he's lying to me, right? Now, if I am mad that he's telling me something that is true and I'm mad about it, it's not because I'm mad at him. I'm mad at that I falling short and not meeting the standard. But the power here is that I could do something about that. I could
Here's
change
a
that.
here's a
But
perfect
people don't see that.
example. Just this month alone, they have taken down over 1,100 fake Google links associated with my name and my image. Okay. In just this month alone, and it hasn't even scratched the surface. So that means that the real authentic person does not get the same activity, likes, followers, or even monetization over the fakes. That
Yeah.
gives you an example of why the real will never win, not in this sphere.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you brought that up. So in my accusations, this isn't a complete sidebar, by the way. Remember when they brought up the fact that I was on gay escort sites? The way that I discovered this was through this accusation. I never knew about any of this stuff. And then when I popped up and saw the link, I'm like, okay, where's my money at for being on said, sites or any of this stuff? So it's like when I'm learning more about myself than I even know. Apparently that's false. All this stuff was on sites. I had no control over this. And apparently it's like I'm reading stuff that some editor put out that I can take showers with men and I'm an escort. And I'm like, this is insane. And I'm reading all this stuff after the intellectual properties left my hands and I signed contracts. And I'm like, now all of a sudden I'm on sites I never knew about. This is happening. So somebody's making money off of my image out there. And I'm not saying
way more money than you are.
no.
What's
I
crazy
have
is
my
also,
manager telling me that they've had people contacted them because plane tickets were sent out, thousands of dollars and all these are these impersonators. They're not even me.
well,
That's
here's the crazy
crazy.
thing, and in the age of technology that we're in, there's a lot of deep fakes too.
Yeah.
That's something that we have to also now be concerned about, is these deep fake videos and images, that someone could take your image and then put you in like some video that you never did, but your likeness is now being utilized.
Yeah, they've said that I'm in Playboy. They've said, oh, never been in Playboy, not even a second. Playboy doesn't even know I exist. Like they just make up stuff all day
Oh, I'm
long.
sure Playboy knows you exist, but they're just not getting the
Yeah.
calls.
It's just like it's absurd the things that they say online and they get away with it. People
Oh yeah.
they want the lie.
So here's another thing. I think that there should be a push for accountability for those that are spreading the lie, those that are propagating the lie, and there should be some form. And they need to not make this
But you're
defamation or these.
but you're fighting ghosts. You're fighting ghosts. Let me tell you why. Because I've been doing this for a decade, right? I have tons
Mhm.
of really good attorneys. The problem is that in the United States there are rules, right? And there are laws that you can fight against. And the ones in the United States, I have won. What's happening is that most of these sites are in Nigeria,
Mm.
India, Pakistan. Okay. So what they do is in order to get anything done, you'd have to get an attorney here, have that attorney contact an attorney over there. That attorney would have to now go through an investigation to try to find the PC that is located and the person, which all these come from fake PCs, fake numbers, fake names. You are up you're not winning. You're not winning.
Good luck.
Yeah,
That's
like all the
yeah.
proxies and all the VPNs that they're
And
bouncing off of.
it gets worse than this. I can't tell you how many girls have had their security cams inside their house. They've
Mhm.
had those cams bugged and people have
Oh yeah,
stolen those tapes. And these attorneys have files of girls with cases. It's insane. You have no
that's why
idea
I
how
always
bad this
recommend
problem
like a
is.
closed circuit. Don't get like those Wi-Fi cameras, you guys. Like, don't get those like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get a closed circuit, cameras if you're going to have them up in your home, because
Yeah.
I
those are the
mean,
only ones
the
that
stuff that's
protect you.
going on in the dark net, people have no idea. It gets so dark. That's why when I try to say this stuff, it goes right over people's head.
Yeah.
Well,
You
they're
know,
not in the industry and they don't understand this. It's hard to explain it to them, first of all. So, because we're in the industry, we understand this lingo, but this conversation, hopefully, we can break it down to the bite size so they can understand that the delegitimize culture of this that we need to bring about. I think that if we can start doing this and have a discussion about this, it's very important because a lot of our images get falsely used and a lot of people are making money and capitalizing out of things. So, we're in 3 places at one time and don't even know about this, which is
Yeah.
yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
And here's the thing. I don't think a lot of people talk about it because it has been like, even like with the Diddy stuff, reason why people didn't come out about it for so long is because it was business as usual. It was pushed on them as this is how it's normally done.
It's normalized.
And you know what? Honestly, what ends up happening is the girls they mock the girls. So if any girl comes out and says this was done to me, I've seen it a million times. They go, "Oh, you're playing the victim. Stop playing the victim." That's what literally that's what they do to these girls. Like nobody can even tell the truth without being shamed and mocked.
Yeah, and it's sad because even like and as girls it's bad, but for guys it's pretty bad too, because even if like how would you then find yourself in that position? Like you don't
That's
realize
what
like,
they say. Yeah, they're like, "Oh, you put yourself there, and now that's the consequences. Deal with it." They do that
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah.
and it's sad because I mean I remember getting asked by a casting director to be a part of a music video, and like they're telling me, oh, it's a real prominent, you know, artist. They're huge. Their name's out there. You know, you're definitely gonna want to be on this one. And then I'm like, okay, who's the artist? And they're like Little Nas X. I was like, no, thank you. I was like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
And I turned it down. They were offering me like
music videos. Yeah, for sure.
They were offering me like close to 10 grand to be a part of this video. And I'm like, what is this video? And I come to find out one of my buddies actually ended up doing the shoot. And he calls me up. He's like, bro, you do not want you, bro. I'm about to walk. You know, he ends up walking because it was that prison video where he's in this prison. They're all wearing like pink, you know, jumpsuits. And there's this shower scene. And it's like, I guess, rather explicit. And that's what they were paying people for. And
of course,
it was
big money. If big money is involved, it's always immoral or illegal every single time.
And I was like, because I've done plenty of music videos and I've never got offered, you know, anything near, like the most I've got offered for a music video was $1,000. So for anything like north of 1,000, like it had to be something crazy, right?
Well, this is why a lot of bodybuilders fall prey to industry standards, and they'll call it industry standards when really it's not industry standards at all. The photographers will come to you and tell you, oh, these drugs are expensive to bodybuild. Oh, the food and diet is so expensive, right? This will help you out with your next month's rent, because they know that bodybuilders in the NPC that compete, they don't get paid shit. And they know that pros, it's hard to get a contract. Even though I had a contract with MHP, it's like they don't pay as much as NBA, NFL, or anybody else. So what they do is they loop you in with this materialist agenda and say, hey, I'll give you this if you do a little bit this. So it's like, if you sell a sliver of your soul, it's not going to be that bad. And that's what happens.
It's worse for the girls. They'll tell stuff like, you need me, you're not going to get the pro card if you don't do this. Like, they do all that stuff, all of it.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of people that want to come up and ask, you know, questions. So Marte and Gia, I want to bring that up to you guys. I'm okay.
It's Gia's the one that's going to be the make or break it.
Honestly, a lot of the
like I'm not going to argue. Like, I'm not one of those people. I don't. Go ahead.
I'll debate.
I do think a lot of the questions are going to be geared towards Marte at this time. But you know, you guys got to hit the like, show some love. You know, get these numbers up, get these likes up. If you know you want from us, you got to give some too. All right, you guys can support the channel. You know, I'm gonna play this little promo, and then I'll drop the link, and we'll go from there. All right. Men are in crisis. Fatherless homes, broken marriages, silent battles no one sees. But weakness, pandering as wisdom, that ends here. Thor once wrote, "The masculine presence doesn't whine, it doesn't shrink. It builds, it conquers, it creates." The sons of Thor exist to forge men into protectors, providers, and patriarchs. This isn't theory. This isn't victimhood. This is brotherhood. Be watchful, stand firm in faith, act like men, be strong. Here, iron sharpens iron. Here, excuses are stripped away. Here, men are remade. This is the forge. This is the call. This is Sons of Thor. All right, and we're back. So for everybody that's coming up, because of the issues I've had before, people P-bombing, and if those that know what P-bombing is, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. I need you to turn on your camera in the back chat just so I know that you are a real person, and then you're not going to pull out your penis. This is a penis-free zone. And I'm going to bring you guys up one at a time. Not gonna
And
have like
please
a
don't-
bunch of
Please
people
don't
just
break
like
TOS
relating.
as well too. We have certain words on YouTube. Try it because due to the nature of the allegations and conversation, don't
Yeah.
say the FG word, slurs, things like this. Try to stay away from that contextually because if you destroy this guy's channel, I'm going to come after you in debates and anyways, don't break TOS.
Yes, please don't do any of that. So we got 10th man in the back, so I'm gonna bring him up. He already turned on his camera. I know who he is. So he's gonna be cam down. So here we go. I'm gonna bring him up, and he has some questions.
Hi. So I really wish that you hadn't shared the link to everybody because I wanted to be able to put stuff in the back. Are there people in the back?
No,
There's no one in the backstage.
nope.
All right, 1 second. Bear with me. So, sir, I don't know you. I know you don't know me. My name is 10th Man. I'm a pseudo gonzo journalist.
I've seen you on
And,
panels before. Sarah's
Yeah,
panel.
yeah, yeah. So, listen, we talked about you yesterday. I got no shade against you. I don't have an agenda coming up here. I just want to ask you one thing, if you could. The other hand that you didn't just use to pick up the, can you hold that up to the camera like this? Okay, a little closer, just the,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. All right, and then do you know what this is? I'm just coming in with my other account. I'm not calling you out publicly about any of this. That's why I want to know that there's nobody in the backstage. Are you on Discord? Can I just send this to you instead? Because I don't want this to be weird.
I'm on Discord as well too. Yeah.
How do I find you?
Marte
Are you in
Rayleigh.
Tomato?
No, I don't think I'm there, but I'm on I'm in the Crucible, I'm in Fatty's Discord. What about Wick? Wick's Discord.
Here, see if you can find this. I want to make this quick, and I don't want to take over the show, right? Just
I'm
so
also on
this is my Discord link in the back. See if you can try to add me.
Oh, I got you right here. Hold on, let me see if I can plug this in here. Give me 2 seconds, okay?
Yeah.
Is that with the parentheses too and all that stuff too, or?
I think so. Here, do this. Here, 1 second here. Let me get you a link to my Discord. You don't have to stay in it. There's just me and a couple ladies in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do this. I don't mind. People. I don't know how to do it very well. I just lost it. 1 second here. This one here. Here, this is my specific Discord. I don't really use it.
I got you. I see it right here. All right, I'm gonna send you a request. I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible because I don't want to like hold up the stream too much.
It's usually pretty slow post over here anyway, but I don't want to take up your time. So did you join the server so I can find
I got you right here. Yep, I'm here. Yep.
All right. General. There you are.
10th man. Okay, I see it.
Yep. And you can leave whenever you want. I just want to so accept me as a friend. And then just send me a text message if you could, and then I'll be able to see you in my list. And then I just want to type a couple things in there, please.
All right, I accepted you.
All right. Can you just send? Oh yeah, there you are. All right. Do you know what this is here? 1 second.
This is fascinating right now because
yeah. Just I did a little bit of research because of Glenn's show yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So that, you know that?
I don't see anything yet. The name?
I just sent you it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that is. That was the.
And you know what this is, right?
Yeah, I know what the name
is.
Yeah, I know what that is. That's the solo content I shot.
Okay. All right. So and then that's the end of my questions. Other than this, I don't have any problem with you. You seem like a okay guy, but you know, I didn't hear any. I've been watching this whole thing, and I didn't hear anybody bring up the fact about that most of those things we listened to on Twitter were about the F word. And I'm just going to turn off my camera before I start screaming. It's not about you. It's just, I'm a gay man. And then I hear all this F word. And I did intensive research and actually accidentally played that video on my stream last night. And I've been trying to cut it out ever since. I shared the wrong screen. just it paused. So, this is the issue. I also had I'm not going to get into that. I might as well. I also had an issue on Tomato a couple weeks ago where then someone's wife was in the chat calling me names and stuff. And so this is the real weird thing is they're calling you the F word and Andrew and all that stuff, right? And I actually appreciate how you guys handled that and didn't like turn it into a gay thing like they were trying to. Much respect. Nothing that you did in any of this stuff is gay. And that was the whole point of my stream last night, how I accidentally shared part of this. None of it's gay. None of it. It's disgusting what they did to you. Not because of what you did, but because they tried to turn it into something it wasn't. And it's disgusting.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. The reason why I hate the F word and why I don't use this in debates is because it's really lowbrow gut punching. It doesn't hit to the heart of the issue, and the thing that you actually disagree with is your own viewpoints. So when you do this, you're actually attacking a whole community of people, and you're turning people away from the thing that you want them to accept change for. To me, it's actually doing a disservice and actually doing the opposite of the change that you want to see in the world. For me to convert somebody and say, well, I want people to stop this activity, for me to use this word, that's not going to make them stop. It makes no sense.
And see, I'm a different kind of gay. I talk about monogamy. I talk about like good things that can come along with it. And then other people are like, oh, you're all these horrible things. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And also a lot of other people aren't, right? And I just wish that people would stop attacking each other all the time and realize that the government's the actual problem. You know, when you got two guys like, and I'll leave so somebody else can come up when Glenn gets back, but you know, you got two guys like Tash Patel and Dan Bongino looking like they both saw a ghost and that their family got something pointed at their head off camera behind a curtain, right? After talking about this stuff for 8-10 years or whatever. And I'm like, so you guys thought these guys weren't agents the whole time? Right.
Yeah.
And I also found out about you a little bit. See, because I don't pay attention to you guys. I was in the 1A community, cop watching, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I just ended up over here by accident after leaving the internet for over 2 years. So I'm a journalist kind of, right? And that's why I had this stuff all found within 15 minutes.
So I'll ask you a question, 10th Man, real quick, since it's around the subject. I'm glad that you believe in monogamy. I'm a really staunch proponent of this. Gia as well, too. And I believe Glenn is, too. But beside the point, this is the thing I want to ask you. Since you're a journalist and you could deep dive and you have admittedly said you are gay yourself, I just want to hear again, you've not seen any gay activity from me, right? No evidence.
Zero. Well, it was a tiny bit gay when you were rubbing your bum with the stuff, but I had ladies on the show. And I said, ladies, are you guys like the moisturizer? And I'm like, I said to the ladies, I said, do you guys like asses? Like, would this be hot to you? And they're like, yeah. So I'm like, then this ain't gay at all.
So 10th Man, there's two versions of gay that I would attack. I would say, well, if I told Glenn what he's doing is gay, I would mean stupid. You know, so there's two different versions of gay. So yeah. So if you were to ask me what I did was gay, you would know what I mean when I say, yeah, I think that's pretty gay what I did. So,
yeah, it was like maybe 15% gay.
Yeah, I would say
but only certain parts of it. So it's really like
100% stupid. I would say it's 100% gay. It's 100%.
You were young. How old were you there? Like 20?
I was young. I got paid.
Young.
They paid me a shit ton of money to do that. Yeah.
Listen, bro, you're all right, hot, but you know, not you're not the hottest, but you know, you're all right. All right. So anyway, the other people in the waiting, Glenn?
Yep.
All right, I'll take off. Peace.
All right, take care.
Thank you, man. All right. Well, you've been certified by a gay guy that was non-gay.
Both people like me. I don't care. It just means I'm not an ugly guy, I guess. So
I mean, it's been certified. I mean, you can't get more certification from a non-gay guy or from a gay guy that you're not gay.
Yeah, that's pretty certifiable for sure.
I mean, you would say that gay people would know gay when they see gay. You know,
Especially a guy that calls himself a journalist and looks deep dives and does all this and is actually gay. He would have probably found something. Somebody would have found something, right?
he wouldn't know where to look, right? You would assume.
I would assume with the free internet that we have right now with VPNs and everything else, yeah, free market galore. Can't find anything. So yeah.
Now, you know, I pointed this out yesterday too, because you know it's funny because Gavin Newsom also like levied the gay slur over at Tom McDonald, and I'm gonna have Tom McDonald on later on this week, and he called Tom McDonald gay because of his the song "The Devil Is a Democrat," right? It was crazy is that these people on the left they're all pro LGBT, they're all pro gay, whatever, but then they'll use that term as a means to like attack somebody that's against them. So
It's like what it's like what Gia was saying with the word degenerate. It's been used so many times that now it's like, oh, it's meaningless. It's like saying, well, my ex was a person that was just heartless, right? What was the word that they use? They'll use this all the time. Manipulative. I forgot whatever that word is. It's meaningless. It's not even in the DSM-5. Well, I mean, it is, but it's like less than 2% of these people that are that. So it's like they're meaningless. Just like calling somebody, well, you're indecisive. Oh, my ex was bipolar. Okay, are you a psychologist? Now we're making bipolar meaningless. So yeah.
Oh yeah. And what do you got to say because we had other people in the back that are not longer here, but what do you have to say like to the detractors that, you know, that are now when everything has come out and, you know, the accusations are not valid. What do you have to say to them? Like, where are they at? Why aren't they here? You know,
well, what I will say is that they do have a purpose. I think all of you would agree with me, meaning you and Gia. Even our enemies have a purpose, right? They're there to show the contrast between the good and the bad. I think that if they weren't there, the good wouldn't be as purposeful, right? We wouldn't have glory. We wouldn't have a win. There would never be W's if it weren't for these people. So for me to come here and mud stomp people in debates on YouTube, it's a great thing because what I'm doing is actually I'm tearing down their ideology and showing them what their premise is, their belief system of hoeing around whatever this is, even as men, is false. It's not conducive towards society. And that's really what it is. I'm just a magnifying glass. That's all I am.
Yeah. I just think maybe the truth is not important to people.
No, it's
especially
not
these detractors.
I always said it's if they can't control you, then they'll control how other people view you.
Yeah.
It's true. Propaganda comes in many forms. This could be from third party, you know, first party. It could be from yourself, things that you utter, others repeat, you know, especially if you have a decent following, you know, you can utter something, but it's like if it gets debunked and you get pissed off about this and you levy personal attacks, that's exposure at its finest. If you don't have an argument and all you have is personal attacks, yeah, good. All this gets exposed, and that's why I love platforms like YouTube for debates and everything.
Yeah, you know, I'm concerned about like platforms like this are eventually going to be so polarizing that like, you know, they're not going to. TOS is already so vague. You could violate it and not even know it. I think eventually, like, you know, creators are going to have to do what like Andrew has done and taking the stuff off site just to preserve their content. You know, just so you know, like I messaged some of these guys that I know who have been very vocal against you, and I said, hey, there has been, you know, evidence that has been resurfaced that refutes the claims that are being against them that you guys are making. If you want to, you know, come up and address this is your time, because if not, then it's not, you guys are not on the side of the truth. And that's the thing that's more important than any of this. The truth is the most important factor here. It's not whether or not that is the real problem here. What is being spewed? Yeah. Is it fact or is it false? If it's false and it's being sold as truth, then the people selling the lie, the character is the problem that we really need to address. It's that character that they're willing to sell a lie as truth and not willing to recourse their actions once they know that the truth is out.
It's what Gia was talking about. She mentioned a very key word that's prime, and I want everybody to pay attention to this: integrity. To me, it's not just a word. It's not a meaningless word. It's something that we can be firm, fair, and consistent in. And it's an unchanging standard, because once you lie, everything, therefore, moving forward is questioned, right? If you're in a marriage and your husband lies to you and he cheated on you once, you're going to question everything he does when he goes out just to get milk. Is he really going to get milk? But it's like, this wouldn't be questioned if your integrity wasn't rocked. And going back to this, I appreciate you by opening up a platform so that way these detractors can come and maybe ask you questions or challenge me. Things like, this is what I do best. I live for this. Matter of fact, this is probably going to be the highlight of my day if any of them show up.
I always tell people that they should not be, they should want people to ask them for receipts. Like, I have no problem providing any receipt about anything that I claim or anything that I say. I will show you my receipts. And you know what? I could be wrong. My receipts could be wrong, but I have no problem showing the evidence and how I come to this conclusion or this thought pattern or this, overall view of something. I have no problem showing my work. I think men should take the time to actually appreciate that. If you actually appreciate that, it's not a dig. When people are saying like, oh, I need to see the receipts. Yes, they're saying, I hear what you're saying. I don't trust you. You should want them to not trust you. This is an opportunity for you to actually prove your value and prove that you are credible and not just somebody that's a talking head. Like,
well, there's different forms of receipts. I mean, Gia just pointed out one. She can then say, well, these got leaked during my relationship and they were just between me and my husband. I don't understand how this got out. That makes no sense. And really what they did was they used my photos without my permission, right? We can say that. But then here's the thing, though. If somebody comes out and accuses her and says, well, this is all, you've hid all this information and all these photos that are leaked and everything else. You've never once talked about this. All she can do, here's what she can do. She'll post the link to this very conversation and say, hold on, that's a receipt right here. I didn't hide this. I put this out there. I've been honest this whole time. What else do you got? So it's like receipts cut both ways. So
and here's the thing, though, is like people assume also that they are entitled to know everything about your life.
Thank you. That's what they do.
And you're not entitled. People are only entitled to what you choose to share with them.
That's true. It's a good point. Yeah.
And it's the same thing. Like people think that just because you're on YouTube or you're an influencer or whatever, that they have the right to know everything about you. No, you don't. You really don't. I have the right to have.
You're not even a human being anymore. You're a pinata right now at this point. It's like, oh, you're tough. You're a public figure. You can take this. No, I'm a human being. I have a block button and people override this all the time. So what Gia was saying is correct. There is no respect online when it comes to this.
There really isn't.
People violate this constantly. So
that's why
because I have blocked so many people.
That's why you can't argue and you can't that's why I always say it doesn't exist online. That's why it's so important that we make these real connections, because it's in these real life connections that you can actually get a phone number, talk to each other. They can actually see your real life, because when they actually experience your real life, meet your husband, meet your wife, see your family, see the way you live, that's when they know, oh, it's for real.
Yeah. And it's like I said, I've met Gia, I've met Gia's husband, met him now on 2 separate occasions, and I can tell you, no, that what she says is really what they live. She's not faking what she's talking about. I've seen them in action. I've seen their actions match their words, and there is credibility there. It's not just smoke and mirrors that people want to assume it is, and that's the confirmation that people don't look into. They don't take the time to validate what is being said. And it goes both ways too. It's really sad because there's a lot of people that will just buy anything anybody says on YouTube or on the internet. And if that's the case, I got beachfront property out in Idaho I can sell you guys if you're interested in the market, right? But at the same time, it's almost like this, like the whole believe all women thing. Remember that whole narrative came out, believe all women. So don't do your due diligence. Don't do due process. Do not do any fact finding. Just take what I say and that's, they get mad at you. Have you ever heard somebody get mad at you for asking them, well, I need to see the proof? Like they get mad, like, how dare you have the audacity to ask me to verify what I'm saying to be true?
Yeah.
And they're not even worthy of getting that. They're not even worthy of any information. That's why in the debate that I had with Andrew, basically the ideology coming in, or the thought process, is like, don't give them any more information than they ask for. Why are they even deserving of any of this information? So when people rail against us, complain, jab us with attacks online, it's like, good, cool, but I'm not going to give you any more information. You don't own any rights to my property, my image, or anything else that I don't give up. This is nonsensical. People think that because you're out public, they own a part of you. This makes no sense. And where people derive this, it's like the notion where I could take Gia's image and just do whatever I want with this. No, this makes no sense, because people have families, lives, and things like this. They forget this. No, the online community is fake to a certain extent, but there's a certain point to where when you leave this and you start abusing these privileges that people have, and you start doxing people, doing all this other, you don't own any of this. You don't own a person. You don't own any of this. Yeah.
And you
I
know,
mean,
what's
honestly,
crazy
I would have rather had what's done to me done in real life, like
Mm,
a violent crime done to me in real life, because at least it's an experience that like I could move on from. But when
yeah.
somebody does stuff like this, it's like I'll be dead in the grave, and those pictures will be probably on the Vegas Strip. Like that's what happens in this industry.
And it's sad. There's so many predators, and even in this influencer space too, like, you know, like just in this, like, just in the space that we're in, you know, I have said, like, I came in the space to help men, you know, to help men get better, so that they don't have to deal with the pain and the struggles that they've been dealing with, helping them move on from the anger and rage. And I've realized that, like, my back has turned into a pincushion where all the blades that have been stabbed in there from other people who say they're about the same mission. And it's just like, it's crazy.
Well,
that
Gia's right. Gia's right for a certain extent. When she said, when I'm dead and gone, long gone, you know, these photos will be put on the Vegas Strip. We see this in real time. There are corn stars that have passed. Their videos are still online, and people are still making money off of people who are deceased, who have real families, things like this. This happens in the industry. Matter of fact, we have fitness women that pass away in the industry, and people are still using their pictures for monetary gain and sexualizing them. To me,
That same photographer who sold my image without my knowledge, and I made no compensation, nothing. The same photographer did it to 3 other girls, and those girls took shotguns to their mouth. They're not even here anymore.
Yeah. There was this movie director and producer. He scammed me and a bunch of other people out of millions of dollars. And I met him on a project. And 10th man, is that you again? All right. You know, he had these girls in Hawaii doing a photo shoot, or doing a proof of concept for a remake of Baywatch. And these women got like 3rd-degree sunburns. They were out in the sun for like 16 hours that day, no compensation, and just you know, he screwed so many people over, and he finally got locked up. He's finally in jail, and they used like my case and a couple other people's cases to build this like case against him. But it took people actually getting together and saying, hey, no, we are not going to accept this behavior. This is unbecoming. And it took people actually willing to, people that he knew that he was cool with, to actually out him before he actually got caught up, because people were running deflections for him. People were running cover.
Yeah.
And it's like, when we hear these lies being spewed about people, and if we do not nip it in the bud, like, here's one thing that I do. Even if I have a beef with somebody, if I don't like them, and I still hear you talk about them and you're lying about them or you're misrepresenting them, I would still defend them and say, no, you're wrong. This is not right. This is what it is. And not because I like them, but because it's the right thing to do.
Well, Glenn, you did this. Actually, that's how I found this video, believe it or not. And I did see 10th Man in the video in the comments later on. So here's the thing. When I was watching this video that you had sent me, I was like, well, hold on. I came at this guy, and meaning like I wanted to kind of like be in a combative arena with you and debate over something, right? And I was like, hold on. I kind of like, we have this ideological difference. Why is this guy defending me? But when you had explained this, you were like, no, this guy was attacked and there was no proof. He's being vilified for no reason. It makes no sense. And then 10th Man also adds in a whole community in a slur is being used. And to me, this is like injustice. You'll never see me or Andrew Wilson do this, but my opposition will do this, and I'll fight this every tooth and nail because it's disingenuous and it doesn't really make any sense. It's a personal and emotional attack, and it holds no justice grounds or anything like that. It's indefensible, actually, because it's just emotional banter.
Well, really,
No,
what it
it's
is, like, people
despicable.
need to
No.
stand up for what is right. I mean, I said, like, I'm not on the side of this person or this person. I'm on the side of the truth. Ultimately, I have lived a life where I believed a lot of lies, and a lot of lies end up leading me to a very rough time in my life. And I'm now at the point where I'm questioning everything, and I'm looking for the truth of these things. And I'm not on this side or this person's side or this political side or that political side. I'm on the side of what is true. I want to know what the truth is. That way that I am not being misled anymore. And I'm sharing with people what I'm discovering, along the way, so that they could even actually start doing the same thing themselves and start questioning what is true and what is not true. That way they can make the effort and be like, do their due diligence and not be deceived like I was deceived, because that's really what it is that, each side is throwing a narrative and spinning things a certain way because they want to appeal to people rather than just saying the truth. What is the truth?
I have a question. So I was in a meeting about this, not part of my science research about
That's fine.
stuff. So, what I don't understand is how these people found this information, and that doesn't matter right now. But when I had to go find the information, it really wasn't that hard to find. And then, like, now that I'm thinking about it after the fact, can I say post facto to sound smart like some people? So is it possible that you guys set this up as a skit for clicks and views because you knew somebody was going to find it eventually? So since you're starting to get really big, right? Wouldn't it make, because that's what I would do, right? Like, is that, did you guys set this up as a skit?
Well, then you have to say that you have to acknowledge that what you're saying is that you're willing to deceive people to assume that this is a skit, and then that your perception is that, well, if they're willing to, if I'm willing to deceive people, then they must be willing to deceive people, and then that's coming from a very solipsistic,
Here's the other part of the coin. Here's the other part of the coin. I had a conversation with Andrew Wilson about a year ago, right? And this happened over a year ago. I became his coach and trainer, and we were talking. He has since then become my best friend. And here's the thing, though. I told him, this is what happened in the past. I was involved in sex work. I just did solo stuff. He said, well, did you do this? Did you do anything with guys? I was like, no, it never happened. But I guarantee you, if I become a bigger name and doing debates and doing this, it's going to come out at some point. And then when I got attacked by a whole squadron of feminists, it came out, but it was in the comment section of like DMs and things like this. It didn't really surface that much. And then I told Andrew, I said, oh, I got attacked by my past. He said, we knew this would happen. And now that when I came at Raylan and he got pissed, now look what happened. So that's how this surfaced. I mean, I wish I could say easily that we planned this to buffer more attacks from happening.
Maybe you weren't part of it. That's a question for Andrew at this point then, but I'm actually banned from Raging Tomatoes chat for some reason. I got in her back chat last night and said, hey, is there a reason why I'm blocked in your chat? And she's like, why would you be blocked in the chat? And I'm like, just never mind. Leave it for another day. I'm not. Was that the end of her stream? Yeah. But is that the end of her stream? I'm not going to sit there and be like, you have to address this now. Like, it's all good. I run into somewhere else. It's all good.
I wouldn't even
go as far as say pretty confidently that I don't even think Andrew would manufacture this at all. I mean, they already have enough problems that they're having to deal with and enough tax. Like, I mean, you would have to really want to not have, you must not have any problems or any drama to deal with to have to want to manufacture this kind of drama.
I'm a journalist.
Right.
I'm asking questions.
No. I'm just clarifying. Like, I don't think people like that try to create this stuff. I mean, I do think that people that do manufacture their own drama. I mean, we do know that people do that all the time. It's a marketing tactic.
But if you go to any marketing specialist, they're going to tell you specifically it's better to manufacture a leak of this information to allow it to go to the public. They're going to tell
And
you that.
here's the thing, to 10th Man's point, just to give you another point that you can kind of like use as well too to bookmark this, is I don't need any more drama. I just wrapped up a debate that whites should get reparations from blacks. Do you think I need any more controversy, especially if I won that debate and it decimated the whole panel? So it's like if I'm creating issues like this, and I'm just having another debate saying whites are oppressed because blacks have all these scholarships. There's a BLM scholarship for them. And then not to mention that, if we have supremacy programs for the advancement of white people like they do for blacks, all of a sudden I'm racist. That's going to be the next debate I have. I don't need any more controversy because my debates and subjects and opinions do that for me. So I don't need to have like my past rise up and say, okay, I'm going to use this also. No, I'm already creating content.
What is the underlining? Just out of curiosity, what is the underlining theme for the reparations? Because I say that black people are not owed reparations. Period. I don't think that.
That's what that was. The underlying theme is that black people shouldn't get reparations. We should start from scratch in zero. Because if you do this, blacks owned other blacks. So are you saying you want reparations from blacks? And we have migrants coming into the country. So it's like, should they pay too? And matter of fact, we skipped this a couple generations. You mean people that never owned slaves today should have to pay for something they weren't involved in, privy to, or were able to stop at the time? So it's like, they got decimated. And what part of the debate was black people can't be racist? What? Destroy them on this premise too. So this is creating so much controversy, and I'm already vilified for this already. So me bringing up corn content that I produced solo in the past wouldn't actually help. It actually just, I'm like,
it would just be one more thing that they could discredit you with.
Well,
see, here's the thing. Somebody said this in the chat, and people are not getting this, is that they're not attacking the idea or your argument. They are attacking, trying to discredit the person. And you know what? I would say this. Andrew Tate is probably not the best role model that people should look at to model after, but he does say things right, and he is correct about certain things that he says. That doesn't make him wrong. Somebody could be wrong and a bad person or a bad influence, but they can still be telling the truth. And if the goal is to follow what is the truth, not the individual, then we need to separate the truth from the individual.
I mean, that's like a broken clock is right twice argument.
It is.
To be honest, like that's really.
Well, it is true.
Man, am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong on that. So
but I mean, it's like you still should have to verify. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is like whatever we tend to like, just tend to give people the benefit of the doubt without actually verifying things being said. And I think that's really what's more important in any of this. Because like I said, before I even reached out to you, I made sure that I listened to everything that there was being said about you. I looked at everything. I mean, even I had Braylon even just sent me a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, I've already seen all this. This does not mean gay, okay? Like it just doesn't, you know. So that level of accusation is not there. There's not enough substantial evidence to support this claim, and now you could say you may question someone in this manner because you found this content on this site, but then you would have to know how this content got there, and then finding out, oh, he doesn't have any authority or any rights to this material. Once the photographer takes it, then you're like, okay, now I'm more understanding and understand that maybe he has nothing to do with this to begin with. And just like Gia, they are a victim of someone abusing the rights of their image that they have and for their own personal capital gain. And not doing your due diligence and looking into it and see what all possibilities are available and just assuming that it's this one thing, that is dishonest, and that's being lazy in my opinion.
Right. So the problem with this is it becomes so fallacious to the point where it's like they can then say something like, well, because we don't have any evidence doesn't mean you're not gay. Okay, so you're going unfalsifiable with a fallacious claim of something that's unfalsifiable. It doesn't really make sense, because even when you are right and you're judicious in your approach and you're fair, firm, and consistent, and not to mention this, but you're honest, right? You're still wrong no matter what. That's how fallacious these claims are. And you can tell it's obvious because they offered F slurs during this whole debate and they tore down everybody. So it's like shrapnel. We're just going to go ahead and just kill everybody and have seppuku while we're having this debate. While we're saying we're going to kill you at the same, it makes no sense. You're going to kill yourself in the process of trying to kill me. So it's self-destructive in nature. For sure.
Yeah, and the sad thing is that I tend to see it's always the people that claim to carry the cross with them that seem to be the worst at this. This level of self-righteousness and piousness is just so bad. Like they forgot that their sins are also covered by the same grace that your sins are covered by, right? You know, it's like, we should be extending this level of grace and understanding.
But Glenn, we can take away this religious approach, and I use secular arguments all the time, which are more universal. And I can I can basically cite a secular argument. 10th man will be invested in this. You'll be invested in this. I don't want to divide people in the notion of saying it's so exclusive that only Christians need to be privy to this. No, I'm using logical sense and reasoning to destroy their arguments in real time without having to divide people by using F slurs and saying, oh, I'm going to lead the way with Christ I don't need to do anything like this. And that's the distinction between me and Nala Ray. She leads with that. I don't do any of this. All I do is use their own logic against them, and it's destroyed, because what they're doing is very fallacious, and they really don't have an argument, nor do they have any evidence or grounding to stand on.
Well, you guys, at this point, Gia is about to drop off, so I wanted to give her the opportunity to say her farewells, and thank her once again for coming on. You know, I look forward actually to the four of us, or the three of us, meeting up or being able to do that stream with Sterling later on this month. I think it'll be a really great stream and good conversation, because we don't have these conversations that actually dive into the nuance. Like
Marte, don't leave. I got a bit.
No, I'm here. It's I hope it's funny though, because it's better be entertaining.
It's kind of
Gia, do you have any
final
words, Gia? Oh, she just okay. She says in the back chat. She says I gotta head out.
All right, right into the bit, and then you can kick me or I'll leave or whatever. I just want to say, so I've preached this for my entire 6 years on YouTube. Public figures almost always go at this wrong, and from what I see so far, you're going about it completely right. And like you said, we might not even be friends. I don't know about that. None of that means anything. What's right is right. But what I always go back to is when Anthony Weiner showed his wiener, and then he was like, I apologize for the people that I've hurt, and he allowed them to destroy him with this. Don't stand there and go, I still have my morals. What happened in the past is not me. I did that because it was a time when I thought I could do that and it would be okay. And now I look back, and that's a cautionary tale for other people. See, because I'll tell you this, I became a Irish, Jewish, lesbian, something else. I can't remember the bit right now. And so the only reason, because, you know, I like to be all different things, and then that way I'm allowed to make fun of it. It's fun. And the only reason that I helped you about all this is because of my white guilt. I'm sorry for what white people did to you, but I'm not white.
White guilt is a psyop, by the way. But go ahead.
Yes, I feel terrible about the things that people I never met did. It's horrible.
Your artificial feelings are welcome here. I agree.
No, man, much respect. I really, like, we were in the chat and everybody thought that you were like trying to dance around this, like the truth. And then it changed in the chat, and even the people that I was talking to offline, they were all like, got to respect the guy.
It's a nothing burger at the end of the day, in my belief.
Yep.
So
much respect. I'll be in the chat.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it, man. Yep.
This is like, I personally have like I have my own like issues with people doing false claims like this. I will never work with them ever again until they rectify the claim that they made. Right. I've had people several times, make false claims and allegations against me, and then I provide said evidence to refute said claims, and then they still choose not to acknowledge, course correct. And for me, that shows me their character. I see your character now. And now that I see your character, I don't want nothing to do with you. I have no problem with someone making a false judgment call and assuming something that's not true, but then course correcting once the truth is out. And then like, you know what? I'm bad, my wrong, and owning that. But when I think about this and this is how I'll tell you this. I think this is actually a net positive. Well, I'm going to turn it into a net positive, and it is a net positive. I'll demonstrate that right now. So all this stuff that's happened, right? Think about it the other way. If I had a squeaky clean past and nothing, I've ever done in history has put a blemish on me, they would then say, well, you're too inexperienced to talk about these subject matters because you're too clean. Also, furthermore, the other argument that I have is like a lot of people will tend to attack me
all the time. But if I was inconsistent in my approach and said, you know what? Yeah, I did this, whatever. Anyways, moving on to the next. And I had no humility in my resolve, never recognized where I too was wrong. And I also said where I'm better than other people. Yes, this is bad because that's also mixing in virtue signaling also, because it's also telling me not only are you a piece of shit and you're dirt and all this, it's telling me like all of a sudden I'm clean and I'm absolved of everything and I have zero humility. We can't do this in moving forward. I've never done any of these things. And one key component that I'll say is that if you try to hide something, it's going to be exposed. And the more you try to hide it, the worse it is for you. That's why whenever people have had false allegations towards me, whether or not it's accusations of homosexuality, I've been open and said, hey, it's never happened. Good luck trying to find something that doesn't exist, because I mean, unless I have a twin out there that I don't know about, it doesn't freaking exist. So by the way,
with doppelganger, you may have a doppelganger.
I don't, he needs this ass kick for behaving badly. If that's the case. So here's the thing. If you see me dead on the news, that's why, and it's not me.
No, it's crazy because I've had false allegations made against me several times. I went to a court case. I had to go through a trial when I was in the service over a false allegation. And I know what it's like, facing 14 years at Leavenworth for something that you did not do. And we live in this society that we don't get mad enough when somebody actually makes these false claims against people and ruins their lives. We don't actually seek the justice for the level of dishonesty.
Well, this is kind of a woven in scenario where we have to really, look at the bigger picture. And this is what I mean by this. Let's say that somebody was accused of something they didn't do. Or let's say, matter of fact, I'll simplify this.
I'll tell you this. I was accused of rape and I never did that. And I had to go through the entire trial, right?
Grape
juice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had people that I was in my unit that thought I did this thing, 9-month investigation to prove my innocence. And I would go through that all over again to prove my innocence.
I bet.
The fact is the fact that like the consequence that I had to suffer because of someone else's lie, right, was still very unnecessary. And there was no course correction for them, right? There was no, you know what, you put this guy through this, you are actually wrong here, and we need to hold you accountable for said behavior. I'm not taking back my testimony because actually what I've experienced, all my failures in life actually have brought me to this point to where I'm able to be in this mindset and be gracious and be thankful for the grace that God has given me, right? And not be so judgmental and harsh on people, because I understand that people come from different walks of life, and I would rather understand their background, so why they got there, so I could actually help them see the difference. But I'm not coming at somebody and attacking them. Like when I hear somebody that's been falsely accused or somebody accused of rape, I'm not going to assume that they actually did it now, because I've experienced what it's like to be falsely accused of this, and I'm not going to jump to these conclusions, right? And I don't think we do that enough to where we actually want the people that are spreading the lies to be held accountable.
Well, we have men that don't want to fight, and I'll tell you why. This is what I was alluding to. Let's say that a man has to fight for custody, right? Well, if he's going to fight for custody, women will outwardly say, well, men don't fight for custody anymore. Well, we can hear lawyers all over YouTube say, well, it's $5,000 for discovery. It's this much for doing this. And then they'll say, well, in order to fight, how many credit cards are you going to put down? And, you're also paying for the defense that's going against you too. So it's like, do you want to be broke in the process of trying to justify these allegations against you? There's also this too. So the system needs working, it needs changing. So that's also another thing too. Also, I rarely see fighters, and this goes to a systemic problem that we see of single motherhood. These mothers aren't raising men because they don't have anything to map onto them, because these mothers can say, well, because I won custody, remember the origin of why men don't fight sometimes is because they're going to go broke doing this. Well, now all of a sudden you have a kid that's emulating his mom because he doesn't have anybody that can map onto this masculinity or a male father figure or anything. So these are the women that are producing the men that you don't want want to date, these feminized men that are also not fighters in the culture. So we're also putting men in the trenches that don't know how to fight and won't fight against these allegations, because here's the thing, we're afraid of being martyrs, but we want to be influencers all the time. But the slightest bit of conflict we duck out. That's why we have so many Anons account that attacks us all the time, because they don't want to put their face on the screen like you and I do and then dox themselves publicly and go to war. The reason why I'm here is so that way men can emulate this to a certain degree and say, well, damn, Marte fought, I can fight against my oppressors too, or people that are my detractors, and use a logical argumentation and rational reason to fight this logic. This makes no sense, because if I go down fighting, I'm going to inspire other men to pick up swords and be in these trenches and fight with me.
You know, I wrote this in my monologue, and I shortened it because it was a lot longer. When I was preparing for this, I said, you know, we've raised a crop of self-righteous, holier than thou peacocks with loud feathers, but hollow bones. They masquerade as righteous when they are they're just terrified of accountability. They don't smell their own stench because they're too busy spraying cologne over their reputation. Their motto is simply this: judge others loudly, but judge myself quietly. That's not masculinity, that's theater. I said, honor isn't complicated. It's brutal and simple. Did you say you're going to be there? Then be there. Did you break it? Then own it. Did you hurt someone? Apologize, make it right, and accept the cost. No dance, no spin, no 10-slide carousel explaining how actually you're the victim. You know, there used to be a time when a man's word was a contract with God as the witness. And if your signature is cheap, so is your soul. Integrity means the private you matches the public you. Not mostly, not when the camera's on, all the time. If your conviction is only when someone is watching, you don't have conviction, you have optics.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think that's what a lot of people that we today, you know, are more about the optics. They're more concerned about what people think or how people are going to perceive them than really whether or not that's who they really are. And, you know, I think there's this false purity or false, you know, righteousness going around right now that it needs to be called out. I mean, I just think it's just bad form. It's
well, to a certain extent, we should care about what people think, because the more prominent of a social figure you become, the more responsibility you have with your message, and the more responsibility you have with the message, with the social proprietary big status that we have, the less it is, the harder it is to maintain some sort of innocence or semblance of innocence. That's the toughest thing to maintain, because now not only is your life on full display or more of it, it's harder to like say it, you know, you have to actually hold to a standard even more, because now all of a sudden everything's, you know, that's why I'm fighting against these false allegations, because I do care. So there's been people out there, proponents, and saying, well, you shouldn't care, people call you gay. Well, I should care, because it undermines my Christian ethos and my message that I put out here. And here's the thing, nobody else should care, but I should. I care a whole lot, because here's the thing. Absolutely. If you think that I'm gay, would you want to do business with me if you're a Christian proponent and you have certain beliefs? Because that's a belief system too, as well too. It's not just, you know, all these other things that we could say. Well, that's also a belief system. Well, if you don't want these belief systems to be mixed in, it's like, no, I don't want to poison my own well with certain things. I'm not making a claim of anything else, but I'm just saying what is. If you have a belief system and I have a belief system and they're both contrarian put together, it's like, you don't want to mix this. So yes, I do care what people think, especially when belief systems are the things that are changing constructs in society, like men using women's restrooms, things like this. We're changing things because of opinions. And if we don't fight these opinions and we don't have warriors in the fight, all you have is allowance for society.
Well,
and this
there's a difference between prioritizing what people think over, like, perfect example is like, there's a monologue in the movie Fences with Denzel Washington, right? And his son goes, Dad, why don't you like me? Right? And he goes like you? I ain't gotta like you, you know. Yeah, me and your mom made you, and liking your ass wasn't part of the bargain, you know. Like, yeah,
I mean, that could be true, yeah, for sure.
And he's like, you should worry less about whether somebody likes you, but you should worry more about whether or not they do right by you, right? And I think that's important here. Yes, what people think about you does matter, especially if it's, you know, something that is not true. You know, if somebody comes to the conclusion that Glenn is an asshole and Glenn has said bad things in his past, that's true. But Glenn has never portrayed himself to be holier than thou or a better person than you, or, you know, somebody that has not failed. I say that I have failed more times than I have ever succeeded. I have made more mistakes in my life than ever did the things right. So I am not a role model. I am telling you from experience how to avoid these problems. I'm not someone that be pedestalized, and I make sure of that. Now, there are people out there that do say, like, be more like me, look at how good I am, and they try to act like they don't have sins or they don't have skeletons in their closet. And I say, you know what? Acknowledge that you do have these shortcomings. Acknowledge that you do have these embarrassing things that you would not want other people to know about. And just because you don't share them doesn't mean that you're wrong or that you're lying. Like, just for example, like you talking about, you know, against the sex work. People be like, well, how can you talk about being against sex work if you're in the industry? Because he's been there and he understands and he realizes what he went through and the consequences of his actions. That's how he's speaking about it. You know, like he has real world experience. His testimony is what is using to say, hey, this said bad thing is really bad. And you should take it from somebody who's experienced it to know how bad it can be.
True.
It's not, it only adds to your credibility to kind of quote what you were saying earlier about, because you went through these things, you know, and it gives you more credibility. There was a time in the military that chiefs or people were not allowed to be a chief or a sergeant, right? As senior enlisted, or especially like a first sergeant in the Air Force, if they didn't have any write-up or an Article 15. If you've never been in trouble, they wouldn't want you to be a leader, because how are you going to guide the guys that do get in trouble? How are you going to help them through it if you never experienced it yourself? You know, a friend of mine, Bjorn, who's probably watching, he will tell you he was an EOD, you know, he was an EOD in the Army and the Navy. He was a senior enlisted. And because he'd been through some shit and got written up, like, you know, he was moved up in rank. Don't take your past mistakes as something negative. You could, like, as you said, you could learn from them and you could use them, you know, for your benefit. Like the Bible says God uses all things according to his will, to his good, right? And those that are called according upon his will in Romans, right? So even the bad things, even the shitty things, even the mistakes that you made, God could use them for benefit, you know, to benefit his will, to help improve you, you know, to save somebody else. Somebody listening to this could be thinking about potentially getting involved in that type of industry, and they're hearing this and hearing what you have got to go through. They're like, you know what? Second thought, I'm out. You know, I was thinking about it, but now I don't want to do that because I don't want to end up being, you know, being put in the position that Marte has been in, you know, or Glenn has been in. And you know, that's benefiting them. That's helping them. So I'm with you on that. I don't think you should look at this as a negative thing. This is an opportunity for you to prove yourself. And I think every guy should actually take the advantage of the opportunity to prove themselves.
Well,
you know?
I look at this as a test, and that's the number one thing that is a key takeaway from this. I think that if anybody can endure a test, it not only strengthens their resolve, and not only this, but those two people that attacked me with these false claims, I think not only has this hardened my resolve, but also emboldened me to fight against this crusade towards, you know, any degeneracy that we see online. And I do want to fight to have a future that our children's children can have and enjoy, even though it seems like an impossible uphill mission. You know, I'm getting my legs blown off in the process and everything else. I can then go to bed at night, look myself in the mirror, and not really, you know, have any hard time sleeping, because I know at the end of the day, if I don't wake up tomorrow, I fought. And I at least died knowing that I at least did something instead of stood by as the world burned down and I allowed this to happen.
Yeah, and that's really the question, I think, for the sake of men and today, is we know what the problems are. What are we willing to do about it? Are we really willing to make the change? And that's what something that my mentor's book was about, and what I really, you know, champion is, okay, thank you, Red Pill, for the knowledge about men and women's nature. I appreciate the knowledge about feminism and hypergamy, but I got to get back on mission. I'm going to take this information and move forward and keep doing and fulfill my purpose, right? Because that's ultimately what we have to do. I don't have time to sit here and cry about women. I need to go back and do what I need to do. And even in these situations, like I said, guys complain about women shit testing you, or as you said, you going through a test. Those are opportunities for you to prove yourself, to prove your worth, to prove your value, to prove that you are competent, to prove that you are this person that you say you are. Instead of looking at it as a negative, we need to start looking at it as an opportunity, because people don't get opportunities all the time. We need to capitalize on these opportunities.
That's true. I think that people should be allowed to fail, the opportunity to fail. And if you don't allow people the opportunity to fail and you just help everybody else out and you're making life easier, you're actually crippling them. So I think that when things happen like this, it's supposed to happen. This was going to happen regardless. I even told Andrew that this was, something that happened in my past. And the thing that he told me was, we knew this was going to happen. So for me, I didn't walk in blindly. I knew, just like my job that I lost recently, I think there was Powder Dusty was saying this. He was like, well, why would you do this if you know you're going to lose your job? That makes no sense. How idiotic. In his chat was saying, yeah, he's not the brightest box of crayons. And it's like the crayon in the box for doing this. And here's the thing, though, behind the context, you would just say, well, yeah, he's an idiot. But behind all this, I knew that this was an eventuality.
It was bound to happen.
I knew I was walking into like me being terminated at some point, because there's no way that I could work for who I was working for and have these views and be a public figure and do all this. I inevitably knew, okay, if I do this and continue, I'm going to accept the fact that I'm going to be at a different position and have a different career path. I knew it was going to happen. So, that's what I'm saying. So if men are afraid of becoming martyrs and dying for a true cause and doing something, it's like, what are we producing out here? Just people who throw rocks and hide behind trees, like the two people who accused me of doing stuff that never happened. This makes no sense. That's feminism at its finest to some degree.
That's the level of effeminacy that we have today, masquerading as masculinity.
My point exactly. Right.
We don't have men that actually willing to stand up and actually face their accusers. They actually will do it behind avatars, or they'll do it, in the bushes, or, they'll never come to you to you in person or like this and be like, hey, this is the evidence. Here's the case against you. No. They won't ever like stand on what they actually claim that they actually believe. And we have, and again, we have lived in this technological society where it's a lot safer. We could talk shit behind a screen or an avatar and not face any consequence, right? And that's the real problem in all this. Because I'm telling you, if all these people that like make these false allegations and continue this lie, spreading this lie, they would not do so if they knew they were going to get punched in the fucking face.
The proverbial punch could be a loss of a debate with me. And here's the thing, I've wrecked literally everybody in a debate. I mean, you could say my debate with Destiny is questionable. By the way, I'm setting up another debate soon. It's going to be another political debate. And even that was contentious. You could say I won, and then his people will say he won. But here's the thing, though. We're fighting ideologies here. And if they get here, by the way, I'll ask you this. Did you absolutely send some detractors of mine a welcome request to come here?
Yeah, I can show you. I can show you.
No, I believe you, because I love that. I thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me respect you a whole lot more, because I wanted to give
them the opportunity. I wasn't going to just put one side up without giving the other opportunity.
I love that.
To actually make their case, because that's where the truth would come out. Like, you have to sift through. The truth is through the sifting. You have to sift through it and find out what the truth is. And
have they responded at all?
Huh?
You got any responses from them, or?
Yeah, no, they responded, and basically they're just saying a bunch of stuff, and they're not going to come. They already wrecked you or whatever. But then they did share. They did share the feed. They're sharing the screen or the stream right now. They reposted the link or the stream on X right now, as if like they're highlighting that you're on here. And I'm still giving them the opportunity. The link is still pinned. They still have the link. They could come up here, present a case, because at this point, it's now about not necessarily whether you're gay or not. It's whether they're telling the truth or not, and whether or not their integrity now is at stake. And that's really more important.
10th Man's Present, ironically, who's an actual gay man, has basically destroyed any claim that they would have ever had. Because if there's anybody who would be more of a foundational speaker on this, it would probably be him. And he put the whole journalist label there too. So if you want somebody who's on a fact-finding mission to go do this, I'm like, well, 10th Man would have surely found something. This literally destroys. It's pretty damning to have a gay man come up and say he's not gay. Nothing came up that was gay. I didn't see gay content, because if you were talking about subject matter experts, he's more of a subject expert matter than these two people who claim that they're straight to speak on this. Surely he would have found something, right?
And
Nothing.
actually, he would actually benefit more from
Right.
finding anything against you, because, you know, worldview wise, there's a difference in worldview.
Yeah,
You know,
for sure.
it would benefit him to prove that you are a hypocrite more than it would, you know, to prove that you're not gay, right? You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, it would give, like, at least his worldview more ammo, or somebody in his side more ammo to be like, you're bad, you're wrong, you're a fake, you're a liar. You know what I'm saying? Like, to justify his belief, or his you know, view of things. So he doesn't have any benefit to prove that you're not. Actually, it benefits him to prove that you are, more than anything. So, like, the honesty level there and the integrity is there that people are refusing to acknowledge here.
So now it's just how I feel about you. That's all it is. And it's
Yeah.
not a claim that can be objective. They can't even say, well, he is because I feel like he is. That's all their argument boils down to, is preferences. In their preferences, they think I'm gay. They prefer to be the person that labels these claims against me. And they prefer that I, you know, burn asunder in my whole campaign against degeneracy. It's just clout chase at its finest, because they're using me, like you said, as an attack vector, as a proxy to attack people closer to me who are bigger names than me, right? I'm not even a massive big name yet. You know, I don't even know where my future's going in debate, but I plan on doing this. And that's the thing, though.
I'm not sure you can see the link in the back. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Okay. You can see, like, they have had the opportunity. They know about the stream. They know that they could come up here and present their case, and, you know, and at least address the new information that, you know, was presented today with 10th Man and stuff. But they're not. So, I mean, either, to me, it's hard. You can only look at one or two ways. One, either they were never on the side of the truth to begin with, and this was, you know, an orchestrated attack to attack you, to proxy to get to Andrew, or they're embarrassed that they may be wrong and they don't want to face the music and eat crow.
So I want to read a little bit of this. It says, I'll read just a snippet of this. It says that Andrew Meyer, it's blank and blank destroyed him and Wilson on the debate stage. First of all, this wasn't a debate stage because there was no moderator. And then, not to mention this was kind of like what you would say, like a closed circuit, like we discussed earlier. And then, not to mention this, but it says he now has Glenn Lawrence sending me invites to appear on the stream with the homosexual. He got destroyed so badly, he wants a redemption fight. Well, here's the thing, though, is that, you know me. I don't know if you've ever seen me, my style, or what I've done. I've never turned down a fight with anybody. I don't care if you have 0 followers, no followers, or anything else like this. Well, if I have claims and it's easily debunked, I would show up to something that's a give me. That should be a give me. If I got destroyed so bad, well, what's the harm in showing up and destroying me a second time if this was the case? I'll even let you moderate this, Glenn, because if you're a friend of both parties, how is that more neutral than anything else? Matter of fact, this is more of a debate space, because on X, there was no moderator. It was just me and him, or my party against his. There was no neutral party there. You would be the neutral party, so this would be more of a debate space. Matter of fact, these two people do not even know what they're talking about. I've never seen them in debate arenas. If you talk about, you know, modern day debate, the guy, you know, the host of that doesn't even know who these people are, probably. You know, I've never seen them on Sarah Tomatoes debates. I've never seen them in Fatty's debates. I've never seen them in Oxford debates. I've done one, never seen them do any of this stuff. So when they, this person previously posted on X, I'm a debate champion of what? I've never seen you. I have a lineup coming ahead of me of debates that I've planned. Do they? No, they don't. All these people are just quarterback people commenting from the stands, and this is their debates. Responses, thumbnail, text, and
what's sad is, what's even sadder is that they're drawing other people into it. Like they've even Like we just talked about Gia's, you know, the shit that she's had to deal with. Well, they're posting, you know, screenshots of like stuff like with her name attached to it and stuff like that. Everything that we've already addressed today here, you know, like everything that's already we've already made public and we've already addressed and brought up. They're trying to use that same information to discredit, you know, anything that we're talking about. And it goes to show that one, you're not doing your due diligence and looking into the thing. You're trying to win. And see, that's the difference. You have to either want to win or you want to be right. And I'm less about winning and I want to be right. I want to be on the side of the truth rather than being on the winning.
Those two things can be true because I've also won and been right at the same time. I want to win, to be honest. But in order to win, being right helps a whole lot too. A lot of the debates that I've won and destroyed my opponents on was because logically I was right and I was more consistent with my truth and my argumentation was better than my opponents. Now, you can win an argument off of fallacious lies, but here's the problem though. The court of the public opinion wins every time. What do we have at the bottom of this video? A comment section. You get outed automatically by a bunch of people and it's very evident which side the argument's leaning, right? So if these two people showed up and they had a compelling argument, I would get destroyed in the chat. But the reason why this isn't happening right now is because I like this whole quote of, I like to throw stones and hide behind wall. Like, to me, that's not a debate at all. Doesn't make any sense.
Here's the other thing to say, like, oh, I've already defeated him. I've already destroyed him, blah, blah, blah. I have no well, actually, right now, your integrity and your level of honesty is actually being brought into question, sir. Are you not willing to defend said integrity and honor? Because really your name, how people view your name, it really does matter in the long run, because it really speaks about how much you are, like, you know, value. Like, you know, if you're going to allow people to lie on you and just not deal with it, then now you're letting people to assume that lie is actually true, you know? So right now you have presented a case. We have people come up and actually that did fact finding, dove into a lot deeper than probably anybody would want to, you know, and they have come to the same conclusion that you are being accurate and factual with the statements that you're making. You're being truthful. Now,
so you see what 10th Man did when I did this to show my tattoo? I understand why he did this. Was because he wanted to see maybe if the tattoo was the same and if it wasn't AI, it lined up. And pretty much it was a video that I did, a solo video. It wasn't with any guys or anything like that. So here's the thing though. When I saw this in the other screen, I was just like, oh, I remember that. That was the first video I did, the solo video I did. And I'm like, which wasn't gay at all. And then he, of course, he wanted to make sure that the same mistake didn't happen. And he exposed the audience to something that was TOS. Yeah. So here's the thing is that when I did see this, I just saw the link and I automatically knew what it was. I was like, oh, for sure. I knew what I was doing. I got cut a good check for doing this and I bounced. That was it. So when he was doing this, that let me know that he was not only doing some deep fact finding on this, but not to mention that, but he can certifiably say whether or not I was a homosexual or not, which wasn't the case.
One thing that he did not do, and which is really, it speaks about his character. He didn't just put it out there. He didn't even put it in the back chat. He went directly to you, a private, you know, and asked you to verify said thing before even acknowledging it or bringing it up, or, you know, like, and he didn't even bring it up at all. He just said, hey, is this, and you guys had your words about it and verified whether or not it's true or not. And that right there speaks about integrity. He's, you know, and that's another thing that I like to highlight good, you know, character when we get to see it. Instead of him just saying, oh, you know, I seen this video and blah, blah, he made sure that this video was you in this video and you verifying whether or not it was you in this video before even making any judgment calls about your credibility or whether or not you're being honest.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing though. These two individuals, I think they think of themselves as Christian. Well, here's the problematic part about this is that if a person got baptized and then they now had this old man die, which was their past, and now that they're baptized, they start with a clean slate. According to their logic, this doesn't work. I can't do any of this stuff. But then here's the thing though. By their logic, I can't ever let go of my past. Therefore, why am I even a Christian if we can't be redeemed? And here's the second thing, though, too.
I said that yesterday.
they would then tell me something to the effect of like, well, why are you judging other people when you've done this? Well, the distinction is I'm not currently doing this. This was like 10 years ago. And even if they say the OF content was like 3 years ago, here's the problem with this. If I had a drug dealer walking in front of me that was currently doing drugs, they're telling me I'm bad for smacking a syringe out of their hand. So am I bad for smacking the drugs out of their hand because I did this 10 years ago? No, this isn't bad. We would actually condone this and say, no, there needs to be more people smacking syringes out of addicts' hands. How am I wrong for doing this? And then my third point that I'd like to say, because I'm pretty sure that they're watching, is there anything today that I'm doing that's wrong? Am I doing anything today that's contrary into what my message is? No.
And actually, this is the thing that I wanted to bring up, because they try to tie you to Nala Ray like it's if it's the same process. And one thing that they failed to acknowledge is the timeline, right? Nala Ray was like on whatever, I think it was like in like December or November of 2022, and then like by like end of February, beginning of March 2023, she all of a sudden, she changed her life. She got baptized. And now she's a Christian.
Just a month.
And this is how like I was made aware of it, because I was with Pearl in Tennessee, in Nashville, because she went on with Michael Knowles, and I was, she hired me as a producer that day, to be out there on this trip. And we were made aware of this whole thing happening at that moment. Like, oh, the OnlyFans chick is now a Christian, and all this other stuff. And then now Michael Knowles was getting ready to book her to come on. And it was like, my questioning of this was, I'm glad that she was, she changed her life. I was saying, I'm hopeful that this is true. I hope that this is actual and not bullshit, and not a grift, or not a publicity stunt. But I held my reservations to be optimistic, but waited to see whether or not there's going to be fruit there, and just because somebody gives their life over to God, it's not like an instant change that everything is going to be perfect. Now they're going to be a perfect, saint, and then that there's not going to be, a learning curve, a process that they're going to have to go through, and to assume that, like, that's a problem. So the thing with Nala that was problematic was she still had her OF up. She even increased the cost of her OF to from $10 to $50, right? So there was actions that she took after her profession of her, conversion, that was contradictory to what we were seeing, the actions. Her words did not match her actions for a while, right? And then as time persisted, I would say now I do believe that she thinks she's a Christian. I do believe that she's actually trying to live a better life. I do think she's also very much grifting with the courses and everything that she's, come out with, because I don't think that she's in a position quite yet, still being young in the faith, to be in that position to take on that leadership role to disciple people after. But that's my judgment. That's me. I'm not her leadership. Under her pastor, or however they're doing this, maybe they are fine with that. I'm just saying it's not a good look. I don't think it's right. But at the same time, I'm not seeing anything that says that she's actually selling OF still. And I don't hear anybody still calling her out for potentially doing OF anymore. And I don't think we acknowledge that.
Here's the thing, though. I don't believe, to my understanding, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, we've never had women pastors in the past of the disciples, things like this. It's never happened in the history of the church. We don't have female clergy. That's the thing. That's not a thing. And here's the thing, though. Even though I'm male, I can then say, oh, I want to be clergy next week. Well, here's the problem with this. A lot of people aren't likely to believe your transition if it happens so fast. A lot of this with the conversion, to when people accuse me of saying I'm using the Christian pouring a Christian pipeline. No, that's a completely fallacious claim, because here's one thing that they levy against me. You think you're better than people. Therefore, you talk down to people. No, I don't do any of this other stuff, because I don't levy personal attacks towards people. What I do is I fight ideology. I say porn bad, not the person. I don't say you are a bad person, you're doomed to hell. I say, no, that thing you're doing, it's bad because it's burnt me in the past. Stop doing that shit. It's really stupid. How am I wrong for doing this? Because then you're saying that anybody that was in the DARE program that did drugs, you can't talk to kids about don't do drugs. That's bad. So right now, they don't even have a damn argument to stand on. So here's my other thing that I want to speak on. So for me doing this, my conversion didn't happen overnight. This happened a long time ago. I was an inquirer to the church way before any of this ever happened. And believe it or not, Andrew converted me. And I was doing debates before I even met Andrew on podcasts about relationship dynamics and things like this before I even did it. So you can't say, well, Marte got into debate in Christianity, and that's why overnight. No, I've been doing this for a while. I have receipts on this as well, too. I converted, and this is tough. So here's the thing. Since I've been doing debates and fighting on behalf of Christian ethics, which is my system that I'm grounded on, I've lost a job. I got terminated doing this. I've been dropped from sports contracts doing this. So you can't accuse me of clout chasing where I can accuse the other of clout chasing, because what am I gaining from this? I'm losing. Whereas these two people that have no platform, nothing going for them right now, they're calling themselves, one of them's calling themselves a debate champion, isn't on the debate plane that I see. They're not in debate panels that I see. They haven't done a one-on-one debate on Sarah Tomato channel, any of this other stuff. Really, I can say that you're falsifying claims that you're making with this title I can label myself as a debater because I have receipts. I don't see these two people doing public debates like I'm doing. So you can't call yourself a debate champion. Therefore, I mean, to me, all these claims don't make any sense. And I'll say this real quick before I end this. I'll say that all these claims that they're making right now of saying I'm not in a position to say that porn is bad or anything else is bad, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. For me to say that I can be Christian, I can't. Well, they're saying that I can't be Christian. I can't profess myself to be a Christian. Well, by whose standard? I can't be redeemed. I can't turn my life over to God and say I can renounce anything bad that I've ever done. This is stupid. Like logic. Nobody can be saved.
It's really also stupid. Like this. Like, so since Saul, who became Paul, used to kill Christians.
Yes, he was.
So should he, by their logic, then he should have never been able to actually spread the gospel and go and plant as many churches as he did.
Right. And a better example is St. Mary of Egypt. She was going to go into a church and a compelling force stopped her from going in. A group of people tried to push her in and they were like, what the hell's going on? She was like, I don't know, but I want to go to in this church and go in this temple. Can't even do it. So she went into the desert by herself and excluded herself from the rest of society and went on this quest. So I think that when people suffer and they go through turmoil by themselves and feel humility for things that they've done, it's like by their logic, St. Mary of Egypt shouldn't be a person either by their own regard. Yeah. Paul, who was Saul, shouldn't
probably wouldn't even acknowledge her as, I mean, their view on women is pretty low anyways, from what I understand.
What I understand.
Like, I don't think they think that women could be. And back to the whole women in clergy thing. See, I don't look at what Nala is doing as trying to be a pastor.
I don't either.
I think
it's
that she's trying to be,
I look at it as a grift.
Yeah, it is a grift. And there's a lot of Christian influencers that really do sell Christ, or they merchandise Christ or their belief system as a form of revenue. Right. And we see that a lot of them are like, you'll see the prosperity gospel people, they tend to do that. And, there's a difference between that and also providing insight or, information or, things that you learn or you've written that over time that you have come to, like, this is how you got to where you are. I had a guy that was on here who was addicted to pornography and cheating on his wife. And, not a Christian or anything like that at this time. And, ends up coming out and now he's a counselor. He helps guys break from, the pornography addiction and the cheating addictions and stuff like that. And he's a counselor and he helps guys now. And his life changed. He's still married to his wife who he cheated on, who he did all this stuff to. And if anything, that their relationship is a testament that things can get better. You can overcome these struggles and these obstacles that seem to be so detrimental to relationships if you're willing to put in the work. And it's almost like they're saying that, well, he should not have this quote unquote ministry, or he should not be doing this at all because he used to do this other stuff. That is,
well, I don't even have a ministry. I don't even do any of this. And then not to mention that, a second note is when I do debates, I don't lead with Christ. I don't say, well, Psalms 32:6 does this or whatever. The most I've ever done was a Christian nationalist debate. And I didn't even go into scripture or anything else day long because these Orthodox, I'm a catechumen. I can't do this. So the best way that I approach this from a religious perspective, even with you, was from a pragmatic approach. That was it. If you notice, I do understand that you said something to the degree of like, well, we have differences with scripture, but he may not be well versed as I am. Well, this is the thing though. I just want to clear this up too. The reason why I didn't want to dive into it is because I can't. I'm a catechumen. Yeah. I can't go into this. I could if I wanted to, but no, I would have the ortho bros come and say, hold on, why are you speaking on behalf of this? Do you got permission from the church? This whole, all of this. So that's why even in the conversation with you, I can only be pragmatic about this and approach this from a pragmatic point of view. That's it. So even then, I'm limiting myself to any form of ministry
because of the structure that you're under. And
yes,
and I understand that. I also understand that we got it. There's other orthos that come on. They're like, bro, you were right. He was off on that one. But
well, I was limiting myself. I had to handicap myself. I was like, no, I can't really. I could body. Yeah, I was like, I could body him on this, but I can't. I can't. And the whole conversation that we had, I was thinking in my head, I can't do this. I shouldn't have said that because that's too much. And it's like I'm thinking I'm held to a certain standard. I would be, like just they'd come after me if I started really doing some exegesis on. They'd be like, so we have a catechumen that's doing the exegesis right now. That's horrible. The optics on this are bad. So for me doing this, I had to like kind of toe a line with you. So it's like, that's the main reason.
It is funny is because like I've reached out to Father Josiah. Me and him have talked briefly, via email and stuff like that. Actually, he's like the one Orthodox father that I really like. There's one more actually. There's another guy that's pretty funny. There's one Orthodox father, but Father Josiah is probably the most reputable or notable one that I actually enjoy.
Cool. Yeah.
Because like, he doesn't come off. I think there is a certain type of, and this is just my opinion, and I've come across this a few times, even with what's her name, Natty on X, right? I had a recent debate discussion with her.
God. What a train. Anyways, go ahead.
And what I've noticed is that there's a lack of hermeneutics and with certain like denominations of Christians where the people actually they just hear what someone says without doing any fact finding. Like just because a pastor has said something doesn't mean I'm just going to believe it and follow blindly. I'm going to do my due diligence, make sure that they're being accurate, the information that they're providing me, especially when it comes to my faith, especially when it comes to my soul, my like eternal destination. I'm going to be more scrutinizing of this than anything, because if I'm just going to follow somebody blindly, I could end up in hell not knowingly.
The natty person, what I would call a sewing circle Christian, they're really a feminist, to be honest with you. And I think that when you have feminism in the way of her as a walking billboard for feminism, you can't really correct them. You can't tell them anything because you're always going to be wrong no matter what. And it's like they're never fallible. So it's like I just keep it moving and I don't give them any attention and I starve them of any oxygen.
Well, I told her, like, I was like, in the way that she presented like orthodoxy, I was like, you make it sound like it's egalitarian and it's the most feminist, sect of Christianity there is. And you know what? I would never buy into it. Like, as you are making this sound like the worst,
crazy.
Like it just the worst representation. And that actually kind of points out to a bigger problem that I see is that, and you said like, earlier, it's not about necessarily being a Christian or not being a Christian. You could just beat them on like, the standard or the logic, but it is about, what you believe and what you proclaim, because as representatives, we're all representatives. Anybody that proclaims to be a follower of Christ, a Christian, you are a representative. You are an ambassador. People are watching you and they're seeing how you behave and interact and how you treat people. Right. And if we are a bad representation of our Lord and Savior, then we could turn off people from even wanting to seek that salvation that he has given us. And
that's why I don't turn to ministry. That's why I'm not going to be, I mean, let's say I did think, I want to be a father, spiritual father someday. Guess what? I would have to think, okay, after 10 years or 15 years, then I can even have the conversation with myself. So it's like I have to think about this and be intellectually honest about this and think this is a lifelong quest. You're talking about like 10, 15 years before even the conversation should come up. And this is me telling everybody else, I remind you, I'm a nobody. I'm just a speck of dirt. I'm a lowly catechumen. I don't even know what I'm talking about, but at least listen to this part of somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about. It would be 10 years before I even have the notion, thought, or conversation to come to Andrew or anybody else to say, well, I'm thinking about becoming a spiritual father. This has to be so far behind me, because even the walk itself, for me to be genuine and think to do my prayers nightly or do anything else like this, I need to be so grounded, because I'm so full of fault and sin and so not perfect. And I fall and sin every single day. I'm no better than nobody. Matter of fact, I'm dirt even more so because of what I did, that I need to really fine tune my relationship with Christ in my walk to even have this conversation. It would be 10 years in the future.
And see, like me, like I'm no longer in ministry, like, and I would never go back into it, because I believe that once the divorce takes place, like, I have forfeited that right. That's just my personal belief. I believe that, if you're
not going to be hot and cold. You're not going to play
exactly. Like, I don't think that if you have a divorce, I don't think you should be in ministry. I think
it's not a light switch. Is that what you're saying?
It's not a light switch. But that doesn't mean that I can't use the knowledge that I've gained from, going to having the education that I studied in, and, practicing. It doesn't mean I can't still utilize it.
Right.
And I still can't, share it. I'm not practicing as a minister. I'm not saying I am a minister, or do I ever consider myself having a following or having a ministry? No, but when I hear things, I'm like, oh, no, this is what this means. Let's dive into this. Let's look into these things. I'm just a layperson, just like everybody else, that has the opportunity that has a little bit more knowledge, because I studied this stuff, right? And anybody could actually have the same knowledge as I do if they choose to want to study the stuff. But that's the thing. People don't want to study things. They don't want to do their due diligence and look into it. They just want to, I heard this from so-and-so, and this is what it is, and that's the problem.
It is a problem, and I do got to go soon, but I will wrap it up and say this. Here's the thing. This is the main theme that I want to take. If the audience is watching, I want them to do this as a takeaway. I'm a fighter. I'm a prominent fighter. I grew up in group homes. I was homeless on the street. I don't really have much of a family because I went into law enforcement later on, and a lot of my family's into gangs. They were doing a lot of other stuff at the time, and it's like I just went a whole different direction, right? Now, here's the thing. Being in group homes, all I did was fight, because everybody that went into these group homes and shelters was straight from juvie. I was the only person that didn't come from juvie to a group home. And guess what? You fought every fucking day. No matter what, if it was a Tuesday, a Sunday, a day of rest, they fought you because somebody misplaced the toothpaste, stole your pillow, something happened. You're going to be fighting the whole time. So it's brawl central. I never turned down a fight, because this kid, and I'll tell you a quick story. This kid was like, why do you want to fight Ricky? Ricky's like twice your size. And I told this kid, I said, well, I've never seen anybody killed from a fight. And he was like, what? But it's going to hurt a lot, in the end. And I said, well, but I never died. And then he said, but still it's going to hurt. I said, well, Ricky's chin is the same size as mine. Have you ever thought about that? And he said, no. And I said, all you're doing is looking at his body. I don't care. I'm going to fight Ricky. And I had this mentality the whole time in this group home, and it didn't make a lot of sense to people. But guess what? I didn't die, and I'm here. And even still to this day, I have the same mentality with debate. I'm asking my accusers and detractors who are saying they bodied me in some debate to show up on the hill like Ricky did every time. And he got his ass beat, by the way, to do the same thing and to give the same courtesy as a man. If we're gonna be men here, and we're talking about men, not feminists, by the way, to just show up on the hill and say, hey, if you can, face your accuser and box it out. But what they're gonna say is, no, I'm not gonna fight him because I already bodied him. He's a homo, and I don't do debates with homo. This is the same thing as Ricky telling me, no, he's too small. I beat him anyways, and you don't show up. Well, guess who wins anyways? Are you really this debate champion that you say you are? No, you're not, because you can't even show up here. You got bodied here. What does that say about some previous debate that you had? Makes no sense.
To me, actually, what's more important here is their integrity. the integrity, there's an integrity flaw here that they're not willing to acknowledge. And it's either, like I said, if you're wrong, I'll tell you a quick story. So I had a friend that I used to collaborate with a lot. He was part of our group, the Dragon Ship, at the time when Thor was here. And he got really mad that Thor actually handed over everything to me and wanted me to do what I'm doing with it now, starting the nonprofit and everything like that to help men. He actually wanted it for him. He thought he should have gotten it. And he believed, some rumors and stuff. And I had to excommunicate him for the lies, and I said, hey, this behavior. And 2 months later, after Thor passed away, he ends up reaching out to me and apologizing. He's like, I can't believe, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was in my feels. There's a lot going on. He owned up for it. And then after he made a public statement slandering me, then he made a public statement acknowledging that he was wrong. And I still talk to him today. I'm still friends with him today. And the reason why is because he has more integrity than a lot of people, that he's willing to acknowledge that he was wrong, retract the statement that he made, and say, hey, I was wrong for this. I fell short. I could respect somebody that does that. You don't have to always be right or always be perfect, or, even if you're wrong and if you make it right, I respect you more than the person that will never do that.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
Really more about them as a person, that they're really more on the side of the truth than the winning. And winning is fun, but I'm not going to sacrifice the truth just to win. And I think that's important. People need to realize,
Yeah, that's true. The truth is extremely important. So there's two things that expose whether or not something's a grift, a clout chase, or disingenuous. It's honesty. If that gets rocked, your integrity is lost and you'll lose that, right? The other thing is time. Time is a true polygraph lie detector, and you can't hold up a lie forever. Something's bound to come out. It's going to come out. So those two things, if you're fair, firm, and consistent with truth, honesty, and time, it's like, so what? These are levied false allegations, and all it is just slander against a professional athlete, a public debater, and somebody who wants to be a good example for the youth, in the future.
And really what they're just trying to do is they're just trying to point out that they want to be better than you. Instead of putting in the work and doing what is necessary to level themselves up so that their own credentials outshine you, they have to attack you, knock you down so that they could just appear to be better.
So it's impossible. And here's why I would say that it's laughable. So if you would say that I just want to be better than this person, well, I'm a world-class athlete. Less than 1% of people turn pro, and I turned pro in 2 world-class sports. Also, if you want to say, well, he's done solo content and he's gay, well, who's approaching you for content? Do you even have the physique where people would pay you $1,500 for shoots, things like this? But that's irrelevant. That's not even part of the claim that I'm making. The other thing is I was in law enforcement. If you're saying, well, yeah, cool, be a federal agent, pass background checks and everything else that I've done to do what I've done in law enforcement for over 11 years. Good luck being better on me on that and getting a marksman, all this other stuff. And also the third thing, which is my favorite, be better at debate than me. Oh, you don't have any debates. Where are your receipts of debates that you've done? Besides, the Andrew thing, that's not even a debate with me and them in this space. No, I mean a moderated public debate. Oh, you're not better than me. I've had all these debates and wrecked all these other people. You can't even be better than me in any 3 or 4 of these metrics that I brought up. So it's like, matter of fact, I'll tell my opponents and challengers, I want you to be better than me on any of these things because I need competition. I don't have any of
I need better haters. Like I need better haters.
Yeah, because this is really low tier competition for me because you haven't done any of these things. You haven't demonstrated yourself as a pro athlete that's had a contract with Nike or any of these things. It's like once you do any of these things, you can then say, you know what, I can speak about this and I deserve listening to because I'm a pro athlete or I've been a federal agent or I've been doing debates all year with the schedule against people like Destiny, other people like this, prominent people who are actually freaking tough that would eat you up in 5 minutes that they wouldn't even last in a debate with Destiny, who I've tangled with and will continue to tangle with. I think I have a debate coming up against him in the future, something in regards to Trump politics and stuff.
You gotta call him a Coomer Gremlin, though. If you gotta call him a Coomer Gremlin.
I called him a Coomer Gremlin on my personal spaces and also Instagram. You'll see this too.
So I said it to his face in person when me and Andrew debated him
at
the Jubilee thing. You know,
All right, good on you then. All right,
I
yeah,
was like, I'm not gonna just talk shit behind his back. I'm gonna say it to the man's face. He needs to hear it from my mouth to his.
Yeah, that's my style. I always face the bully no matter what. And it's like, whenever I have these detractors, it's like, what you were saying, well, they think they want to be better or they want to be better. It's like,
it's perception. They want to perceive. They want the perception that they are better than you. Not that they want to be better than you. They just want everybody to think that they are.
You can't have the perception because I have receipts on mine, not just perception. I am a pro athlete, still am an active pro athlete who's trying to qualify for the Olympia next year by doing the New York Pro next year. So it's like I'm doing all this representing the United States on my back, facing people from Germany, Russia. So I will represent the United States as I go into combat in, this professional arena and do debates. I don't care. I'll wreck people in debates while training as a pro athlete. I don't think there's another pro athlete doing what I'm doing right now, but it's like,
no. Well, I mean, I would say like Gia's probably closest. She doesn't really do debates. She does do arguments with people on Twitter, but I mean, she doesn't do like the debate sphere like you do. But she's just as disciplined, and everything else. And I know I'm gonna probably hit you up after, like offline. Because I definitely want to get more of that. I like hiring people to help me when I'm training for the accountability factor. I don't think people employ that enough. I love accountability and asking people to hold me accountable to something.
That's what I've done as Andrew's coach. I'll chime in and send him a text. Sometimes I'll say, hey, let's get started on doing cardio or something simple like that. I think it helps to have a brotherhood around you to keep you accountable, because if you don't have anybody and all you have is yes men, it's like, what standard are we using to even develop ourselves into better men and individuals? By the way, what's up, Grid One? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm better than my detractors are doing. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'm always better.
It seems like the detractors are hiding. I mean, like I said, they have had the opportunity to come up here and address this. Like I said, I looked into everything. I had 10th Man looked into it, and he looked into it way more deeper than I would be willing to. I think he enjoyed it, honestly. But shout out to 10th Man. And there's no reason to levy the accusations that are being made. And the level, this is what's even worse, is that, again, I said it has to do with the fact that they're claiming to be believers. If this is how we treat other believers, if this behavior, slander, calling each other making these derogatory claims about somebody that's not true, these false claims, if that's what it means to be a believer, why would anybody else want to be a believer? Why would anybody want to share the same faith as you if this is the type of behavior that you're saying that is okay to do as a believer? It's the worst representation and ambassador-like ship that they're portraying. Worst business card for being a Christian is what we're seeing right now. But what you going on, Grid? How you been?
Man, I just took some time off. I haven't actually been online really since Sunday. I don't normally come up on, I have shit I do on Sundays, but I think I might have been on for a little while on Sunday. I don't think I was. And then obviously the holiday, I was invited to do a debate last night, and ended up spending the night with my family and going out with the wife and the kids and everything. So
that was
which
probably
was
a better choice.
Yeah, actually it really was. And that's, that's no shade towards but every single time I go on that particular panel debate, it ends up being like 4 on me, and I body them all. So it gets old. It gets old.
Blood.
It gets old.
It's like there's this part in the movie. You ever seen the King Arthur movie with Clive Owen? Towards the end, when the Viking leader is about to face off with King Arthur, he goes, "Finally, a man worth killing." It's like finally he has the competition.
That's my problem. That's my problem. Glenn, I got a sound bite, man. I'm gonna throw this back in the back for you and just say, let me see if I can share this. But
it's not the shut the fuck up one. It's not that one.
No. This one's fan. I'm gonna actually send it to you on Discord. It's a fan made me this, and it's fucking hilarious. But I gotta get over on Discord to get it to you. But anyway, so I've been doing a lot of stuff that doesn't have anything to do with.
What's up, Mexican?
I've been doing a lot of stuff that haven't had anything to do with being online. I mean, obviously, I got work to do. I mean, I can't just not do shit. But
Marte,
there you go.
are you
Send
going to be at DebateCon? Are you going to DebateCon?
No, I'm going through school right now. So, I mean, in the future, I'll be in future debate cons. Actually, you know what? Here's the thing, though. I'll say this to you, Grid, and everybody here.
Sure.
Probably somebody's drinking water. Some dog. But here's the thing I'll say. I want to actually be featured in a debate con as a debater. So I want to fine tune my craft and hone this and keep doing debates. So I'm not showing up to debates as a spectator, you know. So that's my future.
Yeah, I got like a pre-show going on with.
That's. So Grid is doing did you hear about Grid's event? So the day before DebateCon, Grid's hosting like a party / debate, venue as well.
Legit.
Yeah, so it's like
Most
it's like
legit
the preliminary fights before the main event.
Awesome. If you need like a one of those what do you call those guys in UFC? They're not like the main event. They're the
walk-ons. You gonna be a walk-on?
Yeah, if you need walk-ons, let me know. I don't turn down debates. I don't turn down fights.
Well,
I'm always ready.
Actually, as it happens, and this is all right. Now, see here's the thing. DebateCon has told me that they really want to center on religious debates. Their metrics show that religious debates, that's where they want to stay. Now, part of that is because in the past, when they've had people like Andrew and Dillahunty and those guys try and debate, worldviews and things like that, it devolves into something that James isn't just really comfortable with and thinks it's bad for his image and all that sort of thing, which I totally get. It's his brand. He can do whatever he wants to with his brand. Personally, I think people are tired of the same religious debates and they want politics. They want social issues. They want real world stuff going on. That's his show. I don't take anything away from it. We have a different style. If you look at the card for the fight card for the debates, it's a bunch of doctors, a bunch of PhDs debating, which is awesome. It's awesome.
Like James Coons. Yeah. Doctors.
Yeah. Not really what I do, man. I'm a down in the mud blood sport, beat you over the head with that's what I do. Same. So I've got a bunch of really good guys and girls coming down. We're going to try to have 3 to 4 long format debates because we got Studio A, which is just fucking incredible. And it's the right place to have it. And then we'll do all of this back and forth debates live IRL. I'm going to have monitors around where you can watch it. This is like a real studio environment. It's sound sealed. It's literally the most legit thing you've ever seen to have an event like this. But and so I'm doing all of this in support of DebateCon because I need James to see that people come to things like this because it's a party, because it's a get together, because it's the equivalent of a redneck bonfire, right? Or a big barbecue, something like that. As a matter of fact, we're serving barbecue.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so we got so basically, whole event is free. All you got to do is have a ticket to DebateCon. Whole event is free. You show up. Go ahead.
Grid one. If I want to be an alternate, because I saw somebody put it there, that's accurate. If I wanted to be an alternate to your event, because I'm not going to do religious debates.
Just let me know. Yeah, just let me know. I need to understand your worldview a little bit better, but that's okay. I mean, I've got libertarians, I got communists, I've got atheists, I got the gamut coming, baby. Libertarian, like real libertarian, ANCAP libertarians. I got an ANCAP libertarian it's off the charts. Smart. Yeah, he's coming. He's coming. He's going to debate IRL, baby. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. I want him to debate an actual communist. I want the ANCAP to debate a communist on something economic. Like it's going to be so esoteric that people are just going to be like, what the fuck did they
Is this on? So you're going to provide a link on YouTube, right?
Oh yeah. This will be live streamed on YouTube. This so we have actually that was one of the first things I told him is like, look, I need a lot of internet. They got, we got Wi-Fi nodes all throughout the place. I'm like, probably not going to be enough. So they're running an Ethernet cable in. They've got Google Fiber, which is good. They're running an Ethernet cable into the main studio just for me, and then we can spider web out from that. We also have they have a Starlink set up that we can use, and I have a Starlink set up. So we're going to have enough internet, right? Like we'll have enough internet. The Studio A has 4 sound booths where musicians play their instruments while the vocalist is recording. So you keep everything on a different channel and no you can gain crossfeed or anything. It's just a studio thing. But each one of those is big enough for a streamer like Emmett could go in there, throw on his headphones, get his laptop up, and throw a mic and a camera up and stream live to his audience and say, "Hey guys, here I am. I'm at this event, and I'm gonna do like 30 minutes just question and answer, and I'll show you some video that I've taken from the event. This is what's going on. This is what's coming up. I'll be back in 4 hours. We'll do an update." And they could do that all day. And then we have Studio B where we're going to have interviews. We might do some smaller like speed debates, 10 or 15 minute debates, something like that, or maybe half hour or something. I don't know. But we're still fleshing that part out. Andrew's supposed to be there almost all day. Yeah, like I said, we're just going to have so many people. Rob Knorr is going to be there. Admiral Gibbs is going to be there. Tyler, Average Debate Enjoyer, is going to be there.
Awesome.
We're going to have, I think we're going to get Enemy Charlie there. I'm actually going to TwitchCon in a few weeks to try and seal the deal.
I think she's going to be there. I've talked to her, so she said she might be there.
Yeah,
She doesn't live too far from me. We've talked a few times offline.
Yeah, you and her boobies have talked. Don't lie to me.
I have not talked to her. No boobies, okay? Don't lie to me. The eyes.
Wow. Here we go.
Eyes up.
Right. I did not even realize she had boobies. And he's like, man, Charlie's stacked. And I'm like, she's got boobies?
No, she does a very good job at covering up. I'm just saying, like, she is very well endowed to the poor child. Like, like
wait, you're talking about Chuck? That Charlie?
No, Enemy Charlie. Enemy Charlie's
the girl.
This chick.
That's the one I'm talking about. The one I've debated twice.
I think so.
Yeah, she's got boobs, man. Who knew? I didn't know. I debated her a couple of times. I got a really good clip where I tell her she's fucking insane, but
no, it's not degenerate to acknowledge the obvious. Like yes, they're there.
Yeah, there's there. So Grid One, have you ever seen Rob Knorr's? By the way, he did a response video on that too, and Fatty did too on my recent allegations. So here's the Grid One. Did you see his debate with Marilyn? This insane way. It was crazy.
No, but I had Marilyn on my show the other night, and
we're doing a debate. We're doing a debate,
shit, man. Like,
yeah,
I like her. I think she's cool. I think she's adds volume to the podcast. She adds range. That's range to the podcast, but
she wants to do a debate, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be entertaining, but my brain's going to melt in the process.
Well, she's God, you know that, right?
Right, we're all gods, not just her. Everybody,
you're God, buddy. I don't know if you knew that, but you're God.
Well, I had her on, and I had to end the conversation with her at one point because there's a point where there was a point where I just said I don't think this is going anywhere, and I didn't even bring you in to have this kind of conversation. I just wanted to know about you, and I'm not gonna go ahead, and I don't think this is even good for you at this point. So I had to end the conversation.
Yeah, well, she doesn't back down. She'll challenge you. She challenged me, and I'm like, all right, I don't back down from anybody, even if it's illogical and doesn't make sense. So.
Yeah,
I'm a fighter at heart. I'm pretty sure you are too, Grid. So,
yeah, I mean, I it's funny because I get a lot of these online dudes, that like have never actually done shit in life. I haven't either, to be honest with you, but I've hung around with a bunch of dudes that do, and we play hard together. And
that's awesome, man.
Nobody has ever responded. Nobody has ever walked in a room and thought they were the most dangerous man in the room. I promise you
one
that.
thing I wanted to point out that I thought was very, very admirable, and it speaks.
You ever do that, Marte? You ever walk in a room? I'm sorry,
that,
I'm talking over Glenn.
When Andrew was very much not going to back down and let you, endure that alone. And the sad thing is that we don't see a lot of guys actually do that for their friends, or their people that they're cool with. They will rather just be quiet, watch from the distance, maybe like send you a message privately, like, oh man, I'm sorry you're going through this. Keep your head up. But no, Andrew, instead of like saying, instead of like, you know what, this is gonna be bad PR for me. I should probably like, spare my image and create distance. He did not move. He said, fuck that. I'm gonna stand right here with them. I know what's true. I already went through this with him, and I'm not going to, regardless of what people may think or say, I'm going to stay right here because this is right.
So that's the thing.
That's something that we don't see with a lot.
So what happened was I wasn't even planning on doing a debate that day. I came home. I was just pissed, and I had called him. I said, look, this is such bullshit. I'm being levied attack with false allegations, and it's really bad. Obviously, I brought his name up. I was all this other. So Andrew's being tagged, Rachel's being tagged, and I said, I'm just fed up of this. I just called him because I said, do you got 5 minutes? Called him, and then later on that day, I just got a message saying, hey, I set it up 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, something like that. And I said, fuck it, I'm in. Let's fight this brawl. These guys, like, we're gonna fight. That was it.
So what happened? I mean, I feel like I missed something.
Well, there was somebody that was talking. They were literally making an accusation saying that Sarah, the Raging Tomato, you and I both know her pretty well to some degree. And I said, right. So they accused her of being their literal words where she's a biased cunt. And where I have a problem with this is if I'm showing up to an arena and the ref is rigging matches, okay, well, now I'm invested in this because now I'm a person that shows up to our channel. Why would I show up to rigged boxing matches? This is what this amounts to. And I asked the person, I said, well, hold on. Do you have any proof that she's biased or not a neutral moderator? Well, hold on, Marte. Why are you white knighting for this woman? No, that's not what I asked. Where are you saying that she's biased? Can you show me proof that she's biased? And of course, I'm laying into this false claim, which is evident. And I'm not getting anything next. I started getting hit back with all these allegations that I'm gay, and that people started to dig in. But so that's how this all started, off of me. Just in mind you, Grid One. Let's say you're a moderator. This could apply to you. I'm not white knighting. This is anybody's channel I show up to, right? That's how this all started.
Okay. Yeah,
that's
yeah, I got you. So I think I heard some of this nonsense, right? Like I heard that there was a bunch of dudes going around saying,
there was some of the accusations that they were making that was somewhat true. Like there was images on certain sites, but that the overall claim that you were gay, that was false, completely false.
Right.
Just for accuracy.
I mean, I think I saw some of this with about Sarah because I guess she called out a bunch of people on over talking and overstepping and all of that. And the allegation was that she wouldn't do that to Andrew. And she has, in fact, done that to Andrew. I've watched her do it. She's done that to me.
Wait, is the same
when I've debated on her?
Streaker?
I don't know if I think he may have started it, but it was also, there was somebody else. It wasn't Dux Y. It was somebody else that was just like going at, just going back and forth, and they just didn't want to shut the fuck up when they needed to just shut the fuck up. And it was, so I kind of stayed, look, I've got too much going on to really dig into a lot of this stuff.
For sure.
Was it the Furby? Yeah. Well, the Furby also has said that. And, it's one of those things where there are some people in this space I take really seriously. But 90% of the people, and I'll say this publicly, I'll say it to their fucking face, I don't take them seriously at all. They are not serious people. They are not worth taking seriously. Their opinions honestly don't matter because they don't do shit in the world. They are not producers. They are simply consumers, and they literally live by the sweat of my brow and the brow of thousands others. So fuck them, right? And so I just don't take them seriously. I just can't.
That's fair enough. Yep, that's fair. So I agree with you. I think that a lot of people out here are clout chasing. A lot of people don't have a purpose or function or duty when they do debates or do any of this stuff, because there's a point of where you and I both can see where this can be kind of faddish, to some degree, because, oh, look at this following, look at that. Oh, I just want to get in there and be a debate bro. No, you and I both know it takes more than that to get in this space, because here's the problem though. A lot of people say this stuff from anon accounts. Meanwhile, you and I are both doxing our face and our image and getting in these trenches and fighting on these ideological ideas and constructs. We're not attacking people. It takes more than this. So we're literally playing chess. And that's what this amounts to. People can't play chess. They just want attention. They weed themselves out. And that's what happens.
Well, again, I mean, I think that it's an interesting space to be in, because, like, it doesn't take anything to find out a lot about me. Like, nothing. Like my username, I've had the same username because it was associated with my race team since 2012, I think, maybe 2010. And I simply we cleaned it out long ago because I retired. I shut the race team down. I ended everything. And when I wanted to do this was the clean account that I just, didn't have it has my personal name attached to it, but it didn't, it was just, it was just an anonymous alias, or an alias, I guess, right? Not anonymous. But using this, it's really easy to find out who I am, that I am who I say I am. It's hard to find me. And you don't want to find me. There are much, much better people to find out there than me.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people aren't relevant out there. And that's your point that I'm getting, if I could steel man what you just said. Mind you, here's the thing that I'll say, Grid One. I've seen you online a lot. I've seen you as a super chatter on whatever, things like this. I've always had a good opinion of you. I've never thought anything bad of you, but I'll say this though. If you've got a YouTube channel, I don't know if I'm currently following you, but I'll follow you if you're holding panels, and I can then kind of push back against some ideas and do some debate. I'm always down for that, man. So
yeah. Absolutely. I actually do a kind of a blood sport debate game every Friday night.
About your Friday show.
Yeah, the Friday show.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it's every Friday night. You come out. It's just for fun, but it gets really intense because you only have 5 minutes to make your case, right? So
it's my favorite.
Yeah,
I'm in the Crucible Debate Club, and I do that every Saturday. I think we hold a debate club.
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, who wants to volunteer for doing this? And I always raise my hand. I never back out of debates. And I love doing this. So here's the thing, though. You're only going to get better if you don't refuse any debate, as long as it doesn't go against your moral beliefs. So practice makes perfect. Get your reps in. That's always going to be good. So.
Yeah, I think that's pretty. I refused one the other day because I don't care. I honestly just don't care about the subject, and it was going to be hard for me to get into it at all. But like last night, we're going to debate whether our firing of the new CDC chairperson after a month was warranted. And I was like, why do I mean, first of all, probably, right? Like it's a super political, it's a super political position. All you got to do is say the wrong word and you're gone. So I don't know. I just didn't. I was like, this is so uninteresting that I didn't want to eat him. And again, on that specific panel, what it devolves around to. So the idea is there's two conservatives, there's two liberals, in theory, two middle of the road, and two libertarians. Right. So you got 8 people, and then you have a moderator. The moderator actually is a like super lefty, and he'll argue. With it, he'll argue against you as well, right? He's like the mystery. He's the mystery guy. And,
I like that.
And so what ends up happening is it's usually the two so-called, middle of the road centrist, which are actually leftist, and the two leftists arguing against me, and the moderator. So it's usually 5-on-1 action, and everybody else just kind of sits there and watches, which is fine. I don't mind, but but I like it. I mean, it's tough.
So I absolutely love his show. It's
I want to
good.
say, hey, Vibes, how's it going, man? Also, Real quick,
Hello,
I do have a
Vibe.
debate coming up, and it's about Trump consolidating power with Destiny. So that's going to be a very interesting debate I have coming up. So,
Destiny is a stripper name, by the way.
yeah, I'm sure it
And a
is.
girl's name.
Well,
black
you mean the
girl's
Killer
name.
Gremlin, right?
It's-
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't call him. We don't call him that here. We call him the.
Have you guys-
Gremlin. That's right.
Have you guys paid any attention to his legal issues going forward, man? He is
Yes.
fucked himself
Nightmare.
so hard.
Nightmare. It's an
I-
awful
So
nightmare for
hard.
me as you look at
I'm-
this. Yeah.
He's
Okay, I'm gonna
lost
give you a hot
attorney-client-
take, but I don't think he has any. I don't think it's gonna be any problems with him. I think he's gonna come out scot free and nothing's gonna happen.
How? He's lost
Uh,
attorney-client privilege, man.
No,
When it
he
comes to those
hasn't.
letters, he's lost it. Because he talked about it with a third person. Now there's no
Yes, but-
privilege.
He hasn't. Okay, one, it has nothing to do with the Pixie thing. Two, the whole thing is an allegation from a bunch of people online. We don't know.
No.
They-
It's not an allegation from a
Yes,
bunch
it
of
is an allegation.
So we have an admission from his side.
Yeah,
from
we have an
the Killer
admission.
Gremlin stuff. He's admitted this. He said, "I have
What
it on my
did he
computer.
admit it to?
He said, I'm holding this for evidence because if I destroy this, you can't destroy evidence. Yes, it's on my computer."
Yes.
He literally said
No,
this.
okay, yeah.
He's being
We know the
investigated.
video exists. That's not the issue. The video. Who is the person in the video?
It's 17-year-old.
Well,
Destiny admitted to
No,
this.
So-
that's the problem. That's what we don't know. That's the
So-
allegation.
we know
And
that
apparently
they're
they-
seven,
wait, one more
we
thing,
know
one more
that they're
thing.
17 or
we
younger.
don't know that. And the
We know
problem
they're
is
17 or younger because Destiny
okay.
says she was under
no,
seven, she was 17.
he that's not what Destiny says. What the people that are supposed to
Yeah, what is
know
it's
that-
being alluded that she's underage, but
Yeah.
there's no claim that she's actually underage.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And the apparently they met through OF.
No.
So-
He didn't meet the girl on that he's
Yeah.
talking. No, he sent the videos to the girl he met on OF. He sent
That's
this
the
girl
person.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
I think you're mixing.
No.
some things up.
I investigated this. He sent the pictures and all things to this person. They met through
Yeah,
OF.
to the OF girl.
And
Mhm.
she is the one that's being claimed that it was 17 at the time, and the video is from these.
No.
person.
I said the texts weren't with her. He sent her the sexting text to
Yes.
the OF girl to prove what a big dick he was.
Mhm.
That's what's in.
The person that's being claimed to be 17 is that person.
I don't think it is. I think it's
Yes,
I think it's
I'm
either
100%
Rose. It's
sure.
either Rose or Cherry.
No, okay, it's not Cherry. It's the person that we're talking about is Rose, and Rose is the person that he sent all the information to, and it's the person that met through
But
OF.
they don't say that it's Rose. All right. So the thing is that when they talk about the person that he was sexting, it's always person A, and that's assumed to be either Rose or Cherry. Now, Cherry, we know that he had that he recorded them having sex together because she, freaked out about that. The question is when he did that and how old she was when he did that, and
But
that is
there's no video of that, and that we know
that we know about.
No, we know that there's no video of it. Cherry mentioned it herself.
That she knows about. She didn't know about the recording. It was leaked because he sent all of that to the porn star, and it got leaked on the internet.
Okay,
It didn't get leaked. I'm sorry.
that is-
I'm sorry. She didn't
Great.
leak it. Supposedly, she was hacked.
She was hacked, and then it was leaked.
hacked.
The person that they're claiming to be 17 is Rose, which is this person that got hacked and got everything leaked. That's the allegation.
Well,
Why
Willie
would
Mack,
he
The other
send
one
her
is
text
19.
of her having. Why would he send her?
Willie
Hey.
Mack is the person who's saying all
Yeah,
this.
Willie Maxwell.
He
Yeah,
let
Yeah,
all
Willie
this
Mack is-
slip. Yeah.
And I saw the video, I saw the reaction, and then I saw the reply or the response directly from the Coomer Gremlin. And it is the person that they're claiming to be 17 is Rose, which is the person he met through OF.
that wasn't my understanding. Even if it is, if it doesn't matter because now they're tearing everything apart. They've literally subpoenaed every conversation he's had on every social media. And
yeah, but it has to do. It's a different kind of. It's a completely different kind of investigation, and I'm
it's a criminal
very
investigation now.
Yeah.
It's a criminal investigation now, and he's lost attorney-client privilege because he disclosed it to a third person.
He just the only thing he doesn't have privilege.
Well, he's lost attorney-client privilege just for that
specific video.
Yeah, he only lost his attorney-client privilege according to what he's already disclosed publicly to someone else. He still has attorney-client privilege for other things that could be associated to it.
And we still don't know if the person was actually 17 or not. That's the thing that
it's alluded that they were a minor just by saying that, like, you know, like she still has like strict parents or like, or her like him dropping her off at her parents' house and something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't say that, man. Don't
I'm not going to say it. I'm just saying, but it's alluded. There is no actual like factual, like, just like, you know, statement that I am this age and I live with my parents. It's that we are assuming that she's underage because the way that she says she lives with her parents. She could be 20 and live with her parents, but her parents could have strict rules. Right. And
we also don't know when exactly the relationship started. I don't think that's been disclosed.
But I really don't think when the relationship started is irrelevant, because if it started before she was an adult, it was bad. If it started after, you know, I mean, like that.
I mean, all of these looks horrible. I'm not gonna be in the side of, oh, this is amazing. No, this is horrible. It pretty, you know, it's pretty Coomer Gremlin behavior, but. At this point, if you are, listen, I've been in, I've followed Destiny for a long time. This is not surprising. If anyone is like, "Oh my God, this is news," dude, this is not news. This is not surprising at all.
You should be expecting this from him. This is exactly what you should be expecting from him.
I was going to say we can look at this regardless of where the case is and everything, right? How, just as a example of why we should not be like Destiny. I mean, he was out there with his wife. Saying, you know, like, hey, we have a polygamous relationship and we're awesome. Well, his wife cheated on him on somebody he didn't want them to be polygamous with, and now they're not together anymore. Now he's got these lawsuits going on. When you follow this track, like, I don't care about the minutia of whatever's going on in his case right now. I'll look at his case from, you know, a 10,000 point view and just go, yep, I think I knew that was going to happen. So for everybody else I'm talking to on the internet, don't be like Destiny. I mean, it's that easy.
Yeah, you don't do that.
No, I mean, he's a perfect example of what not to be like, right?
Yeah. The Guffle Gremlin, yeah.
And that's what I fight on in debates, and these allegations that were levied against me, not to kind of rehash things. I think that there needs to be an antithesis to this. I think there needs to be counter to
Fatty?
And Fatty?
Was Fatty making the allegations?
No, it was somebody else. A group of individuals on Twitter started doing this. And that's why me and Andrew went into space and had to do debates with these people. Yeah, that guy. I have to fight this guy, and I think I'll give you credit for the SW.
That was fun. That was fun. He can never live that down when he went on Saucecast and said that, you know, sometimes a nice throbbing dick is a nice throbbing dick. I'm just like, okay.
He said the same thing on the whatever brothers.
On what brothers?
What the twins, the something.
Oh,
twins.
the Hodge twins.
The Hodge twins. Thank you. Yeah. He said the same thing. I was like, you know, like, this is gross. Emmett's like, no, I don't want to know about this.
I mean, just anybody that says that, just like, to me, is this okay? I just can't take you seriously. Anything that you say now, I just can't take you seriously. And I just, you know, put you in the column of just let them talk. They're cute. Just let them just want. They just want to be heard. Just like, nod your head and wave. You know, just tune them out. You know, because you just can't be serious. It's just funny. It's funny, but no. So you have when is your debate with Destiny?
I don't have a time yet. It's supposed to be on Tom Foolery's show. He said he'll let me know in the future. So, you
know, Tom tries to be a pretty decent, you know, debate moderator when he does like host like debates, even though he is still very obviously, you know, leftist. I think he at least tries his best to
be good faith. He mostly tends to be good faith. I'll do debate spaces and panels with Vibe, and Vibe will see me just start roasting people. And I see Vibe, and I'm like, oh, I swear I'm a good Christian, even though I'm roasting these people the whole time. But yeah, Vibe's good people. So
Vibe's great.
Vibe's really good people. I get along with him. I like him a lot. So
we just need to introduce Vibe to the warrior monk culture, and
I think I'm the only one who's like adults with Vibe.
You're the only one that what?
Then I'm at odds.
Yeah,
we have our rivalry.
Emmett and I are frenemies. So Emmett takes every opportunity he can to attack me, which is really weird because I always say Emmett and I are on the same side, but I don't know why Emmett loves attacking me. But we still are friends, and I enjoy the attacks.
Don't you have a female pastor?
No, I do not.
Oh, you don't? Okay, good. I thought your church. Your church was not a member of the Southern Baptist.
We were kicked out because actually we decided not to. That we will allow them. Our main pastor is a man, and he got a tattoo, Glenn, 2 weeks ago, which really upset me because we were yelling at our 20-year-old for like the 5th tattoo he got when we didn't approve the first one. And then our pastor goes,
I'll tell you the story one of these days of the pastor that I was working underneath that got a tattoo because of me in my living room from my tattoo artist.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was funny. But actually I wanted to point something out, and I wanted to see what you guys thought about this. Now, I would say, okay, if I came across that information, Marte, and I think this is the proper way of handling this, because I want to point out, like, there's a way to approach this information. And
are you talking about my allegations?
Your allegations, your false allegations, right? Let's say I came across this stuff. Somebody said this to me. If I take this information, I go to you, right? Like, hey, is this, right? Privately. I mean, if anything, all we got to do is look at Matthew, I believe it is 21, I think. It talks about how to address somebody we have an grievance with, right? And go to them privately. If you win your brother over, praise God, right? If you don't, go back with 2 witnesses, still private, right? And then address them, right? If you win them over, great, praise God. If not, then now you bring it in front of the church.
Well, hold on. You're giving people a standard that they don't even adhere to themselves, because obviously clout and the internet didn't exist back then. So they'll say, well, hold on, how would I follow this? Because Jesus didn't have a computer or laptop. It's like, their arguments are just reductionist at their base.
What I'm pointing at is that there is a Christian way of addressing something like this that they could have done, that they should have done.
They won't do it. Yeah.
But in that kind of, what I'm trying to point out, it kind of points out to their actions do not align with their words. Right.
Right. And that's the thing, though. There is a structure and standard that we would uphold to. But that's what I was saying, though. All I'm gonna say is that they'll divert everything, they'll obfuscate, and they'll never really address things. Hence why my DMs are always open. Yet I don't see a inbox, DM, or email from any of these people. Matter of fact, this space has been open all night for them to push the link. It's actually in their X spaces for them to combat me, and I can face my accuser. Oh, I can't face my accuser because they're going to be saying, well, no, because he's gay and all this other stuff, which is false. I don't want to just fight a guy who I can easily beat. Hold on.
Well, I mean,
so
why not show up? Oh, I'm not going to go on because he's gay. Well, actually, no, that's an accusation. You have not yet proven anything. And you're given the opportunity to prove your claim that you're making, but you're refusing to actually do that. So then, to me, that shows that they either question or lack confidence in what they're saying, or they know outright that what they're saying is dishonest.
But hold on, we can know something that Andrew stated. He stated this on the Crucible in the past, and I'll say this is a standard that he's firm, fair, and consistent on. He's not going to be friends with somebody that's homosexual or actively gay or any of this stuff. He'll tell you that it would change the nature of my relationship with him as his coach and one of his best friends. We won't be friends at all because of the lifestyle. He said, no, I have a zero tolerance policy. I'm pretty sure Grid once heard this before too from him, and that's the thing, though, is this is why these conversations this is why I need to face my accusers. This is why it's fallacious on this claim. This would change the very nature of everything. So it's like, yeah, of course, I'm going to face my accusers. But when they don't show up, guess what happens? None of this gets denounced. None of this gets refuted. The claim is false on its face, and they don't show up. So,
well, because here's the thing that Rollo told me once before. He goes, your enemies, regardless of what they say, if it's true or not, whoever rings the bell first wins. So if it's going to take more effort and energy for you to refute a false claim than it does to make a false claim.
I have a, I think I've told you this before, Marte, but I have a policy when it comes to drama. And this is going to be my policy ever. If I don't care about the drama, I'm never going to address it, because who cares? If it's something important that I need to address, I'll address it once. And if people want to find it, they'll find it. But if I want to milk it, I'm going to milk it. I'm going to make 80,000 videos of it, and I'm going to make a lot of fun. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it.
Well, Emmett, the reason why I have to address this is this message undermines my message as well too. If I'm in the trenches fighting against degeneracy and actually this lifestyle, so these accusations do affect me, and people can say, well, this opinion shouldn't matter to you. It matters to me whether or not people think I am or not, because Andrew wouldn't be my friend. It would change the relationship of my debates. Hopefully, if I get in here, it shows that I'm disingenuous and an honest or a lying grifter. So I think it affects a whole lot. So I think, especially as a public figure, these levied false claims against me. It's pretty, credibility. It's damaging. It's
credibility as well.
But I mean, how many times have we heard Andrew being attacked because he only debates only fangirls?
But
OF girls.
But Andrew always addresses these. Yeah, he doesn't shy away from it and ignore it.
How many times do you think are we gonna hear it again?
I mean, here's a lesson that people should learn, and they should have learned it from Based Oracle. When you make false claims against people, right? And when the truth is exposed, you become irrelevant. You will end up going away. I mean, Base Oracle was attacking Andrew for a while. I got the debate set up, and then he started attacking me because he didn't like that I was going to stay with Andrew's place, and when the debate was supposed to take place. And then Sarah ended up moderating, but long story short, but where is he now? He's gone. He made all this claim that he wanted it to be Andrew Wilson. He felt that he would have been the right person to be in Andrew Wilson's spot, attacking degeneracy, right? And he's no longer around because his accusations, his claims, and his attack against him fell flat on his face. And eventually, what people don't realize is that what is true is when the truth gets exposed, when the truth is revealed, you can't stand around it if you're lying. You can't be in the same place. Yeah, you get exposed for your lies.
But I mean, most of these guys are just anon accounts on Twitter that are supposed to be super fans of Andrew and have no idea what the evidence of proof or redemption or Christianity even is about. And it's kind of like every single time I hear it's like, he had a picture in a website. It's like, okay.
I just had a bunch of drama that I didn't ask for.
Oh God, here we go.
And I only ever talked about it when people brought it up, and everybody's like, "Why do you keep bringing up the drama?" And I'm like, "Because they keep bringing it up." And at the end of it, I said, "That's the end of it, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore." Now, if you ask, I'll tell you. If you don't want to know, don't open your mouth. And now, because the interesting thing is, what always happens in this is the truth does come out, right? The truth does come out where. When somebody else, because what inevitably happens is they get somebody else involved. See, this guy, he, whatever, and then that guy starts, questioning both sides, and when their answers don't add up, right, where they have to admit, oh yeah, I did that, but no, wait a minute, you said he lied about that, you said he did. You said you didn't do that. He said you did, but you did do it because you said you did. So it's in the end, I think that you just end up, either doing, with drama, you either end up going to war or you just be quiet about it, or some combination of both.
I like Grid. What I've seen from you is when drama comes up, somebody else will bring it up, you'll address it, but in the end, you're always like, to whoever is the accuser or the drama maker, you just always say, "I don't give a damn."
Like, I don't care. I honestly don't give a fuck.
Like, it doesn't affect my life whatsoever. Now I know, Marte, you're saying like, and Grid, Glenn, right? I mean, there are cases where people are saying things where it actually affects them, as what you're saying, and I would actually, Marte, you said it. Your accusers can come up here right now and address you one-on-one, right? There's an open invitation, but they're not. Something I really respect about Emmett is when he doesn't like something I say, he jumps on a panel, whether he's invited or not, and will be like, I have a question for Vibe. And I love that. Like, I'll give him, I mean, that's why I consider him a friend, right? Because he will address anything he dislikes I say. He's not a coward that way. But we also have to look at as personalities. I've definitely seen, I was talking to 10th Man. I saw he was on earlier, because he actually didn't know me, and I saw him like blasting me on one of the panels. So I jumped on his panel the next day. I was like, "Hey, I saw what you were saying." And then once we got to talk about it, it was good, right? You know, he didn't necessarily understand what I was saying. We kind of came to a conclusion on what the actual message was. I'm sure he might be watching this, and I think he'll agree there, not to dox him. But in that conversation, he was talking about what, like we were talking about with Destiny. Everything we say as a personality is recorded. And he was like, is it unethical for me to keep information, even if I know it's going to hurt somebody? And I said, really, it's not on you. The onus is on me. Each of us personalities on here, if we're going to be online and we're going to be doing things, we have to accept the responsibility, whether somebody uses that against us or for us, right? And for anybody jumping on here, I think they definitely need to understand, if people don't like you, they're going to dig into you and they're going to try to find dirt. And this is a responsibility you have to know and accept, and not blame them for finding it, because you're the one that actually took the action to come up on here. And if you're going to come up here, then you have to take the responsibility for your past actions, address them if they need to be. I used to not lie when I was young, but sometimes fib a little bit. In my 30s, I learned that. Well, there's one thing I think when you're actually intentionally trying to deceive somebody versus leaving the truth out. But I think they're both just as bad. In my 30s, I learned to actually tell everybody every mistake I ever made, because I learned that some people would use something against me. And that, therefore, if they actually discovered that mistake, I'm like, I already told the whole world about that. There's no issue there. We've already solved this, right? So like, I just don't tell lies anymore, or even hide or not admit some of the past of my past. That way it can never surprise me. It never can kick me in the ass, right? And I've made lots of mistakes. I'll admit that. But it is definitely interesting.
What I was gonna say, it's part of the idea of Christianity. I think I told you that, Glenn, once, that it has to do with the idea of redemption. We all make mistakes, and we have actual redemption, and we have ways to make redemption. And Marte is, at least for what I know, he's a catechumen, so he's talked to his priest. He's in the past. He's in the path to become part of the church. So he has to have explained these, and he has to have a way to get into community. So my way is,
my biggest problem with all this is that the same grace that everybody that is a believer is so grateful to receiving, we don't want to extend other people. We want to it's like, come on now. Like,
but I don't know. Fake moralism. I see a lot of people extending a lot of grace. The problem is
I'm talking about like when it's these accusations, like the accusation that Marte has been levied against that they're not giving him the grace that, oh, okay, he did some stuff in the past. We all have a past, and he's no longer doing it. Just like God forgave me and gives me the grace and accepts me now that I am sinning no more. I'm not doing those things anymore. Why can't we extend the same grace to other people and be like, okay, I'm not going to judge them based off of this because that's their past. They're not that person anymore.
Yeah, it's not like he's saying, oh, I did this and I'm proud of it and this is amazing. It's like the opposite, completely the opposite of it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, as I made this after the debate with Based Oracle.
we interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Glenn Lawrence here. Are you tired of losing arguments to your wife like this?
I understand it makes you feel bad when I am dishonest with you. It hurts my feelings when you treat me with contempt and corner me and try and trick me into lying.
Okay. It makes me sad when it's so easy to trick you into lying because you're such a lying shitbag.
That's not, you can't do that. You can't do that. The therapist said you're not allowed to judge me.
Are you tired of looking like a dumbass in arguments like this guy?
So let me just make sure I get this correct. Would you say, and do you promote to your audience that you're honest?
I don't think so. Well, if my audience asks who I am, what I tell them is I'm a piece of shit.
Oh, it's so fun to do this. So I just want to make sure I got this right. You're a dishonest piece of shit. Nobody should believe you. Got it.
Gosh, that was horrible. So if you're tired of losing arguments to your wife and you're tired of looking like BO in a debate, then I suggest you go to debateuniversity.com. That's right, debateuniversity.com, and learn from the man himself, Andrew Wilson, and he will teach you how you can become a master debater. No, not a masturbator, you sick fucks. Put your hands down, okay? We're not talking about that. But a master debater, and how you could learn dirty debate tactics and all the fallacies, the logical fallacies, and all that other good jazz. So if you already become a master debater, then what are you waiting for? Go to debateuniversity.com and you could look like this guy.
It is nebulous. I understand it's nebulous.
God damn it! You're still whining.
Say, thank you for prostituting yourself so I have air conditioning.
Well, now, as we hang on, let me finish. My turn.
Sure. Go ahead.
So, as we dive into this, though, by the way, you say that you can't make a deterministic statement, which is a deterministic statement. How dumb are you, Bosch? Why would you do anything if you didn't care?
So what are you waiting for? Go to debateuniversity.com right now and sign up and learn how to be a great debater and stop looking stupid in arguments and debates. Shit, dumbass. All you got to do is go to debateuniversity.com and click enroll now. I think that was probably the best promo for Debate University ever created, but I'm biased.
I like that you put super chat in there and on the based Oracle thing. That was funny. That was good. Appreciate that.
Good one.
That was awesome. That was awesome. So I was going to say something, and then I was laughing really hard at the based Oracle crashing out. So I kind of missed it. It'll come back to me.
When I watched that, I saw Vosh on there, and I don't mean to be a troll, and I never have done this, but I always wanted to say it on his channel in the chat there. But doesn't he look like the type of guy that'd be driving a van that says free candy on the side?
Yep. He looks like a guy that would live out of a van down by the river. That's what you're asking.
Okay. I gotta go, guys. Thank you for having me on.
See you, Emmett.
No problem,
Hey, take care, Emmett.
See you again, my man. The interesting thing about all of those characters that Andrew's kind of debating there is a lot of them have kind of like had a reduced audience now because they just had like one thing they could argue. That was
that's what I said. Like, they make themselves irrelevant.
Yeah. They just can't make a good argument. They don't know how to do that. So, but
I mean, that's just the big thing for the character, right? Like, how am I going to I know that Destiny has a huge audience, but I don't think I've ever watched more than 30 minutes unless he was debating somebody like Andrew. Because just based on the character and his ethics, even if he says something right, I'm going to think it's wrong just because of where he comes from.
Yeah, I could see that. It's hard to shake that label. He's been typecast himself. I could see that a lot. It's really bad. I mean, that's the thing though. It's so gray area content here. It's like, so if I'm talking about my past and my new opponents or these detractors are telling me I'm typecast because of something 10 years ago, this isn't even a functional equivalent of that. People that are currently doing this are going to be the people that fight in the trenches, people that are actively doing this. Hence my whole, I guess, my example of saying I'm smacking the syringe out of somebody's hand who's about to inject it when I was a past drug dealer for like 10 years ago. It's the same equivalent. You're telling me that I can't do this? Like, this makes no sense. Therefore, all you want me to do is have allowance of degeneracy in these trenches and nobody fighting. This is what you want. So we're not guaranteeing a better future for our kids and grandkids. I don't know. Their whole argument non-existent.
I think that really it comes down to he who without sin cast the first stone. So
yeah, man, for sure. Look, we've all got a past. I have a past. You know, everybody. Maybe Vibe probably doesn't. He looks.
I have a pass. I have a pass. Trust me, I have a pass.
Oh man, did you steal some berries in the produce section?
I'm not pure.
You cannot have the name Vibe
in the
and not have
produce
a
section. I
pass.
guarantee you it. It's probably
Yeah, but I mean, like everybody has a past, right? And this is actually one of my biggest bones of contention with most people out there. And my biggest bone of contention is usually when they start talking about how, you know, for example, if you go to jail and do your time in this country, you get out, you should be wiped out, slate cleared. You are a new man. You are who you have done. You did the crime. You did the time. You walk out the door, free man. That doesn't happen in this country anymore. You can't buy a firearm. You can't vote. A lot of places won't hire you.
You are forever marked by
forever branded.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't like that. I don't like that because you know, again, now a lot of this is me being more of a, you know, having a more of a classical education and having having read a lot of the great poets and a lot of the great texts from that they don't even fucking have in school anymore. But there were some bad dudes.
Yeah.
Like they were fuckers, man. Like in their youth, they would have been, you know, people would have killed them. And they decided one day to just change, to be somebody better. Right now, whether they did it because of God, because of a woman, because they had a kid and they found out, who knows what the reason is. Maybe they just decided to stop being gay. I don't know. I don't care. But the fact is that if somebody's actually made the change or say that they've made the change, I'm going to give them the opportunity
to prove
to
themselves.
show that they have. Now that doesn't mean. Now does that mean that I'm going to leave my door unlocked if a burglar a known burglar moves into the neighborhood? Probably not. Right?
Yeah,
probably not. Does that mean I'm going to avoid the guy and I'm not going to go to his barbecue on the weekend and I'm not going to send my kid over to make $10 mowing his lawn? Fuck no. Get that $10, bro. Go get that money.
This is why the conversion to Christianity and having a online ministry is really skeptical. Like I've even told Glenn on this program, I said, if I ever think about even converting to like ministry or helping out in clergy or doing anything like this, it would be 10 years, 15 years before I even have the thought or even conversation about this. Like, so overnight, you know, it's like, that's the pipeline, the corn of pipeline ministry that people are railing against. However, I've never been adjacent to any of this. I've debated for Christian nationalism, but I've done it from a pragmatic sense. Now, this is what I'm saying, though. They're comparing like apples and oranges. The whole time I was in this industry, never had sex on camera. I don't have a body count from this. None of this stuff. All I've done is just solo stuff. And I'm not saying that none of this isn't bad, and I'm not admonishing myself from doing this. It's all bad. It's all stupid, degenerate content. And that's why I'm against it right now. And I'll continue to fight tooth and nail against this. So
basically, Grid, you were more degenerate not being on these websites than
well, I've admitted that I was degenerate.
Oh,
I really admit it. I tell everyone that I'm you know, I was not a good person at one point in my life.
You know, you missed Gia because Gia came on earlier too.
My luck. I have a life outside of this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But but I mean, there's a lot of, there's kind of a lot of stuff out there right now where the way people treat each other, the way people talk to each other. I have a friend of mine. He's an author. His name's Clay Martin. And he's Special Forces, Green Beret Ranger, all of it. He's all the things. He's a solid dude. He's done God's work overseas. he's a really good dude. He has kind of a ministry now. He's actually established a church for veterans based around something that I don't know that I would call it a church, but he has to. But you know,
for tax
and
purposes.
he works with veterans that are like him. A lot of them in the soft space, right? And helping them come back from war, right? Like all of the things they see during war, and the things they have to do, and the people they have to be. And one of the things he does is he uses cytosine or whatever it is. It's like mushrooms or some shit. And apparently it instantly removes the thought of suicide from these veterans. It's like it just turns the switch off. Right. And I listened to him the other day for like an hour and a half. He was on a podcast. And I just actually ran across it because he's calling out somebody else being a piece of shit in the soft world, which is what he also does, is he calls out people who are being pieces of shit. And and he holds the "I was fucking there" the tabs to be able to do that, right? So it's not like me. I was never there. I'm not that guy. I know those guys. I hang out with those guys. I'm not one of those guys. I can't call those guys out, but they can call each other out. And that's what he does. So I ran across this thing, and he spent a couple hours talking about his ministry. And a lot of it's kind of that just men, war fighters getting back to being men, and how men, how there's a long history of men going out and doing really, really bad things because they had to, and then coming back, and then they wouldn't even come back in society. They were talking about during all of these early societies, how the warriors weren't even allowed to return to their town, they have to go off in a separate space and kind of decompress. Like they weren't even allowed because they're just so, there's so much the weapon at that point. And and it was really interesting. It's a really interesting thing. You ought to really reach out to him sometime, Glenn. He'd be a great person for your.
Definitely.
He's doing a similar thing to help men. And And,
and then that's like the saddest thing about like being in this space is that there's not a lot of places that are designed not to try to capitalize or profit off of people's pain. Like what we're trying to do is really just trying to help guys out and help them just to help them, because we know that we need good men, we need good leaders. The reason why we're in the position that we're in is because we don't have enough of them right now. We're running short on good patriarchal men. Okay, let's just call it what it is. And we know in order to course correct society and our culture to where we're at, we need those men to come back. We need to bring them back. We need to raise them back. We need a culture that supports them to be raised correctly and to become the men that they should be. And we don't see a lot of places that actually really dedicate to actually doing that without making sure that they make their, profit off it. Read my book, do this, buy my course for $1,000.
It's getting destroyed. It's getting destroyed in real time. And we could see this. By the way, Vibes, Grid One, even you, Glenn, could see this. If you saw the movie, what is it? Predator nowadays, it would be toxic masculinity now. We don't have figures like this. So we had Robert Pattinson as Batman. Like, this is the emo guy that you want. So we're literally having like any masculine figures, even the appearance being torn down. Now we have Triple H coming out of the White House and saying, we're going to go ahead and revamp this fitness revolution. Well, that's the thing though. It's like, we need to change this from all dynamics and aspects. Matter of fact, Vibe can attest to this. He was just on a panel where we're talking about solutions for the birth rate crisis. Nobody really had any viable viable solutions. When I offered a solution, it was glossed over like it was nothing. Now, the problem with this is we dig our heads in the sand and nobody's really fighting this. I think that when we have panels like this, Grid One, who's an owner operator of a business that's successful, Vibe, who also backs up what he says with Christian ethos, you as well too, Glenn. I think that if we can come together and form together like Voltron, like that we saw in Saturday morning cartoons, which we saw He-Man and these figures of old, I think we need to have a campaign to bring this back. And I think propaganda is one way to do this with a solution-oriented approach with real responses and solutions and not just complaints.
Well,
So if
you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Like what you're saying is exactly right, because that's really the focus is that, okay, we know that we have problems. We know that there's problems. We don't need to, repeat what they are and go through the whole diatribe of how we got here. We know that what are we going to do about it? That's what we need to be focused on. What is the actionable advice that we could take that changes the course, that course corrects the problem that we're dealing with?
We need action and solutions, not just a complaint department, because we all turn into what Kevin's, not Karen's, if we just congregate here and just bitch about the system, but we don't enact change. That's why I'm constantly in these debate panels. If I see a debate panel, there's something that I'm remotely interested in, not something to the subject of why are women having such a big ego. I'll jump in the fray and start throwing blows. Vibe has known me well enough, long enough to know that if there's something that's contentious and there's a Christian ethos that combats this or can combat this from a Christian ethicist standpoint, I'm in the fray. I will fight tooth and nail. And if Vibe's in the fray with me and Grid One's in the fray with me and we're fighting this, we're doing our part. But I'm asking everybody at home in the audience that's watching this, Changing Minds and Hearts, get in here with me, pick up your sword. Don't complain about the gladiators fighting and run them from the battle. These trenches are empty. We need them filled a little bit more with more men.
Absolutely. That's why, like I said, like we need a generation of Nehemiahs. People that are going
our generation is getting lost, though. I mean, most of the men that actually exist out there are actually Middle America, but the majority of the population is on the East and the West Coast. The people on the East and West Coast have never shot a BB gun. They're anti-gun. Like,
speak for yourself.
Men don't even know what it is to be a man because they've never been presented with that opportunity. And once you get to a certain age, it's almost like too late. Like, so I live in California now, but I grew up in Michigan. When I went to middle school at 13 after summer, if you didn't come back and had killed a deer, you were pretty much ostracized by the other men for not having killed something.
Yes.
And your parents would take you, or your dad would take you out. There were two types of parents. There were bow hunters and there were gun hunters. There was no prejudice against them. I mean, sometimes the bow hunters were like, well, we're real hunters. You guys just use guns. But that was good, right?
There.
When I moved to California, and started this, or I was a CTO for a company, and they decided to open an office in the Philippines. And they're like, well, you're the smartest guy here. We're going to send you there. We need 250 employees. You tell us what you need to do. So they flew me up to the Philippines. I brought a couple of my programmers, a couple of my sales guy, my recruiter, and we got a condo out there. And I brought the male programmers. These are guys like Ryan, Radical Coder, right? I brought them with me to train the staff there. And I took them to the grocery store. And in the Philippines, they didn't have packets of chicken breasts. They only had whole chickens.
Yeah.
So I bought a whole chicken. And I know where this is going. I brought it back to the condo, and they're like, what are you going to do with that? And I started slicing it, and I cut the breast out. And they're like, that's where the breast comes from? And I'm like, dude, you're not a man. How can you not know this, right?
Yes, I mean, we need this.
Simple things like just fishing and know how to gut a fish.
Well, what it is that we no longer have we don't have rites of passages anymore for men.
Right. And now the men don't even know. I mean, even their fathers now, like the new fathers never gutted a fish. Right. Yeah. And doesn't mean that they're not manly. They just never were actually introduced to the things that men should be introduced to. Because back in the day, fishers of men that were fishers knew how to do these things. Right. I think it's inherent in our heart, but society has now said that if you're the type of man that can not squeam when you gut a fish or a deer or like pluck the feathers off a chicken, then you're not a man.
Vibe, I'll say this. I'll have to retract my statements. I don't retract a lot, but I'll retract calling you Ned Flanders and Bob's Burgers. I'll never call you that again after this, okay? I'll leave it alone.
Flanders is pretty close, though. Flanders.
Like what it is like, we have like it really, because what you're pointing out is problem solving.
Well, hold on, but there's also a mentality issue there.
Hold on,
I have an excellent.
Hold on, Greg. Let me get this out. Let me get this out.
All right.
What you're talking about, being able to hunt, being able to fish, being able to do this stuff, being able to find the chicken breast on the chicken, right? You are problem solving for something. That's our innate. That's what we're designed for. God created us to be problem solvers, right? And we're saying that these men today have been taught not to problem solve and not to figure out how to problem solve. Their solution of problem solving is Uber Eats, right?
Yeah, right.
So maybe that's why we're all becoming programmers now, because that is problem solving, just not problem solving on a human survival nature, right?
But there's another
very core to that. Like they're not able to without all these different details or different
you're
not
close,
able to problem solve. They're being able to pass on the thing that they're supposed to be able to do onto some other third party, whether it's an app or it's just like being able to use a gun. Well, people will use a gun, but they don't know how to fight. Well, it's still not problem solving if you're not able to defend yourself if you don't have a gun.
Yeah, but it's deeper than that, I think. I think Vibe kind of touched on it a little bit, but he didn't go there. I'm going to go there. So what we lack is we lack the ability to do what's necessary. I have a good there was a program at one point in time. I'm not going to tell you where, but there was a program one time where they were training soldiers, and basically these were men that they knew at some point might have to slit somebody's throat in the dark. And that's a hard thing for a human being to do. It just is. And so what they would do is the guys that they identified as I guess pretty much everyone had to do it, but mostly the guys that they identified were going to have a problem with it. They gave them this rabbit, and they would feed the rabbit. The rabbit would grow, and then just one day they'd walk over, and the instructor would say, "Okay, get your rabbit." And they all get their rabbit, and they got the rabbit. All right, but pet the rabbit. All right, and when you feel the muscles on his neck relaxed, you take him by the neck and just snap it, and it snaps the neck and kills rabbit instantly. He doesn't feel a thing, and that's what we lack in society. We lack the ability to fucking kill things and be okay with it because it needs to be.
I told this story on your channel, Grid, where I actually
I think we do pretty well.
We had three chickens that we let the kids
far away.
Kids play with, but we were keeping them to eat them, and we let the kids name them. And a couple weeks later, we killed the chicken. We asked how it tasted. And they actually saw me kill the chicken, and they were like, "It tastes delicious."
That's where your food
don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm sure the whole universe right now is going to be like, Vibe is horrible. He's the worst.
They absolutely think I'm horrible. I just told the Fluffy Bunny story.
The trauma those kids saw.
Fluffy Bunny story.
I can guarantee you the kids had no trauma. And matter of fact, they're not going to become vegan because they're like worried about the animals. They understand the actual life cycle, the true life cycle. Like all these other people that are going to the grocery store just buying it in a packet and don't know what actually happens. My children know what happens, right? So, and they were not affected. Like because it was at a young age, they were introduced to it, and they actually now understand the cycle of life. They're not going to be messed up by that. And I think this is something just lacking in human nature, right? Like it is a part of ours. We just now actually put it. We assign a corporation, so we don't have to see it. We can close our eyes to it, and we can just taste it.
And there's a reality. There's a disconnect from reality that most people in the city seem to have these days, and it's because of that. And they basically subcontract everything that they don't want to do in life. Right.
Well, yeah, that's
the problem is that
now, Grid, is like they're problem solving, but they're not actually being able to actually ever really solve the problem if necessary.
Sure, but at any rate, I guess, but we are subbing things out for sure. But it's not just that. They don't have a sense of reality. They don't have a sense of that their meat comes from cow. Tomorrow I actually have to go out Halsell Pike, and I'm gonna look at the beef that I'm gonna stare my steaks in the face this week.
That's awesome.
And I'll be like, you don't know it yet. It's about 6 weeks.
That
You're
is
gonna
so
be steak, baby. And and so I live close enough to all of that it's just normal to me, right? Like, but you talk to people, and as Vibe was alluding to, in the cities, they have no idea. Worse than that, they don't know how to interact with people. They don't have to. My wife has people that work for her that do not communicate over the telephone. They literally text or email everything. There is no personal connection. Like, it's crazy. It was insane to me. And my wife's kind of getting the same way. She's like, oh, just text me. And I'm like, no, I'm going to fucking call you because I want an immediate answer. I want to hear the tone of your voice, all of that, like how does this work? You can't get inflection. You can't hear the tonality of somebody's voice. It's bad. It's bad. But we're becoming less than human, and it's one of the what do they call those people that, not technocrats, but it's some version of that, right? Where they think that technology is going to solve all of humanity's issues.
Yeah, I'm a Gen Xer. My wife is millennial, and she will text me when she's in the room next to my room. And I never respond to her via text. I get up, I open my door, I walk in the room, and I answer her question.
Right.
And
same thing.
That's a good
She's like, why didn't you answer my text? What if it was important? I'm like, you were in the house. Just come into my room.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm in that. I mean, not quite that, but my wife's 11 years younger than me, so it's kind of the same thing. But
so I want to say this. I'm going to leave, but I want to say I've given enough time for my detractors to show up and kind of challenge me on this, on the false allegations that they've levied. They haven't showed up, so I think it's adequate enough time for. Oh, here we go. I don't know.
Well, that's cleaner. He's on your side, bro.
Maybe he's going. Let's see.
I don't think he's
a Fed though.
So sure. I don't think you're opposition at all. But I will say I will bid everybody adieu. I gave it enough time for somebody to step up, mainly these two individuals. And no, I haven't had any counter. Matter of fact, 10th Man just came through with all the receipts. Well, actually no receipts, but came through and said there's nothing. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that there's any pushback. So these guys aren't master debaters. They never came with any claims to solidify that. There's proof, nothing.
Yeah.
They're masturbators, but not the master debaters.
Yeah, right. They're degenerates, right? That's about it.
Marte, it was a pleasure.
I wanted to end, or at least have you wrap up with something actionable, because we were talking about actionable advice. We did highlight a lot of the problems. Leave with providing an actionable advice that people could take away and say, okay, I'm taking this information, I could apply this and help make a change, and at least change myself that could be better for tomorrow. What's the actionable advice here that you want to leave with everybody with?
I would say if you see something, do something, and don't be the person that complains and doesn't do anything. I think the biggest disease we have in America is inaction. So this is on all fronts. The reason why we have a lot of fat ass people in America is because of inaction. This is in both speech, mind, and thought. So if we think about this, the reason why I do debates is because people could say, well, you aren't changing anything. Well, we don't really know that, because Grid One can get on here and tell, like, let's say he has a son and tells the son, well, you can't complain about hoes while creating hoes in the process. Well, there's 10,000 people watching the stream. You don't know how many minds you're changing. Well, if you don't do anything and you complain about things, all you're doing is being a Kevin and a Karen and not changing the world around you. So I think that when we go to talking about the sin of omission, meaning like you see a kid being touched, but you don't say anything, you might as well be the guy that's also doing this, because you're privy to this, and you're also complicit. So the thing that I would leave behind is to say, like I tell everybody with debates, I'm not the expert debater here, but I will say, if you want to be better at something, go do it and take part and becoming the person that's pushing against this. You know, complaining about problems isn't making you better at solving the problem. Get in here, fight in the trenches with me, Grid One, Vibes, Glenn Lawrence, and Cleaner over here, and do something about it. Don't just sit here, complain on your thumbs, and just be the person that's talking about what Grid just brought up, is this technological disconnect. Get in here and fight. Pick up your sword, fight in the arena. Don't complain about the gladiators that fight. That's it.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. You know,
by the way, Glenn,
your time, because I did reach out to you to get, you know, for all this, and I look forward to the conversation we'll have with Sterling and Gia in the upcoming weeks. I think it's going to be a really good topic and good conversation. Thanks for coming on, Marte, and you know, clearing this stuff all up for everybody. I'm glad that you were able to provide the truth for everybody to hear, but also giving your detractors the opportunity to come up and actually be willing to push back. And it states more about your character than it does theirs. Actually, it exposes a lot about their character as well, for not taking that opportunity.
Well, it's never going to happen, and I'll tell you why. So it'll be never ending, and I expect it to be never ending, because you never really truly won the fight that you never showed up to, and you also never lost. So this is a way to escape from any culpability, any accountability, and say, well, you know, he lost this, but I gave you the opportunity. So they'll always say, you know, well, I never lost a debate. Well, this is just stupid. You didn't show up either to defend anything. So it's just, I don't know. W on my end on both parts. With the one when Andrew Wilson showed up to that, the debate where we went to war against these two idiots, and also this one where they were a no-show. So also Andrew did show up to a space with Shiv and battled these people too. So I don't know. They're getting wrecked on every corner. I don't
know Shiv, and Shiv is like, I never had a bad, you know, interaction with him.
We had words. We had words. So yeah.
And Shiva's usually good faith, but he can get up on his high horse.
That's what happened. Shiv was saying that I can't complain about people because I had done stuff in the past. I'm like, what? It's stupid.
To translate what Marte said into Streetwise, basically he said, show the fuck up. So he did. He showed the fuck up. His opponent did not. They pussed out. So that's what happened.
And it's not like they didn't know, because like I said, I
mean, that's a man call out right there.
Yeah,
they knew. I made contact and they responded, you know, and they chose not to. So
what did they say exactly? I'm curious.
Okay, I'll read it. I'll read it verbatim. I just didn't want to like, so I'll read it verbatim.
The pearl clutching response.
They said, this is exactly what he said. I'm good. I've already destroyed him multiple times and destroyed his debate dad. I don't platform maggots, homosexuals. And I responded and said, well, there has been evidence that has surfaced that refutes the claims made against him. If the truth is important, I would recommend at least tuning in, right? And then he sent me a bunch of screenshots of people's like people's like comments, links, allegedly, you know, the links that go to all the stuff, pictures with links, stuff like that.
Well, I'll respond to that. And I'll use Cleaner as an example. If I go to a debate and Cleaner isn't present in the way that I plan on winning a debate, well, hold on. Cleaner told me that you don't sleep around. I'm just telling you what Cleaner said, even though he's not present. That's literally what their response is. And it doesn't really make any sense. So what Cleaner was talking about is the whole man call out. I'm calling you out right now. I'm not calling out your proxies or anything else like this. I'm calling out you as the participant, the person who will step up to me. Well, actually won't step up. Well, it's like, this isn't happening. We didn't do this when I was growing up as a kid. So if I call Cleaner out back in the day, he showed the fuck up. And actually, you know, like at high noon in the West, they'd done this as men. We showed up and, you know, backed up everything that we talked about. If you don't do this as a man, can you really say you're a man? We do this. And here's the thing, Glenn, I shit test you. We do this all the time. I will do the same to Grid One, maybe in some roundabout way. We as men do this all the time. As a matter of fact, Grid One, if I shake your hand and I give you the soft fist this handshake, that little weak thing, you're going to judge me. You're going to size me up and say, well, hold on. This guy cannot go to war with me because I shook his hand and sized him up. That's still in play today. So if you don't meet a man on home turf and meet him halfway for a fight, that's the handshake you just lost.
Yeah.
So,
I got to be honest with you. If I like get a weird grip or something and I don't give the handshake that I'm used to, I'm always like, man, that motherfucker's going to judge me. God damn it.
Dude, when people do that shit, well, I don't let them get away with it. When I get a limp one, I go back in. I'm like, no, motherfucker, come here.
That's right.
And if
You
they
better
do a
redeem
limp
myself.
twice,
You
I'm
let
like,
me redeem myself.
fuck this shit, I'm
Cell
gone.
block. This is cleaner cell block B shower time right here talking. You don't want to be in the cell block with this guy.
Hey, I just want to just to make a comment on everybody on this panel here. Personally, I've reached out to each of you personally, and each of you have come back to me instantly. When I reached out to Glenn personally, he actually gave me his number. He's like, let's call, let's talk. Same thing with Marte. I reached out to Grid for advice. He instantly responded back. I mean, this is what men do. Like when somebody asks a question, they go, you know what? I'm going to talk back to that man. I think none of you guys knew me when I reached out to you for the first time, but you didn't hesitate. Even Cleaner and I, like we talk all the time now whenever I reach out. So I actually look at this panel as a panel of men.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I called you out too, Vibes, when I said, oh, by the way, I kind of disagree with some of your view. Well, the reason why is because even though I like you, I'm going to disagree with you just to see how you hold up and see if you can hold this frame.
I want you to do that.
Holding frame isn't a new thing. I mean, this is the thing. If back in the days of Christ, if I was challenged to something in my faith and I crumbled, guess what? I'm not a believer. And guess what? Everybody else's faith is going to crumble around me because there has to be a pillar of faith, a mountain of men. And we don't see examples of this in society. So you're right to say that we see men on this panel for sure.
Yeah. And I think all of us men can actually drill somebody else for having a wrong opinion in our view. And that man's not going to hate the other man. He's going to go, thank you for bringing that up. I'm either going to attack you because you're wrong, or I'm going to listen and learn.
Yeah.
Well, I tell people all the time. Glenn and I will go after each other for hours.
And Grid just has the hard time admitting.
And then I'm like, all right, you're just fucking wrong. I can't help you, man. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry, you're wrong, but you're wrong. And and we're still buddies.
I respect my elders, so I don't have to call
them
out.
Whatever.
Elders.
If he's gonna go to elders, you know he fucking lost.
You know, can't teach an old dog a new trick. You just got to respect their elders. Okay, be respectful.
Damn.
Devil's advocate with people because I want to shit test them. You know, like I will take somebody else's claim that's like insane just to go up against someone so that I can give them the best possible argument that I could have if I actually believe in that stupid crazy bullshit. Because I want to see if they've got the metal to handle it. I want to know that my brothers in arms that are out there fighting are the best they can fucking be.
Yeah. I'm with you all the way, Cleaner. I agree with that. That's my motto too.
And here's the thing I want to say: like, each and every one of us has had to deal with a confrontation with one of you. Definitely, I think we've all had disagreements with one of us, and we've addressed it, not behind people's backs, not in the whispers. No, we may have done it privately, but we have addressed the issue. We didn't not address the issue and just let gossip go around. We presented each other with the problem. Hey,
we were direct, and that's what you're pointing to is we're direct. If I meet Grid on the playground and on the baseball mound, and I say, I'm seeing you after school because you're a punk, you're a wussy. Those words actually meant something. If someone called me
going to meet,
it was really bad. It doesn't hold weight now, but these words like wimp, wussy, things like this. Oh, you were fighting back in those days because words held meaning. So if Grid didn't show up, he had to show up and get picked on and called names the next day. So he had to withhold his family's, keep his family's honor. That meant something, but men are still retaining this by Cleaner's account, which is the motto which I live by, and everybody else's. So it's like, if you're a man, be a man of your word, and that's all this boils down to. So
yeah, and
I used to have this
thing is right there is have integrity. Have integrity.
So I have a lot of little truisms, I guess, that I just randomly throw out sometimes when they seem appropriate. One of them I think is almost always applicable is feelings come and feelings go, but responsibilities always stay the same. And if you can't wrap your head around that, like it honestly doesn't make a fuck what I think about somebody I have to work with. Right. It doesn't make, I don't care if they are a different religion, a different color, a different creed. I don't care if they do witch doctor shit at night. We got a job to do. We're going to get the job done. Now, once the job is done, we may have words, or I may never see that person again. But just because I don't like the cut of your jib doesn't mean that I can't work with you, that I can't talk with you, that I can't understand, try and at least wrap my head around your worldview, and we can have a conversation. Now, again, once that's done, I may never want to talk to you again in my life. But I would if you came up to me and said, hey, I want to talk to you. I don't understand the fear that people have. Yeah, that's the other one. My absolute favorite saying in the world is fear is the spare change that will keep you broke. You carry that shit around in your pocket, brother.
It's true.
And you will be fucking broke your whole life.
Yeah, nobody's
actually jumping on the opportunity. Their fear is actually failing when they get the opportunity to prove themselves. So there's a lack of confidence.
Here's the thing. Who has ever died from showing up to a debate on YouTube? What's the fear? Are you gonna croak? If you get wrecked by me in a debate, are you just going to have a heart attack or a coronary bypass with a die of stroke on the side? This doesn't make any sense. So it's like that's the only meal I'm serving up. They're wise to actually avoid this, to be honest with you.
Some people actually do get exceedingly butthurt and will do like weird shit for months.
I'm not going to lie. That's my objective, Marte. My objective is to do this until I kill someone debating. They have a heart attack.
It's probably going to be me first, but guys, sorry. I got to bow out because the kids are screaming for me, right? And I don't mean to dox my kids. Screaming. They have their own YouTube channel that has more followers than me that my wife created. So unfortunately, they're still finding
there you go, bro.
But thank you guys, Marty, Glenn, everybody. Awesome seeing you guys. Sorry, I got to run because otherwise they're going to kill each other.
Sounds good, bro.
See you, man.
All right, Vibe. Take it easy, man.
All right. Bye.
So, Cleaner, the next debate I'm showing up, I'm putting on a Max Headroom mask on, infiltrating and creating coronary bypasses. That's what I'm going to do. My next
Max Headroom.
Yes, that's what I'm
Max Headroom.
God.
Yeah. So Glenn, I haven't kept up with you lately, but I am down since you last saw me in Florida. I'm down
18, right?
I'm 24 today.
Congratulations,
bro.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah. I'm doing 2 workouts a day. I'm doing all the things, you know.
Good.
You're doing more than me, and I'm training for the New York Pro next year. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I'm not doing the workout you're doing, brother. I'm doing like I do
He's
usually
old.
4 exercises.
He does old man workouts.
I'm doing old man workout. I'm old. I'm 55, bro. And I hurt myself I hurt myself in 22. I tore my knee and hip up, and I put on like 30 pounds, brother. Like it hurt so bad. Like, and every time Glenn and I, for the past year and a half, I would tell him like, yeah, I'm working out. And then like 3 days later, I'm like, fuck, I hurt myself.
You went running and then you fell and you busted your ass.
I did. I busted my wrist.
He's like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta get off this panel. I need to get some ice. My wrist hurts.
That's right.
Oh wow, that's
yeah, man. I don't honestly know the meaning of the word quit.
That was the most like bitchish thing I've ever heard Grid say. I need to get some ice.
You know, I just thought of something that
but I'm just breaking his balls because he's always breaking mine. So
my wife
I'm surprised the guy ain't left, to be honest.
She used to tell me
Remember,
that
I got
like
fixed a long time ago, so they don't even work.
I was a fucking gentle giant or something. That's what she used to tell me. My wife used to say, "You're a gentle giant," and I'd be like, "Sweetheart, you don't know the violence it took to make me this gentle." And you know, I've always believed that. And the reason is this, you know, if you're going to call yourself a man, if you're going to be a man, if you're going to be a good man in the world, or even strive to be that, knowing you're not, you know, you have to be capable. You have to be capable of doing the most horrific shit there is that could possibly be done to another human being, but not do it.
Yep. No, like that's the one thing that guys tend to project the most. That is really a false narrative to do is project this level of safety. You're not supposed to be safe. Okay,
No,
but you're supposed to be good. There's a big difference. And I took this from The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. Like, you know, they're like, oh, Susie's like, I'm scared to meet Aslan. He's a lion. Is he safe? And like Mr. Beaver's like, no, bitch, he's a fucking lion, but he's good. Like, that's what we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be safe, but we are supposed to be good. And that kind of goes to like, what kind of patriarchal leadership are you going to have? Are you going to be a good patriarch or an evil patriarch? Because there's only those two options, you know, and it is really that black and white. There's no in between there. There's not goodish. There's either good or evil. And what we need to do is patriarchy is not going to go anywhere. But what kind of patriarchy we're going to have in the future, that's what we're fighting for now. We're either going to have the continuation of this evil patriarchy that has allowed the things that have continued to go on for as long as it has, or we're going to course correct and create and establish a good patriarchy.
Oh, we'll course correct.
The decision is on us. You know, what we do today does factor into tomorrow.
We will course correct. I'll tell you the huge socio problem that we're going to run into, the huge societal problem that we're going to run into is the one question that nobody really wants to ask and answer. What do we do with the people who are so brainwashed we can't fix them?
Well, you know, I would say it's like triage in the battlefield, right? You save the ones that you can and you read the last rites to the ones that you can't.
Well, that's my theory, but I don't know. I don't know until it happens. But nobody talks about that question. Nobody asks that question, and nobody answers it right now. We talk a lot about what can we do to fix it, and everybody's got a lot of good ideas, and a lot of people are starting to get into enacting those ideas, and I like that. That's good. But we're gonna at some point have to sit down and have this conversation. What do we do with the people who are so fucking brainwashed by all the propaganda and the CIA shit and the government shit and the KGB shit and all this other crap all over the world? You know, all these people. What are we going to do with those people that are so far gone we can't fix them? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to two things: feed them or let them die.
You know, that's the thing. Question.
We have to let them die at some point.
Yeah, I think
you can't drag them on, and you can't drag them with you because they're going to hold you back.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't know. I have this like weird hypothesis that the cities are going to collapse. They're just going to collapse. And it was interesting because I told I was on the debate panel with Prime Kai and a bunch of those lefty fuckers. And I'm like, yeah, it wouldn't bother me. I told him, I'm like, it wouldn't bother me at all if New York City just didn't exist. They're like, oh, that's all the money, all the financial stuff. I'm like, yeah, we got computers. None of that shit matters. New York no longer matters. It's irrelevant. It could go away. And what I honestly believe is going to end up happening is something like what's happening in London, where they can't produce any of their own food in London. Everything gets trucked into London. If somebody cut that off, if the farmers just up and decided that we don't need to sell you shit, you'd have two choices: get the fuck out of London or die. That's it. No other choices. New York's the same thing. New York is really close. LA, same deal. San Diego, San Francisco, Sacramento, Chicago, Detroit's already being taken over.
Yeah.
By the fucking forest. Like, you can get, like, anybody that thinks I'm joking about this, go to fucking Detroit. Go to Detroit and start driving around. And look at entire neighborhoods that were homes.
But that's been like that for years now.
Forest, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's streets there. Like, you drive past the street and you look down it, you'll have to do a double take because there'll be a tree growing out of a fucking car. And you're like, what the fuck? That's from a dystopian movie.
If you guys ever seen that movie called Barbarian, I don't know if you guys ever watch horror, but this woman bunkers down in this house. You know where I'm going, Cleaner. She bunkers down, and in the daytime, they show these houses. That's literally what Detroit looks like. It's a barren wasteland to some degree where nature's taking everything back. So Grit is right. So this can rapidly happen to New York and everywhere else where these libs are taking over and they're running away from and fleeing from duty and responsibility. And we're going to see what's going to happen in a very short time with quick work. Yeah.
A friend of mine actually wrote a book that is eerily predictive. It's called Dog Soldiers. His name is James Tarr, Tarr. Cool dude. He does. He used to write for Guns and Blammo. Shooter's World, all that kind of stuff. He's a big time gun guy, and he writes books. But Dog Soldiers is an incredibly weirdly accurate look at what could happen in the U.S. And it's set in Detroit, which I actually agree with Tar's assessment. I visited Detroit a couple of times. You will have like pristine neighborhoods, pristine, and 2 blocks over, it's like the fucking jungle, man. It's like crazy.
Yeah, it's a weird dichotomy. It's just weird. I
agree.
agree.
They're like dirt cheap. Like they were $18,000-$20,000 a few years ago for a fucking house in Detroit because nobody wants to live there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
I mean, it's sad because, like, there's no jobs there either.
Well, right. In theory, some jobs are coming back, but there's no reason to have jobs there anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Like, why try and build cars in Detroit when you can build them in the South? When you build them in North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, all of these states that don't have a real winter.
Yeah.
That where people want to live, where there's not a huge drug and crime problem, right? Like, why would you want to live in Detroit?
It's 15 minutes from there.
It's only 1 street over, right? Okay, all right. It wasn't 2 streets. There's 1 street over. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the question: you guys were, because I see Casper in the chat bringing this up about the birth rate crisis. That was your guys' debate yesterday, right?
Yeah. There's a lot that we could have brought up. So the problem with this is there's a Dawkins lament. There's a guy named who's an atheist that his name's Dawkins. I don't know if anybody's familiar with him. Now, the problem with this is he's lamenting over Christmas time. We're allowing all these immigrants to come in and reproduce, and people can say, I'm a liberal. We can reproduce our population with immigrants. Well, the problem with this is they're coming in with their own culture, their belief systems, and actually upending all the traditions we have. So where's Christmas going to come? Where's all this stuff going to happen when we bring all these religion? I'm not saying, religion bad, but all these opposing religious beliefs, like if people come in believing Sharia law, they're going to come in. You see what I'm saying? So we're now going to see a different America 30 years from now because of this. So this is such a bad thing to do. I think that one way that we could do this is with propaganda and incentivizing families to work. I think incentivization of the nuclear family is a great solution, but the conversation is, how do we go about doing this? I'm solution orientated. If we can figure out a way to do this, great. We're deleting babies in mass. There's more ABs that are happening of babies than deaths that have ever happened. And you can go look this up. It's insane.
Well, I think men have a little bit of a pushback on this now. I don't think we had a very good pushback on it for a long time, but now we have technology that can allow us to have
babies without women.
Yeah. So if a woman wants to AB our baby, we can get it transplanted into a robot, and the robot has an embryonic chamber that will grow it and give it all the nutrients it needs. And I've had arguments with people about this. They say, "Oh, well, I mean, there's a connection between the mom and the baby," and I'm like, "Yeah, right up until she ABs that sucker, and then there ain't no connection at all." So I'd rather have a slightly dysfunctional kid than no kid.
Yeah, and it actually, when they try to attack that argument, the whole solution to that, really what they're trying to do is, what they're realizing is that they have become superfluous,
obsolete. Yeah,
they've become superfluous, and they're not.
Obsolete.
Their value has even decreased even more than what it is.
Yeah.
Because all they could say is we bring life into this world.
Right.
True. But now, if we don't need you to bring this said life into this world, now what?
Men run 87% of the infrastructure. So if you take that away, it ends up bad. So here's the thing. I'm coming out with a book that I'm going to publish in approximately like maybe 3 months. I think Rachel said she'll write the forward. Rollo Tomasi's agreed to write the forward to this book. Cool. It's called The Female Warrior Fallacy. So when we look at law enforcement and you want to replace things, and what you're talking about is what purpose do women provide to society? They're disarmed 65% of the time when they have firearms. This doesn't make any sense. They can't do the same things as men do. They don't regulate heat and temperature good as men. That's why you don't see them in construction or anything else. It's like, but here's the thing. If you take women away, men will die of natural causes. But if you take men away, there's going to be a cataclysmic change in like a baby overnight. It's going to be bad.
Figure it out.
Passing away.
It's like, you know,
we're problem solvers, so we'll figure it out and solve the fucking problem, just like we did.
If men had no use for women, if we couldn't reproduce with them, men wouldn't have anything to do with them.
No shit.
But women will always,
causes, that's it. Yeah.
Women will always need men because men have always created the things that women have today. So and that's the other thing guys need to realize is that they need to understand that and understand their value. They don't have to tolerate the bad behavior. They don't have to put up with the craziness. They don't have to just say, well, I have to accept this. No, you don't have to. You choose to, which only enables the behavior to continue. But
you're going to get more respect from a woman if you have this superpower called the ability to say no than rolling over all the time and saying yes. And if your standards keep moving and it's conditional, whether or not a woman is upset at you or not, but you don't hold any ground, or you're not a mountain that her emotions can, crash against, and you just change because survival mode, I just need to save my relationship because she can run at any moment. All you're doing is creating a mountain of resentment that builds up. And that's what's going to happen. We now have a group of men that women want to, and Ryan brought this up on a panel, radical coper, I'll call him this. So he said, no, we should have stay-at-home men. No, because all you're going to do is create a generation of men that women resent because now they're becoming the men that they want to be. Rollo Tomasi said this a lot of times, but it holds weight to this. So that's the thing, though. We don't want men in creating this inversion where they're now the new women. This is stupid on its face because you can't replace men because what happens? The infrastructure falls, right? It's in free fall. It's just bad all around.
Well, it's an interesting point that you made there with the how the relationship dynamic has really gotten kind of really skewed because all of a sudden you have women who will say that they want, understanding, sweet, kind, caring, blah, 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 all the bullshit. But at the end of the day, what they really want, my experience has been, is they want someone that makes them feel safe. They want someone that makes them feel like everything, that no matter what, everything's going to be okay. And they may not like the way you go about making it okay.
Than the person who's screwing with them, really.
What's that?
Well, really, when you're saying by that is really that you don't want to have to face accountability.
They want
to be able to do something and not have to face the consequence.
No, I don't. Glenn,
they want a man that they are less afraid of than the opponent is. You like a guy comes up to him at a bar and starts hitting on him. You got up to take a piss. You come back over. They know if they're talking to that guy, they're going to get in trouble. But they also know if that guy keeps fucking with them, you're going to destroy him. That's what they want. They want that guy that they're slightly afraid of, but only because they don't want to be disciplined.
It's true.
That's what I was trying to say.
What you will do to the guy that fucks with them is way worse. That's what they actually want. And they tell us this all the time. They tell us they don't want stay-at-home dads.
I mean, my wife straight up told me that the biggest reason she married me was I'm the only person ever in her life that's made her feel safe.
Well, that's the thing. So, Glenn, I'm going to push back a little bit. I think women do want accountability. They're just not going to tell you this. So here's the thing, though. If anybody's got daughters here, your daughter is going to look for you and the men that they date, which is this accountable person that they met. You ever see a wedding? The father gives his daughter away. He's not saying she's property. He's saying, you're now going to fulfill the duties that I did as a father. And to me, I'm not going to just tell you, be her dad, be her dad. Well, figuratively, you are going to be her dad, the guy that says, no, I don't want you to do this. And yes, you want boundaries. You're just never going to tell me about this because if I let you have a free for all and do what you want, you're going to lead this relationship to its doom. So I think women do want accountability.
They want it, they need it. They know that they need it. They don't want it. Nobody wants accountability.
I think they want it.
They want it.
I think they want it because through their actions, they're going to show you through their actions, because when they face consequences, they're going to blame you, because that's really what they want. They don't want to face consequences and accountability. When they fall flat on their face and their ass, they're going to blame you. So right now, they're going to look back in the past and say, he told me no, but we still got the house and we didn't foreclose.
They do, though. They do want to be held accountable. They do want to be disciplined. They do want to be held accountable. And we know this because Pew Research did a survey a while back ago. There's over 12,000 people, 12,000 women that they did this survey with. They did men too, but the one side of it I'm talking about is the women. It was over 12,000 women in California and all of the states all over across America that they went to and did this questionnaire on. Over 30% of the women love to be spanked. You know why? They don't get disciplined.
Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of women like, very aggressive. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Whips and chains and handcuffs.
They're not getting disciplined in their natural state, and so they look for it in some other form, wherever they can get it. People will always naturally seek out the things that are natural for them.
Well, I think women are seeking out their dad and men that they date. And this goes back to my whole point. If dad isn't present, now it's like they don't have the metric or anybody. They don't know what dad looks like. So that's why Tyrone and I run through Day and everybody else, because I don't know what a dad looks like, because I want to find structure, responsibility, and duty as a wife and become a matriarch of a family to some degree. Well, if we don't know what that looks like, because we don't know what the opposing viewpoint looks like, which is a man, you're going to say, well, I don't have any boundaries or anything like this. I don't know what I want. So they're literally going to go crazy because there's not a man to fulfill these duties. Mm-hmm. He's not present. So there's no structure. There really isn't.
I think that there's a little, I mean, you're not far off, but I have to push back a little bit because for example, my father-in-law is not a strong man. His wife ruled his entire life. My wife looked at that and said, no, this is not good.
I think there's scarce minorities that we can talk about, but that's the thing though. If you can offer a prescription, I wouldn't offer that as a prescription because I saw one or two people do this. Ryan did the same thing yesterday. I'm not saying that you're doing what Ryan's doing. Sure. Oh God, that's blasphemous to put you in the same category as him. I take that back. That's actually an insult.
I think I make him angry.
Well, good. Then I'll make him angry because I love fighting him and destroying him every panel I get. So here's the thing though. He said, no, because some people like doing this. There's a lot of people that like doing this. Well, referencing only some. So his language changes to fit his preferences. But then when I tell him, 300 Americans that don't want to be stay-at-home moms as men, like women would see this and they'd become resentful overnight. Well, you don't know that. Well, just think about on his face how stupid this sounds when women are the only ones that can have babies. So here's the thing. If the woman's the breadwinner and she gets pregnant, what do you do then? You see how stupid this logic is when Ryan utters this on podcasts that I'm on? Yeah, that's
really interesting. It's really interesting how he frames a lot of that. Like if I were going to frame that, I can make the same argument, but I'll make it in a way that is actually correct. Men are better teachers for our youth, period. End of list. All throughout history, you can't point to a time in history where once a child could walk, piss for himself, and put food in its own mouth, that the men didn't take over teaching. Mm-hmm. You can't point to a point in history where that is not the case.
Pretty compelling.
Only in modernity have we got this. Well, women stay home with the kids. Only in modernity is that the case. Women, once their toddlers were toddling right along, they went back to women's work. They went back to the sewing and the housekeeping and the making of candles and cheese and wine and bread and all the other things, right, that they could do that men had better pursuits, right? And it was very clear to some degree, hey, and we even called it women's work. There was a name for it. It's very clear.
So I'll even back up what you were saying. So here's the thing. The reason why I support your statement, arguably, like it's very compelling. The reason why I say this is because men need to emulate somebody, right? There has to be something that's a staple of society. And we could say a communal group, right? You have to be able to have something that we could say, okay, that's the mainframe of which I'm going to say that I'm going to emulate, right? So if we don't have something to emulate and we could say, well, that's the reference point that I'm going to use, all we're doing is emulating women. Now, guess what? Now you're going to have a man that's more emotional. When I get pissed, I'm just going to do what mom did because that's how she reacted. Right.
Exactly. That's a very solid point, because what I generally say, just for example, when my career, so, my wife and I got married 5 years, no kids, just, kind of were married people, got to know each other better, all that kind of thing. And then had kids. My wife went back to school, got another master's. I was running my business. And then as my career was kind of like, I'm kind of getting to where I'm like, yeah, I could retire if I wanted to. That's when her career started to go up, right? Like she could do, and I was like, you know what? I got the kid because he needs me. He doesn't need you. He needs me. And then she went right out into the workplace. She did great things. She's impressive. My wife had to be, and I had to look for a very specific type of wife. I think a lot of men are stupid as fuck, and they just will literally take anything, right, that comes at them. And they're told this by all the red pillers. You want this, but no. You tell you what I needed. I honestly didn't care about her tits. I didn't care about, obviously I like attractive women, but I didn't care about tits, ass, any of that. You know what I was really looking for? Backbone, ambition, drive, wanted to be a better person. Just the fact that she wanted to be a better person, that meant more to me than anything else. And because weak women, I run over weak women. Like I couldn't even have them work for me because I would just my personality, as you may gather, is somewhat strong, somewhat abrasive. You might
bullish.
Bullish, yes, thank you. And, I wasn't going to go there, but
well, he said what we're all thinking, so thank you.
And I just, I dated these nice, petite Southern belles, so genteel, so kind, and I just couldn't stand them. They just couldn't weather the storm. And really, the interesting thing is that when my wife can throw the biggest fit you've ever seen, and I don't care. I'm the rock that she crashes on. That's my job. My job is not to fight with my wife. My job is to let her do whatever it is that she needs to do.
And then come in and say, you done? You done? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that.
You're giving me
to end what Grid was saying. He said,
right.
my job is to let her go through whatever it is she's going through. And then I was just following up, and then come in.
Are you done,
sweetheart? All right, come here.
Right, yeah, that's it.
No, that's it.
That's the thing, though, is I think we throw in the towel sometimes in relationships because we don't know what a storm looks like, because we don't last long enough and fight through things to know that on the other side, this resolve to our relationship, whatever force is going to destroy it, is a nothing burger, to be honest with that. But I think that we live in such a very short attention deficit, I think, society right now, where everybody wants a quick, everything's microwavable. Oh, there's the first shot of turmoil storm, I'm out. And people don't want to last the storm. They don't do this. So they don't give it. Here's the thing, Grid. You've been married for a while, and you could probably attest that if you can't survive at least 3 years of hardship in marriage, then you could survive most things. Now, 10 years, oh, you're together. Like, that's the thing. But people do not have the patience.
20 years in.
Time. Right. It proves my point even more. Even Andrew's relationship, there's probably been storms there too. We've experienced this, but people do not have the gall, the guts, balls, and courage to stick it out and really map this onto families. It's crazy.
Let's
really
have intellectual integrity
guys
here,
don't
though.
want to put the fight up, or they don't want to continue that argument because they don't want to risk losing pussy. This is called what it is.
Well, not just that, though. Let's be intellectually honest and say that most men are scared to death to fight with women because of the public perception and the risk to their livelihood and their freedom
that's today, but that's not men from yesterday. Our
right. No, right. Yeah. I don't say I'm a classical male, but I have a classical education. and I have a deep understanding of what I want and how the way I want things and how I view things. And, you know, like my mother-in-law right now is driving my wife insane. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Literally insane.
Pretty awesome.
And the other night my wife came at me over something really stupid, and I just sat there and okay. All right. Okay. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to be mad? I can be angry. Do you want me to be whatever you need me to be right now? And eventually, you know, she got to what the actual problem was, which was her mom's driving her nuts. And then we move forward from there, and I can help with that. But this is just the reality of the situation, right? Like I'm not, but I've also had some very serious rules over the years. We never go to bed angry. If we're fighting, we do not fucking go to bed. I don't care if I'm up till fucking dawn. Daylight is hitting the windows. We're not going to fucking sleep angry.
Yeah. Because I can not wake up the next day. And that's the thing about this is like, if somebody wakes up, I mean, think about our American diet. Monsanto's producing seeds. When's the last time you had non-processed food? So we're literally ruining our bodies right now. I know it was brought up earlier, but it's like nobody's going to farmers markets anymore and doing this because time, attention, all this other stuff. Home cooked meals are becoming a thing in the past. Remember when grandma put something on the stove in the crock pot and it took 19 hours and you're like, is it done yet? I'm starving. I've been playing the streets. I came home before the lights turned off and you had it. The only reason why, I'm not calling bullshit on grandmas right now, but the only reason why it tasted good is because you were starving so much since it took so long that's the only reason why even goulash would have tasted good.
My Italian grandma will kill you if you keep on saying that.
No, I'm being honest here.
Saying is true though. I mean,
the more hungrier you are, the worse.
Make good tasting food all the time.
Right.
You know?
The more hungry you are, the worst food. I mean, the worst food in the world can taste the best to you because you're fucking hungry. So when people say these terms, they're like, "Oh, back in the day they used to make." No, it's because you're starving out of your mind by the time you got off the streets and playing and came in because it took all day for this thing to be made. It just doesn't make any sense. But here's the thing, though. We're losing traditional culture right now. It's being destroyed as we speak. Right now, we're fighting against the burning of the American flag, our traditions. So even speech, when's the last time you've uttered the Pledge of Allegiance in class? I don't remember a time when
they just brought it back, actually. They just brought it back.
Well, good thing that this administration's saving this because our cultures, there's a war right now in our culture that's destroying it from the inside out through immigration, everything else. And not only dating. Here's the thing, though, Grid. Let's say if I was a random person and I wanted to date your daughter, guess what happened? Ring. This is Grid 1, her father speaking. Now I had to be vetted through a whole system and I had to go through levels. So because fathers aren't there, because women are initiating 80% of divorces, now this filter's gone. So now the daughter's free game. She's now a target now. So this is the thing this is the reason why we're here in debates. Fighting so we can protect these structural families that we have, and we want this for our future. I mean, we might as well have the Skynet future of Terminator and John Connor coming out. That's literally
what you're pointing out. What you're pointing out right now is how actually the patriarchy actually is designed to protect women.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's really what you're pointing out. You're trying to show that, hey, we're trying to actually protect you, not control you. We're trying to protect you.
Glenn, I was supposed to leave this chat, but I'm staying because this conversation now got to my subject matter. Damn you.
All right. So as a dad, like when your daughter has her boyfriend show up at your house the first time, like I know when my daughter's boyfriend showed up for the first time, I went and stood out in front of his ass, all my tats out and all that shit. His dad came to drop him off so that I could take him out for a date. He showed up. I stood up there right in front of his dad, looking right down at him like, yeah, I'm her dad, motherfucker. I'm her dad. Just so you know, you little skinny motherfucker, I am her dad.
Well, not even that. You know, but here's the thing.
It's
the guy who outed my job.
Somebody's got to stand up for processed food.
Or
somebody's standing up for drugs.
What cereal
Somebody
are we
is standing
tonight?
up for drugs.
What cereal are we eating tonight, Flow State?
Yeah.
Well, we just got back from Taco Bell. No cereal right now, but I'm about to have a minty fresh cool.
Taco Bell's fucking delicious. Don't fucking hate on Taco Bell. I'm glad you're on my side for once.
It's
All right,
good.
we got
And
that.
it's bad for you. It's
Just
good,
like
but
all
it is
good
still bad
things.
for you.
You know what
No,
else is
not all
bad
good
for you?
things.
Oxygen. 100% of people who died breathe air.
Yeah, of course. It causes rust and everything. Yeah, there's always an argument against. So yeah.
What up, Flo? How you been,
Same
man?
shit, new day. What's going on in here?
Not much. We first addressed accusations and bullshit that Marte's found himself having to deal with, and gave these guys the opportunity to come up and address, present their argument instead of their false accusations. They chose not to do so.
Yeah.
Now
So
we're talking about solutions.
Flo, you did come out with a response video too. Unbeknownst to me, I was on YouTube and I was like, "Oh shit, Marte was a D agent the whole time." Well, I'm not gonna tell fucking people I work for the government. Like it's like so.
Well, I figure now it's out in the open and it's done, right? You don't work for them
Everything's
anymore,
out
do
in the
you?
open. So here's the thing, though. Not only am I a pro athlete, a world-class athlete, and also I did degenerate shit in the past, and now this is being outed. It's like I'm some super agent that's done all this nefarious shit. But Flo, but here's the thing, though. I do want to clear something up with your podcast that you came out with. There was something that wasn't true. Let me give you some context. Okay. I knew I was going to get terminated because I knew if I walked down this road, because I saw your comments, they were like, "Oh, he's not the brightest crayon in the box." No, I fucking knew that this was going to happen.
And I knew it. Hold on. What are you talking about?
So
what the absolute dog shit are you talking about?
There was somebody in your comments,
no,
a
you're
woman.
Putting words. Okay, so
no,
okay, so
not you, not you.
Okay, then that's what I wanted to clarify because you said you when you started that. Now let's restart it.
I'm glad your recall's on point because it's not going to be in the next debate we have. So, anyways, back to your comments. I saw the comment down there and somebody had said something, but I want to clear this up because you kind of alluded to this. I'll just say alluded to this that, well, he's an idiot if he doesn't know this. Well, I'm just going to clear this up. I knew that I was going to get fucking terminated. It was going to happen. They told me to turn in my badge, my, my duty belt and all this other shit. I was like, whatever, fuck you guys. I knew this was going to happen. I'm out. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're good. You're out. That's it.
Do you agree with my conclusion that your job as a law enforcement officer is to protect the rights even of people that you may not personally agree with, and that by putting your personal baggage out there, you undermine your professional job?
That's kind of loaded because there's like three things that I have to address here.
Fair enough.
So I agreed that my job, right? I'm supposed to fulfill my duties, but I've also refuted a shit ton of them. I've said, no, I'm not gonna, coincide with this order I'm given. I've done this so many times. It's pissed off fucking administration because I'm not a yes man. I don't work well with others. That's pissed them off. The other thing is I understand my duties and I understand that what was going to happen, it was inevitable. It's going to happen. So, I mean, who am I to fight that? I mean, I did fight that, but I'm terminated, but whatever.
And to be fair, like in any form of law enforcement, you could be given an order to do something immoral and be like, nah, fuck you. I'm not doing that shit.
I've always done that. And
that was my whole point. That's why I think that it's an immoral occupation to begin with.
I don't think so.
The occupation, I would say it's amoral, but it's immoral. You make it immoral if you agree to shit that goes against your morals.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you have like a higher up that tries to get you to do something that you consider immoral and you do it, then that's you not expressing your morals and not being a stoic man and a steadfast man in your morals. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that whole career field is evil. It just means that you had an asshole above you that got you to do some shit that you didn't want to fucking do.
So, Flo, you're saying fire is bad when you can use it to cook or burn down a house. It just depends on what you do with this and the decision.
I'm saying that when you're a law enforcement officer, you're choosing to use fire in a way that independent of your own perspectives on this particulars. So you might think that why should I fuck this kid's up over a dime bag of weed? But that's your job. And
I've said no. I've refused things that I think that go against my moral compass.
So maybe you would agree with me that it is a moral prostitution job, and that is why it didn't work for you.
The reason why I've seen other people combat the system as well, too. This is happening a lot. But here's the problem, though. It still goes back to the fire argument. Fire bad. Well, what are you using fire for? If I have a position as a politician, I can either enact change for the good or bad. This is with all things. So it's like if you have a position and you have a lot of power, it just depends on what you do with this power.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Do you not agree?
No, I do agree, but where I don't agree is that maybe you were. Again, I'm going to go back to maybe I'm right, and that's why it didn't work for you. Maybe you are a moral actor who didn't work in an immoral job. I'll give you that bridge to go across.
I wouldn't say
the argument maybe it's leaning against my morals, maybe more so. I'll concede that, right? If you could say, well, no, the war on drugs has failed. It's not a really good war at all, which I'll even grant you that. I grant you do that in our argument. Well, here's the thing, though. You can say more or less, but you can't say definitively good or bad.
Why?
Right.
Well, definitively, good and bad can always be reduced down to do I like or not like.
But also a lot of bad. So you can make a more or less argument, but you can't make an absolute like completely bad or completely good.
Sure, I can.
I'd love to hear this, Flo. I'm waiting.
Because when you sign on to be a law enforcement officer, you are signing away your discernment with who you.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. There's a clause in there that if you have a moral imperative against whatever you're doing, you're allowed to raise concerns with your CO.
Even that we have avoidance. Yeah. We have avoidance. If I don't want to pull somebody over, if I don't want to do things, I can walk away. Now, here's the thing that we have to face. They have to say, well, you're complicit because you allowed this. Well, if I have justification for why it goes against my morals, guess what? I can fight the fucking system all day long.
So what if you say that it's against your morals to attack somebody for getting high? Hypothetically.
Well, for one, I've never
be hired.
So for one, I've never attacked anybody for getting high. That's fallacious.
Have you ever arrested anybody?
Yeah, happens all the time. I've arrested people.
If I arrest Glenn for saying a cuss word, is that an attack? So really, we're just playing semantics with the legality of something. But you and I both know that morality doesn't come from the law. Morality does not come from the law, right?
It does come from the law. Morality, it
does come from the law.
Yes. No, it's an extension.
Yeah,
I would say
you're going to want to rethink that one.
It's an extension of the law. They all work in conjunction with each other because thou shalt not kill is a part of morality. So by extension, we can't allow people to be murderous individuals out here. Just kill people willingly. Right. Or steal.
Where does morality come from?
Where does our moral compass derive from? Right. So there has to be a standard. Well, obviously morals are intertwined with this.
I have a really good take on where our morals come from.
Flo, we can do a debate and you can get bodied and we can be friends afterwards. So
actually, I kind of want to hear this answer. Go ahead, Cleaner. Where are you going to say morality comes from?
Morality comes from the drivers of life, all life, everything that lives, to survive or reproduce. Everything that we do, all of our morals that we've constructed inside socioeconomics and social constructions, all of it is derivative from survival and reproduction. And not everyone conforms to this. Some people have overridden their biology in some way by making themselves delusional or insane. But the vast majority of people follow those two rules in life: survive and reproduce.
Sounds like you're speaking of natural law. Is that what you're referring to?
You could call it natural law. It's just the basic two drivers for life.
Yeah, but I uphold to the Christian ethos, which is a little bit deeper, and I think I'm better.
I do too, because I believe that God put that in us.
Here's the unfortunate thing, though. Even those that subscribe to Christian ethos, there will be a point that you will abandon your morals just to survive. And we have seen people do that. Maybe not you.
I would say no, there's martyrs. What's a martyr?
We have seen people have done that over and over and over again. Like, okay, stealing is bad, right? And if you had a family and you were out of work and you had no other way to get them something to eat except steal, you probably will steal something just to feed your family.
You would have the moral
because the alternative would be immoral.
Yeah, you would have the moral imperative to, and that goes back to the same thing that I just said: the two drivers of life: survive, reproduce.
I don't really think that's a good hypothetical because we can go out in nature and kill animals and hunt and do like.
No, it's a fantastic hypothetical because it pits two morals against each other. It's not supposed to be realistic. It's supposed to illustrate the paradigm.
No, I would. Then hold on. If you're giving this example, then martyrs shouldn't exist. Then
Martyrdom is the stupidest form of resistance there is.
Yes, that's your principles, and that's where your faith is derived from. Well, you can't see from my worldview because we don't hold the same epistemic standard.
Then martyr yourself.
Nah, because absent person, so taking, I don't want to say the word on YouTube, but that's a sin. If you don't have a purpose, right, or a cause that you're fighting over. Matter of fact, if there's a bunch of people and somebody's going to go ahead and off a bunch of children, I would die for my children. There's a purpose intertwined with this. But when you say just randomly do this, that's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, martyrdom is the stupidest course of action unless it's the only course of action.
So these people died because they couldn't renounce Christ. You think that's stupid? By your worldview, yes.
Yeah, I think it's stupid.
Right. I would die just the same. I wouldn't renounce Christ.
Well, there's no way to test that. So we'll have to take your word for it.
To test this. So hold on. It's emboldened Christianity even more so and use the proof as proof of saying, hold on, how come we can say Christianity strive for so long? Because it's been so powerful that people are willing to die for their faith. That's also emboldened believers.
Been willing to die for all sorts of insanity.
Well, hold on. It has to have purpose, right? Remember I mentioned that word? Absent purpose, it's meaningless. So people can die and off themselves. And what do people say? They call it selfishness.
What is the value in martyrdom if there's any other option?
Well, the value in martyrdom would actually appeal to the two principles that I said that all life comes from. Survival and or reproduction, and not necessarily for yourself, but as a species, we all feel the collective need to make sure that as a species we continue to survive. And even in collective groups, like religious groups, Christians, for example, a great group for an example for this, because throughout time they've had times where there were people who fell on their own sword because they believed it would motivate enough people to come to that side, or it would motivate people to fight for that side and stop allowing heinous things to happen. That's how we got slavery to be ended.
Yeah. I mean, in a nutshell, to some degree.
Through martyrdom?
But then Flow State showed up and I love fucking fighting this guy. So, God, I guess you conned me to stay. So I'm staying for a little bit more.
We twisted your wrist. Is basically what you're saying.
Fun.
We twisted your arm.
I won't be here that long. I got man flu or whatever.
I was just going to leave. He brought Flow State. I'm like, I fucking love fighting this guy. But yeah, whatever.
I want to go back to like the morals question, because like, when people say, well, morality comes from Christian ethics, I always want to know, what is Christian ethics, and what's the difference between Christian ethics and obeying the scriptures, or just following the thou shalt not?
Well, so intent is the main difference. If you just follow the words as you personally have interpreted them, you may not be getting the correct thing out of it. You also may not have the right intent.
We've lost Grid One.
Christianity says that the intent.
Grid One's brain just slid off the seat.
So,
well, because here's
my what?
Here's why I say that
your brain just slid off the seat. You're like, fuck this conversation.
The reason why I say worry about Christian ethics.
I'm looking at a property to buy. I'm sorry, you guys.
Sometimes it can expand beyond what the Bible actually
into a realm
says,
that I give not
and
one
that
fuck
could be
about.
problematic. And we have seen that before historically. That being problematic.
Well, it's happening now too, Glenn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's where it's always worrisome. I'm gonna go, okay, Christian ethics, whose ethics is this Christian ethics being defined by? What paradigm or what framework is this coming from? Because I think it's just better just to go stick to what the Bible says rather than trying to expand it with a Christian ethics, because now you could be expanding what is not being actually said.
Well, hold on. We look at tradition, 2,000 years of unchanged church history. The problem with this is if we go by sola scriptura, now you have 3,500 billion denominations. Yeah.
I'm not saying sola scriptura. I'm saying, but you can't say that's been 2,000
years. You understand where this goes, right? You understand where this can go branch off, right? That's what
but you also know where it goes the other way too, because then we'll see the Protestant Reformation came from the same thing, of the church trying to establish, the Catholic Church trying to establish this rule of law, or trying to govern it by their own the definition of Christian ethics that we saw that was actually not biblical to begin with. Like, you could pay for someone's sins to be forgiven. Like, come on. Like, we know that there was bad practices in this Christian ethics that was not necessarily biblical.
No,
Glenn,
that's
I
true.
seen on
why
the
we
fight
founded
Flow,
America.
but I guess Flow's left the conversation now. So.
That's why we founded America, though, because
Exactly.
we believed
That's
that what was
I'm
going
pointing
on
out.
in England was so horrendous with the church, and it was so oppressive with the church that we wanted to separate from that. And I mean, that happened.
Yep. So, like, I mean, I understand what you're getting at when you say it, but I'm saying that there's a very slippery slope, and there is a risk there that we have to acknowledge that there has to be an accountability to that. That has to be accountable too.
Well, right. The intent, the accountability is God and the intent in your heart. If the intent in your heart is to do something good,
boy,
I
that's
mean,
hardly
and
an
something
accountability
bad,
to anything, isn't it?
no, it's absolutely not.
I think we
That's
have a
the
stronger
ultimate
grounding
accountability.
when we're talking about people whose hands touch other hands and there's tradition. It's a little bit deeper than that. So that's what I'm saying.
What are you trying to touch hands and stuff for?
I mean, when I laid hands on somebody and then now they're part of the clergy and it gets passed down and we could trace the lineage back to Paul, that's the tradition that we're talking about. But if we destabilize
clergy?
it just ends up being bad. So
Are you part of clergy?
Of course not.
I don't know. You just said something.
He was just giving an example.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave an example, right? Tradition that stemmed unchanged for 2,000 years. So,
but that's not necessarily
pretty sure
even
that
like the writings of church fathers and opinions on things have changed over time. So
for sure.
Well, that's problematic too. That's a slippery slope as well too. Well, how can we have rainbow flags in churches now because things
hasn't changed over 2,000 years? It has, because it's a position on certain topics have morphed or have evolved.
You're talking about minutia. So what we're talking about is I'm talking about the dynamic between now in Western churches where now they have rainbow flags. There are gay pastors.
You know what is unchanged is Judaism. Do you know what's not unchanged? Christianity.
No, Judaism's changed.
Judaism has changed a lot.
But less than Christianity, which is literally a religion built out of explicitly and only change.
It depends on the sect of Judaism. And it depends on the sect of Christianity. I mean, it depends on what sect of Judaism and what sect of Christianity you're talking about. If you're talking about the two core religions, I think Judaism has actually changed just a little bit more over the ages.
Yeah, cookie cutter Western.
It's minute. It's minute, but the two core religions.
My point is that one is a religion that is explicitly about change. That is a change. Christianity is a change from the old covenant to the new covenant. So, excuse me, I got man cough.
Are you man-straighting right now?
Yeah, Katie keeps being diminutive. I keep telling her I have the C word, and she's like, "You don't even believe in that." I'm like, "You're right." And then she tells me I have man cough. Anyways, one religion is explicitly a religion of change. And I think that's the part.
What
Christianity, the new covenant versus the old covenant.
Would you be talking about like the Orthodox side or the Protestantism side?
Yes.
Wait, yes isn't an answer. He asked you which one.
An answer.
Which side? He's like, yes.
Bro, you divisive, slippery slope animal.
What are you talking about? I'm putting all you Christians in the same basket.
You need to stop studying Destiny and just the administrative question.
I
How about
haven't
that?
watched Destiny maybe ever.
Oh, I don't know. This is kind of like his playbook here.
Maybe you need to stop watching Destiny and you stop seeing him everywhere.
I would
well,
say
why am I seeing him and you then, if that's the case?
Because you're obsessed with Destiny. I don't know what to tell
you're
you.
saying this but you're emulating something.
All right, fine. You got me. I'm Destiny. He's Destiny. We're all Destiny. Everybody who disagrees with Marte is
I'm not Destiny.
No, now you're accusing other people of being a coomer. Yeah, this is bad.
You're in no position to call me a coomer.
Well, hold on. I changed. He hasn't changed. Big difference, right? We were just talking about change, right? One religion.
Cam back up. Toggle that camera back on.
Guess what? I've changed. Somebody else hasn't.
Okay, fine. You're not a coomer anymore.
That's a bad example. Can you bring up something better than that?
I mean, just don't go throwing rocks if you live in a glass house is all I'm saying, homie.
Yeah, no longer a glass house. I have bricks now. Destiny has glass. Go ahead. Throw another stone.
My glass will absorb a 38 caliber round, so why not?
Your glass is stronger than most glass.
I will throw rocks in my fucking house all I want.
You'll throw 38 caliber rocks.
Fuck.
I see grid 1. He's like, not my 357 though.
Maybe not. I don't know.
You know, I think I'm actually out of 357, but I do have some 44 mag ammo. So
Yeah,
it
wouldn't take that. It wouldn't take that. It wouldn't take 44.
All right, guys. I think that's my time. I don't think Flo's putting up such a good fight right now. I expect fighting him in the future on other. As a matter of fact, if ever I see Flo, I'm moving on in disagreement with him. So
before you go, what was you left a comment on the last video that said, first of all, I'm not a DEA agent. So for the sake of accuracy, what were you, or what do I put there in the title to replace that? Because you say you're not a DEA agent, but your boss was the DEA agent, which doesn't make any sense to me. But I've never worked in government, so
no, they worked for the DEA. They were ex-DEA, but you can move from different positions because of prior experience into new positions. So that's what happened. So what you derive from that?
What kind of a Fed boy were you?
I think enough information has been divulged about me. I think.
All right, well then I guess it stays as DEI.
Wait, Flo, you can say yes and not answer a question. I can do the same thing. You see what I'm saying? We were just talking about people not upholding the same standards, right, Glenn? But you come on here and demonstrate perfectly what I was talking about. Yeah, Flo, thanks for being a great example of what I was talking about earlier. Great. But I will continue to fight you tooth and nail on every panel, even if it's meaningless from now on. But go ahead.
I expect
All right,
nothing
so
less.
hold on. I'm just gonna this whole laugh with Mel or something in the back on the bottom of the chat. What's the scoop on Marte's OnlyFans? It doesn't exist anymore.
Super chat, man. I'll hook you up.
There you go. That's all you guys need to know.
Super chat, Flo. He'll hook you up with the non-existent information.
Flo will pimp.
He had a feet
dudes.
page. It was all for feet. It wasn't OnlyFans. It was only feet. And he was showcasing his corns.
They're hobbit feet. Get it straight. I had to, get a fade on my feet. Go to a black barber shop and get a fade. high, low fade. Get it accurate next time.
Get a high top. You got a high low fade or a high top fade.
The hobbit feet got to be trimmed, right? I had to get a fade using black culture.
Inversion fade. The fade had to be inverted.
Yeah,
I was
sure,
bored and fucking around, and I was going through the Smithsonian about 4 months ago, and I made an OnlyFans, and I took pictures of all the cavemen's feet and put it on there. You would not believe the money I made off of that shit.
That's it.
Actually, I really would love to know how much.
Don't even want to question this. That's insane. Anyways, I'm out. That's my time. Good to see you again. Flo, I'm gonna fucking fight you every time I see you. Cleaner, good to see you. Glenn, we'll fight again sometime. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of weird right now. But thanks for being a mediator. Appreciate it. A fight that never happened for sure.
Like I said, I'm always gonna be on the side of the truth. That's at the end of the day. That's what we should be doing. We should be.
And you got my respect for that, but the cowards don't, for sure.
God, can you guys stop glazing?
Okay, so you're talking about normal references.
Did you hear this shit? Grid.
Flo comes in here to add some more gay here. So before I leave, glazing amongst men.
How am I adding more gay? I've never been.
Glazing amongst men is pretty fucking gay. So go ahead. Let me hear some more gay diatribe from you, Flo. You're really good at this. First, you were cosplaying. Now you're talking about gay glazing between men. Let me hear the third.
Do you want me to talk about your gay porn past?
Oh, the Holy Trinity
I'm
of gay.
sorry.
That's the third gay reference. Good.
You're straight porn past. What are we calling it now?
Holy Trinity right now. Perfect. Good. All right, guys, I'm out.
All right, take it easy, man.
See you, man. Good meeting you.
I'll tell you what.
What's
that
up,
dude's
Flo?
got
How
energy.
are you doing, man?
That dude's got the energy for it. Say what you want about Marte. He's got the fucking energy for it.
Here's the thing, I hate when there's false claims being made. I really do hate that shit more than anything, because it really can destroy somebody's name and their reputation, and really and people don't like to give people the opportunity to correct the narrative. And I reached out to him. I said, look, I sent him the link to the video that I did yesterday about it. I said, here you go. Watch this. Tell me what you think. And then I said, you want to talk about it? We were going to actually have a couple other people on here. Gia came on Sterling Cooper was going to come on, and a couple other people were going to come on, but we just have to reschedule that for like the middle of the month. But there is actually a big, misunderstanding of what people don't understand is that when you do any type of professional like work, whether it's on film or camera, you don't own the rights to that work. You really don't. They could sell it and put it wherever.
No
they
matter
want.
what you do it on.
Seriously.
Yeah,
I
really.
mean, I got the pun.
Yeah, I know.
But it's like if you do a photo shoot, they could put your images wherever they want, wherever they sell them, to, and you don't have any say so. For the most part, unless you have that in your contract. So that was like my main thing with him was like people don't realize that he doesn't have any control or where people sell stuff to. And same thing with Gia. Gia McCool came on because she's been battling that for the last 20 years since she's been in the industry. She's been hiring lawyers to take down stuff that was never, authorized or never was put up. So there is something there that people don't understand, and they just assume that, oh, you're on gay site, therefore you're gay.
True.
And I wanted him to have the opportunity to address that because that's not true.
Did you ask him, Marte, when you were filming yourself jacking off, where did you foresee this getting marketed?
I did not.
That's
didn't even go there. But 10th Man did come up and did question him about that video, by the way.
What?
10th Man did come up and question him. He's like, they had their conversation about it.
All right then.
And it went well. I wish the guys that actually were accusing them, because I do know them and I am cool with them. I don't have a problem with them, but I do have a problem with pushing a narrative that's not true. And to me, what they did was just that. They pushed a narrative that was not true. And when called to come up here and present their case, they chose to dodge it and duck out. After they rang the bell, made the accusation, and they didn't want to have to answer for the false accusation that they made. And that's problematic.
Did they duck out the back door?
Maybe that's the same door that they came in.
Oh, pause.
Pause. Yeah.
Ain't no pause strong enough for this conversation now.
Nope. Not when Dusty joined. It was just, it went all over the place.
How the fuck am I the one that made it gay? Y'all were gay before I got here.
Flo, where have you been? Like, you've been MIA.
I told you, I have the man cough.
Did it take you out for a little bit?
He just disappears every once in a while. He's not. So first of all, if he was always around, that would ruin his reputation as being unpredictable and unknown. He's got to keep that man of mystery sort of thing.
And you guys blame me for making him gay. You would, if you could see,
about like your muling days, like when you were a drug mule.
If you guys could see, if Glenn weren't such a miser for names, you'd see that my new name is Taylor Grift.
I saw that when you came in. I started laughing.
That's pretty good.
Like Taylor Gang,
like Taylor Swift, Taylor Grift. Because my name is Taylor. For those who don't know, yes, my government name is Taylor.
Your government name. We're going.
And his last name is Grift. His last name is
my last name is
citizen
Grift.
over here.
My government name is Taylor Grift.
Yep. Yeah, I was wondering where you were. I thought like you probably went on like a vacation or something. You're like, fuck it.
I had family in town over the weekend, and then immediately after I got the funk. I still got a little bit of the funk. I'm probably gonna go lay back down a little bit and
get defunct.
Get no sympathy. Katie's really not giving me any sympathy this round.
Dude, get you some therapy.
Women don't have it for men. They
is that what that is?
They say that they're the most empathetic and sympathetic, out of the two. They're not. They're really not.
That's why I come here to get my sympathy.
Man.
But all y'all guys have done the whole time is say that I'm the reason it's gay in here, as if Grid 1's not here.
Well, okay, first of all, I never said anything about you making it gay. It was gayed up when 10th Man came up here and it was asking about certain things. But he did do his due diligence in his inquiry. He would do something that I would not do. I would not even go that deep and look into the information. Grid. He was very thorough.
All right.
All right.
I've got a hot debate topic.
You know, I feel like Glenn's being a little tongue in cheek with all of these innuendos.
A bit for fun.
My tongue is not touching anybody's cheeks, okay? So mind you that.
I'm just saying, it seems that way.
Well, you're doing it wrong then.
All right.
Anyway, would you guys hear about the dossier, or did you guys hear about like the leak or the release of the Epstein files? Because that I just saw that come out on Twitter, and like Myron was running a space about it. People were talking about. Did you guys hear anything about it? Did anything come out?
It hasn't been proven to be true yet, like the actual.
So they have not been verified.
Not as far as I know.
Okay. But what do you know what's in them, or allegedly what's in them?
No.
I'm going way back down. Thanks for having me up.
Take it
easy. Stay safe, man. No, I didn't even want to read into it. If I see something that says that they've got verified files and they're out in the public, then I might. I don't know. I might get curious enough to read through them. But until I see something that's verified, I don't trust any of it.
I honestly don't care either way. The way I look at it is that if they are trying to cover for people, they're still going to protect them. Even if it does come out, they're going to say that they're somehow, just like Hillary Clinton avoided going to prison for the server thing, these guys are not going to go to prison for anything that they've done either. You know, so that's a sad thing. That's just the reality of it. So to me, it's like it's a nothing burger. It's irrelevant.
Yeah. And I mean, I would even say that like it does more damage having fake files out there because if they try and implicate people that had absolutely nothing to do with anything, then I mean, all you're doing is ruining people's lives for no reason. So
yeah, I mean that is true. But see,
which Kamala Harris loves. I mean, she loves that shit. She was like, with the stroke of a pen, I can ruin someone's life and then take that shit back a week later, and their life is still ruined.
Well, see, here's the thing. That's actually kind of speaking to exactly what we were just discussing with Marte and his issue is that people can make a claim and it be false, and they don't care because there's no consequence that they're going to actually have to face, you know, and maybe that should be a law. You cannot make false accusations or claims without there being some form of punishment or consequence that one has to face or, you know, deal with.
Wasn't there a state that did that? What was it?
Are you talking about like I think it's you're talking about Florida
fraud or something like that.
No. There's no paternity fraud,
something like that.
But it has been false allegations. I know the girl that lied against that football team, the one that got gangbanged by like 11 guys on the team, and said that they all or 8 guys and said that they all raped her. She actually had to spend a year per accusation. So I think she ended up getting like 8 years total, which to me is bullshit because each one of those guys were facing 14 years in prison. So,
well, at least she got something.
I mean, it's better than nothing, but I would still like her to at least face the same amount of time that those guys have faced or were facing if they were convicted.
Yeah. I would say, yeah. I mean, in my opinion, if you're going to go and accuse someone of something fraudulently, then yeah, you should be held to the same standard if it's found to be fraud. Now, I would say though, if someone believes that you know they're making an accusation against someone and they actually believe it, and that would be different. But you'd have to prove intent at that point, or you'd have to prove that they lied, basically.
Well, see, this is why I have a problem with like the current like defamation laws and slander laws. It's like if someone is spewing a lie that's not true, that they cannot verify beyond a reasonable doubt, they should face a consequence for either creating the lie or repeating the lie. Once the evidence has been made known that it's not true, they should be facing some punishment if they continue it.
Yeah. I'd say it needs to be taken out of civil court and taken to criminal court.
Oh, absolutely.
A civil court doesn't do enough. I mean, okay, you have a multi-billionaire who says somebody did something, or they say, well, I think this guy might have done that, and that guy might have his life ruined. And so what does he get to do? Get like $100,000 from the multi-billionaire, and the billionaire's like, whatever, have at it.
Yeah.
Like he didn't give a shit. That doesn't hurt him at all. So yeah, I think it needs to go to criminal court, especially if it's found to be fraudulent.
I definitely think it needs to be criminal. I think it needs to be criminal, and also they should also face some type of civil restitution to the individual, because yes, it may come out that you lied, but that person's reputation or career could be destroyed. Their livelihood could be destroyed based off of a lie that they can never get back.
Yeah.
So yes, they should face jail time, but also face some type of restitution to restore that individual that they destroyed.
Yeah.
And they should probably have to register as a known liar. Like the sexual, crime. Like you should have to register as a liar. Yeah. Like you should have to be on a registry, and anytime you make a false or a call to the police or something, we go, we got you listed down as a registered liar. Okay, you guys, just proceed with caution. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because until people actually have to face a consequence, because we live in this digital age where somebody could talk shit about you from across the world and destroy your reputation, and you're not going to be able to go punch them in the face. It's not going to get away with this. Now, back in the day growing up, if somebody was talking shit about you, you would approach them, punch them in the fucking face, and they probably won't do it again. So because of that they feel this false sense of safety because they're doing it beyond the screen or behind an avatar. They feel empowered to do it.
Yeah, that's actually really true. I got to jump off, guys. I'm going to go inside, hang out with my wife, and see if my mother-in-law has driven her up the wall yet.
Well, that's good, because I am about to wrap this up as well. I think.
Yeah, but I did want to tell. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, Glenn, it's going to be a cool event. We've got a lot of stuff going on with the debate con thing. So,
is there any updates from that you want to share?
I mean, I think I told you everything. I may not have. I talked about it a little bit on Rob's today. I've got, we're going to have the armed security. I think we talked about that. We were going to have we're looking for volunteers to work the door. I think you and I talked about that already. I think, we're going to do the man in the crowd camera, which I think you do a really good job of, but you may be too busy. Well, if you don't want to do it, we'll get somebody. But
I have plenty of cameras I could bring.
Yeah, I think it's going to be cool. Right now, I've got to get the liability forms signed, because I'm liable for all the equipment and stuff, right? And then which, by the way,
everybody that comes have to sign a reliability waiver, or
no, just me, because it's my event. But basically, it means if you fuck up that $40,000 soundboard, it's your ass, because I'm going to come after it, because it's my ass. My ass is on the line. So, so, there's going to be some, it's just going to be normal stuff. And then I'm trying to set up a time with them to go in and get camera angles. I'm going to try and mock up some stuff.
That's a good idea. You should do, for your debate, you need to do a 3 camera shot.
Yeah, so I think that's what we're going to do.
I'll be there early enough to help you set up. So
yeah, Yeah, inquisitive archivist. She knows I'm always on her side. I always have my wife's side, even when she's wrong. So we'll talk about it later if she's wrong. but I still got her side. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to use. So I've got 3 virtually the similar. Basically the same model Micro Four Thirds cameras that we can run for the Studio A, and then I've got a couple of other. I got to look and see if I've got 2. I know I have 1, but I may have 2 that are that we can use in Studio B. So,
like I said, I got 4 cameras I could bring with my laptop, and plus my, and those are cameras I could connect to my laptop. I could also bring my Sony 6400, you know,
don't forget a USB hub. Make sure you don't forget that
that
USB
comes with my, that comes with
yeah,
my,
I've got all of that. I can run. I mean, just in here, I can run all 3 cameras, but and that's why I know that these work together, and I have a lot of lenses for them. So I have, you know, I've got.
I have like a total of 6 cameras, and I could run them all from this PC, and I have at the same time, and without any latency.
It's just the software is the problem. The software usually, like StreamYard, only lets you have 2 cameras, I think.
Well, that's why, like, I would run like Streamlabs, like the app.
Yeah, Streamlabs will let you have I think
cameras
pretty much
up
as
there,
many.
and then toggle through them easily. Just
yeah, there's but so I'm going to go in and look at camera angles and setup and where we're going to put the soundproof boards, because ideally what we're going to have is a set with 2 people and the soundproof or the sound reflecting walls around them. You saw those in the picture.
Yeah,
and then just 2 mic stands, kind of just a standard debate.
They have the Shure mics there too, from what I remember.
Yeah, they've got Shure mics, and they'll make cables on site. They have a legit sound.
Yeah, they have an engineer and everything.
Yeah, on site. So he's going to help
we
set
know
up
what
all
we
that.
need to do, Grid, is we need to create a promo video of some sort for this event, so people.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Sarah to make the announcement over on the Crucible, and then I'll do that. That's something I should be working on now, but I'm not.
Yeah.
But what I want to be able to do is I want people to very quietly be able to walk back to the individual rooms, and so that they can record and not interrupt the debate that's going on. So to do that, all we really need is the camera angles proper and the mics in the proper space. And then you could have people move, just go down and never be seen on camera, never be heard on audio. So as long as
for your StreamYard setup, if you want to use multiple cameras for StreamYard, you can have a secondary account that just logs in and hosts the 2 cameras, and then as the moderator of the channel, you can just add them.
Yeah, I don't like StreamYards that much. I
No.
use Streamlabs all the time. So
I mean, I use a combination of them both at times. I would use the Streamlabs, the desktop app, right, in the software, if I want to run multi-camera, right? Because I could just, like I said, I have it set up with my Stream Deck that I could just toggle through the cameras if I wanted to, and switch camera angles and stuff like that. That's what we did over at the studio in Vegas. We have it set up to where just your Stream Deck just toggles it for you. And then just like your mixer for your audio, it's great. I mean, it doesn't have to be an elaborate setup. It could be very basic.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to use. We may not even use their soundboard, because there's not any real reason to. I mean, we can use it and then run it into the computer.
Well, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to have the soundboard running in for the monitors so people could actually hear the debate, depending on how large the room is, right? And hear somebody talking. But you also need to have it be fed into the PC, or the PC has to have an external line into the soundboard so it can bring the sound in.
Right.
So
yeah, I think I've got all of the tech stuff covered. They don't have lights there, but the room has the Philips RGB LED lights. So we can get we can get, as you see in the pictures, it has all the red and blue lights and so they've got, that's how they get that feel to it. So we can do that for sure. And then, so we can get the ambiance lights, I guess or background lights, and then the key lights and everything. I've got multiple key lights.
Key lighting is not that expensive either. You could get them on like Amazon for
relatively I have tons
of lights. If you needed them, they're relatively cheap.
Yeah.
They're not
the only real thing that is kind of like making me kind of like right now is that I'm gonna talk to them and see if they have a pair of nice chairs or something that we could put for the debaters, like a kind of a
wingback chair, like
wingbacks or something like just a regular chair but without wheels, something like an executive office chair, a pair of those.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if they have those in their inventory. They may. If not, then I'll figure that out. I'm bringing 3 monitors on wheeled stands so they can be moved around throughout the property.
So people could have like a good line of sight.
Yeah. So people that can't see it immediately can see it, like if you're out eating, if you're I'm trying to figure out what to do about the outside. If people want to see the debates outside, or maybe we'll just route wire sound out there.
No, you're probably going to want monitors out there. That'll be a good spot. So we're like, let's say maybe somebody's smoking or they're eating outside, and you also want to be able to watch the debate and stuff. That would be a good spot for it.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I don't know about that. That may be something that I rent from somewhere or something like that.
But it also depends on the weather too. Like
exactly.
If it's starting to be raining or something, you're not going to want.
You can get a cheap stand-up TV and just host it off of that. Just connect it to the hotel's Wi-Fi and stream it straight to it.
Well, it's not a hotel.
So Cleaner's talking about streaming it from the hotel to your location.
Just the Wi-Fi, yeah. Even if it's a whatever type of point it is, if it has Wi-Fi, you can connect the TV to the Wi-Fi and then just log into YouTube and pull the YouTube channel up, and people can watch it right there or whatever.
I'm talking about outside.
I think Grid is like Grid's day is Friday, and it's the day after, the day before actually debate console.
Yeah, I'm not at the hotel. This is an actual studio cleaner. This is
yeah, you could do the same thing at an actual studio as long as they have power plugs.
Well, they've got Wi-Fi. Yeah, they got Wi-Fi, and I've got Wi-Fi enabled TVs. The only reason I think I can do this is I think all of the TVs I have are Wi-Fi enabled. So
right.
I hope that you're going to be wired in for the actual streaming, though.
Yeah, they're running me a new fiber optic cable
into the studio.
Yeah, so they have Google. So they have Google Fiber, and basically it runs into like an electronics room somewhere in that building that they then have a series of Wi-Fi nodes throughout. And I said, well, I don't know about that. That may not be enough internet. So they said, well, we have Ethernet already. So they'll run an Ethernet cable from the router directly into Studio A.
Yeah, that's
what we needed. So we have Google. So internet wise, we've got Google Fiber, which is good. They have an on-site Starlink just in case things go down, and I have a Starlink.
Okay, good.
So I've got pretty well set up there. And I mean, it should. I mean, literally, this should go pretty easy. I hired two guys that I know that do this kind of work for armed guards, and then I have 2 in reserve just in case somebody because it's 3 months out. People can get sick. People can move. Shit happens. People can fight with their girlfriend and get their guard card pulled. I don't. like you don't know. So but I've got that taken care of. I've got. I'm booked into the hotel right down the street, so I'm walking distance to the event. I mean, I've got this
good
by the numbers.
Lampy said Your Starlink is a sextant.
That's Anson Knowles.
I know.
That's Anson. I can always tell Anson Knowles in the chat, except when he'll hide. He'll be like kind of he'll be like kind of low key, and then he'll say something, and I'm like, "That's my boy."
The Koompa Loompa comment gave it away.
That was 100%.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah. Well, you know, guys, you ain't gotta go home, but you do gotta get the fuck up out of here because you know, we're wrapping this up like a condom and calling it quits. So I will be sending you guys over to who am I gonna send you guys to? Sure. We're gonna give this individual some love. You guys have a great night. At the end of the day, let me just recap all this together real quick. You know, when you see something wrong and you don't say anything about it because it doesn't affect you personally, and you are implicit to that behavior if you don't call it out, especially if it's people that you know, it really does. If I saw Grid do something wrong, I may not tell Grid publicly, but I may come to Grid privately and be like, hey, Grid, you're fucking up right here, dude. This is wrong. Right? You don't have to shame them publicly, but if you don't actually address the issue, then by not doing so, you are saying that behavior is appropriate. You're condoning it.
You're allowing it.
You're allowing it. And just like when I saw that everything was going on and I saw the evidence that came out, I knew that they were assassinating this man's character, which is not right. And I know these guys and I'm cool with them. And, I approached them with it, gave them the opportunity to come up here. That's what we should do. They're guys on Twitter, guys on Twitter that you don't know. And that's how we should be handling things, giving people the opportunity to clear their name and also present their case. And if we don't do that and we platform these people, we interact with them, we work with them, then we are basically saying that bad behavior is okay. And we're not making the change that we say we want to make. So let's be part of the solution, not the problem anymore. We've been the problem enough in our time. Let's start being part of the solution, you guys. Gentlemen, any final words?
Yeah, Beth. Oh, sorry. Beth and
just stay safe.
Beth and Confluence are going to debating men have it harder under patriarchy tomorrow night on my Wednesday night show. Everybody come out and support them. I believe Beth is the affirmative that men do, in fact, have it harder under patriarchy. Confluence is taking the negative to that we do not have it harder under patriarchy. And it's a standard debate. They will start at 8. I'll give you guys, we're going to open with a format. I'm going to define the prompt. The 8:15, the debaters take the stage. They each get 7 minutes to give their opening. After the opening, I'm going to go straight into 1.5 hour time debate, back and forth. We may end up going to an actual time format with 2-minute blocks, just in case they start talking over each other, because I don't really know Confluence that well. I think he's going to be cool. And 10:30 we'll do callers so people can call in and yell at them. So
very good.
It's going to be cool. It's going to be a great debate, great event. I can't wait for Beth and Confluence to have this one. Confluence, it seems cool, but I feel like he's a little bit more than left leaning. He was on the debate show the other night, and we had a very
How can you be more than left leaning? Is that like just?
Yeah, he was on maybe my daytime show or something like that. Well, he was on one of my he was on my chill stream on Saturday, and we were going back and forth on Andrew's take. Andrew going after Nala. And how he felt that it was wrong. And I said, well, I can't see how it's wrong. Like, the problem isn't with Nala becoming a Christian. The problem was with Nala becoming a Christian and then making it a victory tour monetize, just switching from one form of monetization OF to this, what she did. And then of course, we talked to, I think Andrew was correct in calling it out. Confluence disagreed with me, talked about we went over a lot of different stuff. I think at the end of it, I don't think he was very happy with the way it went, because I think I showed that overall, Andrew was more than fair. I think, I think most people would have been much less, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind. It would have been much less kind. So we'll see how that goes. For Beth, I think it's going to go great. But he is a skilled debater, and he used to be a Destiny follower.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He used to be a big DGG guy. Destiny.
So he's not that far gone. Yeah. If he's in recovery of Destiny, he's in Destiny recovery.
Yeah. Like, we'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow night.
Well, very good. You guys make sure you guys check that out.
Yeah, man. You should drop by and hang out.
I might have to swing on by.
All right, man. Well, I'm out of here. You guys are cool. We'll see everybody in the chat. Everybody's been cool tonight. It's been a great, honestly, it was good to get up tonight. So we'll talk to you guys later. Have a great rest of your night. See you.
Peace. Men are in crisis. Fatherless homes, broken marriages, silent battles no one sees. But weakness, pandering as wisdom, that ends here. Thor once wrote, "The masculine presence doesn't whine, it doesn't shrink. It builds, it conquers, it creates." The sons of Thor exist to forge men into protectors, providers, and patriarchs. This isn't theory. This isn't victimhood. This is brotherhood. Be watchful, stand firm in faith, act like men, be strong. Here, iron sharpens iron. Here, excuses are stripped away. Here, men are remade. This is the forge. This is the call. This is Sons of Thor.